Catherine only gave Lin Shen an invitation, a time and an address, and asked him to go back by himself. After sending Lin Shen away, Catherine went to Weishan Mansion alone. Weishan Mansion is where Hao Yue held the dialectic meeting. When Catherine came to the mansion, Hao Yue was letting people decorate the venue. "Catherine, are you here so early to help me decorate the venue?" Hao Yue said with a smile. She and Catherine were very familiar with each other, and they were both very capable women. She had communicated with Catherine several times before, and they both admired each other quite a lot. This time when she came to Emperor Manstar, she had a lot of interactions with Catherine. Yes and no. Catherine glanced at the nearly decorated venue and said, "Actually, the layout of the venue or not does not have much to do with it. What matters is the people." "Did I invite the wrong person?" "Has you?" asked Catherine, who looked at her with some confusion. "The person you invited is not wrong, but there is something wrong with the way of the invitation." Catherine continued without waiting for Ajiyu to ask, "Think about it, the celebrities and young ladies you invited are all well-known people, and there are people behind them. Their respective races and families, they gathered together, and their relationship network is more messy than a twisted spider web. Rather than participating in your topic, it is more like a large-scale human world scene. Every word they say, every word a point of view always contains other elements and may not be their true thoughts." "Catherine, you are right. I have tried my best to find some famous people from small races to participate in the dialectics meeting, but their knowledge and abilities are indeed somewhat unsatisfactory." Hazy Moon sighed. "Actually, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. It's actually very simple if you want people to tell the truth and not flatter others because of conflicts of interest," Catherine said with a smile. Hao Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. "Do you have any idea?" "It's very simple. It only requires a few sets of combat uniforms that can cover human features and change the voice. Let all the people participating in the dialectics wear combat uniforms and participate in masks so that no one can see their true appearance. If you can't hear their voices, then they will naturally have no worries and be able to speak freely." "It's a good idea, but I'm afraid there's no time to prepare the battle suit that can change the characteristics of the human body. And when changing the battle suit, there will be some problems. I'm afraid someone will settle the score afterwards." Hazy Moon is still a little worried. "I will solve the problem of combat uniforms. Changing combat uniforms is even simpler. Just take the people attending the banquet to different dressing rooms and randomly put them into combat uniforms. When the dialectical meeting begins, I will put them in combat uniforms." They were brought to the venue, and after they were done, the staff took them to change clothes before they left. Catherine told Hazy Moon her idea. Ojiyu nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and Catherine said that she could help Ojiyu with combat uniforms and manpower, so that she didn't have to worry. Ojiyu finally decided to change this dialectic meeting to a masked dialectic meeting. Catherine directly handed over the combat uniforms and manpower she brought to Hao Yue and let Hao Yue operate it by herself, which also dispelled the last worry in Hao Yue's mind. Catherine had no intention of using Hao Yue for anything, she just didn't want Lin Shen to know her identity. When Lin Shen arrived at Weishan Mansion with the invitation, Catherine, who had been waiting for Lin Shen for a long time, walked out and took Lin Shen to the dressing room herself. "Why do you have to change clothes to participate in a dialectical meeting?" Lin Shen looked at Catherine in confusion. Who can understand the thoughts of a strange woman like Long Yu? She has her own thoughts. We are guests, so we can only do as the guest does. Catherine urged Lin Shen to change into combat uniforms. When Lin Shen changed into his combat uniform and came out, he found that Catherine had already changed into her combat uniform. The combat uniform that Catherine put on looked like a puppet costume, which was very similar to Lin Shen's style, except that Lin Shen's was a male puppet, while hers was a female puppet. Are we pretending to be a puppet couple? Lin Shen asked with a smile, and found that even his voice had changed, a bit like an electronically synthesized voice. It's just a coincidence. Catherine's voice also changed, and she could barely tell it was a woman's voice. Okay, where is the venue? Lin Shen couldn't wait to see the beautiful woman with fire. Why are you so anxious? When the dialectical meeting starts, someone will naturally take us there. Catherine said with a smile, as far as I know, one of the people participating in the dialectical meeting this time is your old friend. My old friend? Lin Shen was a little confused. If he didn't come out, how could he have his old friends in a place like Emperor Man? Star. Christine. Catherine said with a half-smile. It's better not to see such an old friend. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. If Christine discovers him, I wonder if she will fight him now, to avenge the shame of her defeat. They are all masked. As long as you don't reveal your identity, he won't be able to recognize you. Catherine said, so we can't use our real names and have to think of a code name. What code name do you think is more appropriate for us to use? Why don't you call me Puppet Princess, and I'll call you Puppet Prince? Lin Shen suggested. That's too tacky. Catherine rolled her eyes at him, thought for a moment and said, your name is Pinocchio, and I'll call you Cinderella. You also know these two fairy tales? Lin Shen thought they were fairy tales only available on the human home planet, but he didn't expect that the Ace of Hearts also knew them. Who doesn't have a childhood? Catherine pouted and said. For some reason, Lin Shen felt that after putting on the disguise, Catherine seemed to be much more lively than before. I don't like these two fairy tale characters. You can use Cinderella, but I don't use Pinocchio. Lin Shen said. Then what codename do you use? Catherine said with some dissatisfaction. My codename is Zhao Zilong. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. Zhao Zilong? What is that? Catherine looked puzzled, she had never heard of this name. A famous general in our human history, it can be said that he was invincible at that time. In his time, there was only one person who could match him, and they were equally matched. It can be said that he was the only invincible existence in the world. Lin Shen said seriously. If you use such a codename, others only need to ask, don't they know that you are a human? Catherine said. If you know, then no. I didn't intend to hide it. Besides, there are so many humans, not just me. Lin Shen changed the subject and asked, do you want to use another general's name as a codename? That's fine. What's the other general's name? Catherine thought it was quite interesting, so she asked. Chang Bampo. Lin Shen said with a deep face. Although Catherine felt that the names of the two human generals were a bit strange, it was normal for the names to be pronounced a bit strangely because of their different races. Catherine finally gave up the codename of Cinderella and used the codename of Chang Bampo. At Catherine's request, Lin Shen told Catherine some of Zhao Zilong's achievements. But he did not talk about the most famous battle. Before Lin Shen talked about the achievements of the famous General Changbampo, a waiter knocked on the door. The dialectic meeting had already begun, and the waiter took them to the venue. On the way, people wearing various combat uniforms were seen going to the venue. It was almost impossible to tell who was what race, except for some people with special features that could not be completely covered by combat uniforms. It was basically the effect of a masked ball. There were many seats arranged in the venue. They were not rows of seats like the venue, but small areas separated by sofas. At the innermost part of the venue was a semicircular stage. The waiter led the two to an arc-shaped sofa area and asked them to sit down there. Lin Shen saw that many people had already sat down. Most of them did not communicate much because they were all wearing combat uniforms and no one knew each other. Only a few people who were good at socializing, even if they could not recognize each other at all, still quickly chatted with the people next to them. There were also several sofas on the stage, separated by coffee tables in the middle. Lin Shen looked around, but did not find any trace of mosaic. Which one is Longyue? Lin Shen asked Catherine, who was sitting next to him. If Longyue was in it, then his previous judgment would be wrong. Are you so eager to see that beautiful woman? Catherine did not answer him, but said this instead. If you want to see a beauty, I can just look at you, and there is no need to come here. Lin Shen smiled and explained, I am just a little curious, a person who can become immortal at the age of 20, whether he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Catherine laughed. How can a beautiful woman grow up to look like a person with 3 heads and 6 arms? Don't talk nonsense. After a pause, Catherine said, Longyue is the organizer of this dialectic. She should not cover her face. After all, she is needed to host it. But the person who came out from behind the curtain slapped Catherine in the face. The woman dressed in a princess battle uniform walked onto the stage and stated that she was Longyue, and then began to talk about the rules of this dialectic and some issues that need to be paid attention to. The main thing is that you cannot take action at the dialectic, you cannot reveal your identity, and you cannot inquire about the identity of others. Everyone can speak anonymously and speak freely around the theme of the dialectic. You can speak freely about any ideas, but you need to pay attention to not using insulting words. The dialectic is divided into several links, and Longyue explained each link clearly on the stage. Catherine was a little surprised. When she discussed these things with Longyue before, Longyue didn't say that she also wanted to wear a mask. And the Longyue on the stage gave Catherine a feeling of being a little weird. Not only Catherine felt weird, Lin Shen also felt weird, because he didn't see any mosaics on Longyue. Did I make a mistake? Longyue is not a fire carrier at all. The video I saw was censored? That's not right. It's impossible that all videos are censored, right? Lin Shen was suspicious. Just when Catherine was wondering, a man wearing a minotaur-shaped combat uniform walked to the area where the two were and asked, Excuse me, is there anyone here? Can I sit here? Catherine was about to refuse. She was not used to sitting with others, but she was stunned when she saw the Minotaur secretly making a gesture. No one is here. It's up to you, Catherine said with a strange look. Seeing this gesture, she knew who this person was. No wonder she felt that Longyue on the stage was a little weird. It turned out that it was a fake. The real Longyue was this Minotaur. This was different from what Catherine had thought before. She didn't know what Mayue was going to do, and she couldn't help but frown secretly. Fortunately, the combat suit completely covered her face, and others couldn't see her expression. The Minotaur sat down on the sofa next to her. The three of them were in the same small area, and no one else entered this small area. My codename is Aniu, what are your names? Longyue looked at Lin Shen curiously. She knew that this puppet girl was Catherine, but who was the man Catherine brought? Longyue was extremely curious. A woman like Catherine would actually bring a man to the dialectic meeting, and she also personally went to pick up the man to enter the venue, which made Longyue smell a hint of unusual breath. Longyue even suspected that the reason why Catherine had the idea of the masked dialectic meeting was related to this man. My name is Zhao Zilong. Lin Shen reported his name in a friendly manner. When Longyue heard the codename Lin Shen reported, she seemed to be slightly stunned, but it was not very obvious. My codename is Chang Bampo. Catherine also reported her code name. Longyue looked at Catherine, then at Lin Shen, nodded and said, your two code names sound a bit strange, I wonder what they mean. These are the names of two famous generals in ancient times in my hometown. Lin Shen looked at the guy who called himself Anyo. He already knew that this Anyo was not an Anyo at all, but Ajiyu, the real organizer of this dialectical meeting. No wonder he just saw that there was no mosaic of hazy moon on the stage, and thought something was wrong. It turned out that the real hazy moon was not on the stage at all, and for some reason he came to them and pretended to be an ordinary participant. That's it. Ania didn't ask any more questions, and turned to Catherine on the side. Nagaban, this name is a bit difficult to pronounce. I'll call you Bampo. What do you think of this issue? With the development of the cosmic race, the hierarchy has been quite solidified. The resources that the big races can obtain will only become more and more, and the speed of development and evolution will become faster and faster. In the future, more high-quality talents will emerge. If others ask, she was too lazy to pay attention to questions like Catherine's, and would only think that the other party was a fool. However, when Haoyue asked her this question, Catherine still said a few words. Her mind was not on this at all, she just said it casually, and she said some common clichés. Brother Zilong, what do you think? Longyue listened carefully and looked at Lin Shen aside. I share her opinion. The strong get stronger. Lin Shen had no time to think about these issues. His mind was filled with how to get the fire in front of him. He never thought that when he came to the Imperial Barbarians, he would encounter two rebellious fire types. Longyue was a little disappointed. She originally thought that someone that Catherine valued so much should have some ability. Who knew that he was so empty and meaningless, without any new ideas at all. Fortunately, the dialectic had already begun. And some people had begun to speak. From time to time, some people expressed their own opinions. For a time, various arguments emerged one after another. Most people believed that the strong races would only become stronger in the future, and the living environment of small races would only become worse and worse, and the opportunities to obtain resources would become fewer and fewer. Lin Shen felt a little bored after listening. He didn't know much about the situation in the universe, and he didn't have the ability to support it. Brother Aniu, what do you think? Lin Shen wanted to say a few more words to Longyue, but he didn't know what to say. Longyue thought for a while and said, the big race should have the responsibility and style of the big race, help the small race develop, improve the overall quality of the small race, and at the same time get feedback from the small race and get the help of the special talents of the small race. Only in this way of mutual benefit can the Big race and the small race get corresponding development and evolution. My friend, you have a good idea. Lin Shen praised. Although he said this, he actually disagreed in his heart. What a great clan style, what a great clan. Responsibility, these all sounded a bit too idealistic to Lin Shen. Human historical experience told him that the world's major events will eventually separate after a long period of unity, and will eventually unite after a long period of unity. And they all evolve in the process of division and unification. Although the process of unification is cruel every time, the great unification really comes. Ordinary people at the bottom can usher in a relatively stable life for a period of time. Lin Shen was actually a little strange in his heart. So many people from different races spoke, and their views were also strange, but no one had ever mentioned the concept of a unified universe. Anya was quite active. Although he sat on Lin Shen's side, he debated with others from time to time, attracting many people's attention. The fake Longyue on the stage has been controlling the process, and soon it came to a more important link. They have to talk about which races have more potential among the emerging small races in the universe. If we talk about the newly rising small races, the Guichen tribe is naturally the best. The Guichen tribe has entered the interstellar era for less than 500 years, and now it has produced an immortal-level strongman. There are many geniuses in the tribe. In this race ranking, it ranks within the top 50 million, and its future is limitless. A man wearing a king-shaped combat suit and codenamed King said. Although the Guichen tribe has good combat talents and good physical conditions, most of them are just simple-minded and brainless idiots with strong limbs. They can only be bullied by others and cannot achieve great things. Another man with a strange shape and a particularly large head, codenamed Big Head, said. Can a brainless idiot produce an immortal? The king retorted coldly. Who among you here doesn't know where the immortal of the Guichen tribe came from? He worked hard for the Lion King tribe and was fed by the Lion King tribe. Such an immortal is just a brainless thug, who has no contribution to the development of the tribe and has nothing to do with his racial potential. Big Head said. The Guichen tribe developed along with the Lion King tribe and was taken care of by the Lion King tribe. The two tribes benefited from each other. The Guichen tribe entered the race rankings this time and got such a high ranking. The evolution of the tribe has far exceeded those small tribes that were not on the list. Isn't this a huge contribution to the Guichen tribe? How can there be no contribution, said the king. Big Head sneered, King, you are from the Lion King tribe, right? It is true that the Guichen tribe has evolved, but most of the young people of the Guichen tribe have been drawn by the Lion King tribe to be thugs or even cannon fodder. What's the use of such a race to gain some evolution? After all, it is just a slave of others. To put it nicely, it is mutually beneficial. To put it bluntly, it is to exchange life for leftovers. Seeing that the two people were about to quarrel, the fake Longyue on the stage hurriedly took control of the situation, interrupted the conversation between the two, and started the discussion again. From time to time, some people proposed some recently rising races, most of which were also more recognized. Lin Shen has gained a lot of knowledge and learned a lot of emerging races that are relatively powerful recently. What surprised Lin Shen the most was that a race called Lei Jia had produced an immortal only 40 or 50 years after entering the interstellar era. Humans have been in the interstellar era for almost 200 years, and there has been no news of human immortals appearing. When Lin Shen was listening with great interest, he suddenly heard someone say, among the emerging small races in the universe, the most promising and powerful ones are of course humans. The tone of this voice made everyone at the scene quiet down for a while. This person spoke too absolutely, as if what he said was the truth, which made people very uncomfortable. Datu was the first to be unhappy, and he mocked, "How come humans, who have the most potential and the strongest, don't even have an immortal until now?" As soon as this was said, everyone laughed. Humans have entered the interstellar era for more than 200 years, and there is not even one immortal. Compared with the races mentioned before, there is indeed a big difference. Lin Shen also had to admit that compared with races like Lei Jia, humans are not developing too fast. He glanced at the person who said that humans have the greatest development potential, and saw that it was a person wearing a pumpkin-shaped helmet. Lin Shen had not seen this person speak before, and this should be his first time speaking today. We are talking about the potential of a race, not how many immortals this race has now. If we compare immortals, now there are many immortals in each major race, so of course the powerful races are the strongest. Pumpkin paused and continued, "I said that humans have the strongest potential, because in the same level, humans' performance is not inferior to any small race, and even not inferior to some large races. Take Lin Shen among humans, for example. His performance in the race rankings is obvious to all. He is a genius. Who can compete with top geniuses? And the invincible Heavenly King, as a nirvana, can take the ranking of the race rankings. Although the ranking is not high, how many nirvanas of small races can do it?" Zenmei listened and echoed, "Lin Shen and the invincible Heavenly King are indeed the best in the same level, not inferior to any genius of the big race. In this way, the potential of humans is he is indeed very strong." Big Head said disdainfully, "The reason why Lin Shen is strong has nothing to do with whether he is human or not. As far as I know, humans have entered the interstellar era for more than 200 years, and there are few outstanding people, and few decent talents. The reason why Lin Shen can stand out is because he is the concubine of Tian's son of the celestial clan, and he is just a gigolo. If Tian's son had not invested a lot of resources in him and recommended him to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, how could he have the ability to reach his current position? Speaking of ability, I really admire his ability in bed. He can make the people of the Tian family so devoted to him, and this skill is really amazing." There was another round of laughter. After the battle of the race rankings, Lin Shen also entered the vision of various races. Many races have studied Lin Shen, and it is not surprising to know Lin Shen's origin and history of wealth. Window_tabula equals window_tabula_tabula .push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target_type mix. Catherine looked at Lin Shen with interest, wondering what kind of reaction Lin Shen would have at this time. Unfortunately, she couldn't see Lin Shen's expression because of the helmet of the combat suit. Lin Shen didn't really have much expression. Others said that he started out as a gigolo, and Lin Shen thought that was not wrong. If it weren't for Tianquan's help, it would be difficult for him to get to where he is now in such a short time. Lin Shen didn't think it was a shame. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Tianquan, who was the noble man in his life. Pumpkin was not convinced and continued, even if Lin Shen used other people's resources, it was his own ability, not to mention the existence of the undefeated Heavenly King. Everyone doesn't know that. The undefeated Heavenly King is Lin Shen's brother. If one person gets the Tao, the whole family will ascend to heaven. Lin Shen is a gigolo, and the whole family will ascend to heaven. This ability is really amazing. If all humans are like Lin Shen, then the future development is indeed limitless. If there are a few more gigolos, it will be a matter of a few minutes to become a powerful race in the universe by eating gigolos. Big Head made everyone laugh again. Even the king, who had not been on good terms with him before, echoed this and said, humanity has produced such a gigolo in more than 200 years. It really has unlimited potential. When you go back, you must keep a close eye on the women of each family and don't let them take advantage of it. Under the pumpkin helmet, Wan Xinlong's face was not very good. Although this was the result he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. As a human being, he did not want humans to be described like this by foreigners, and he did not want all this to be caused by him. But now the Wan family is almost forced to die, and he has no choice, otherwise he would not have taken this step. Live. Wan Xinlong strengthened his belief in his heart, looked up at Datu and the king and said, no matter whose resources Lin Shen used, he has the ability to defeat Dais. I believe that you have used no less resources than Lin Shen. If they are at the same level, who can beat Dais? Everyone was stunned by this. And no one dared to say that they could beat Dais at the same level. Lin Shen's words about defeating deers are just rumors. No one has ever seen it. Who knows what the truth is? Maybe he is just bragging. The king looked at Pumpkin and sneered, you are speaking for humans like this, are you a human? So, what if you are a human? Wan Xinlong had no expression on his face, but he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't want to become a clown, but today he had to play the role of a clown. Well, that's great. Since you say that humans are so powerful and have such great potential, I think you must be a very powerful person yourself. Then prove it in front of everyone present. The king said with a smile. And anyone could hear the mockery in his words. How to prove it? Wan Xinlong asked with gritted teeth. Simple. Tell me your level. Didn't you say that humans are invincible at the same level? I'll find a servant of the same level to fight you. If you can win, I will agree with what you said. The king changed the subject. If you lose, I don't want your life. You just need to shout 3 times in front of everyone that humans are weaklings. Do you dare? Everyone, this is a dialectic meeting. Fake Longyue wanted to control the situation, but it was obvious that her words were not really that useful. This is a matter between me and this human. It has nothing to do with the dialectic meeting. Let's go out and solve it ourselves. The king stood up and looked at Wan Xinlong and said, the human with the greatest potential, what do you say? Okay. I'll show you the potential of humans. Wan Xinlong stood up with a blank expression and followed the king out of the venue. Everyone was curious. They didn't care about the dialectic meeting. Anyway, everyone was anonymous now, and watching. The fun was not a big deal. Besides, that human was really annoying, and they also wanted to see how much real ability this human had. Everyone followed him out of the venue and came to the square outside. 1. Xinlong reported his level of nirvana, but the king had no intention of asking him to go on stage, and directly called a servant over. The servant was the Guichen tribe mentioned by the king before. He was indeed sturdy. More than 3 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over his body. He was strong but not bloated, and he didn't make people feel clumsy. On the contrary, he gave people a beast-like feeling, as if he could burst out unimaginable speed and strength at any time. Kulun, I want to live, the king said to the Guichen people with a smile. That human is probably going to suffer a big loss. Catherine looked at Lin Shen on the side and said, the king should be Prince Charles of the Lion King clan. His subordinate, Kulun of the Guichen clan, is just a servant, but he is also well known in the Nirvana level. He is very capable. I heard that he has been Nirvana 11 times and is very good at frontal combat. Lin Shen frowned and said nothing. He felt that pumpkin was weird. Although what he said was to elevate humans and him, Lin Shen, it was a bit of flattery. But now this man is going to the arena in person. If he loses, he will not benefit himself. This makes Lin Shen a little confused. Could it be that the foreign race pretends to be human and deliberately brings bad luck to humans and me? Lin Shen pondered in his heart and had no intention of taking action. But Pumpkin's next move surprised Lin Shen a little. After Pumpkin and the man entered the fighting arena, he actually put away his helmet and revealed his true appearance. He really looked like a human. Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was really a fellow human. Catherine looked at Lin Shen with a smile. She wanted to know how Lin Shen would deal with the current situation. The whole battle process was unexpectedly fast. The Guichen warrior rushed forward directly. Wan Xinlong was also unwilling to be outdone and fought head-on. With just one blow, the terrifying Nirvana collision, Wan Xinlong was blown away, his body hit the guardrail of the fighting field, and fell to the ground. He struggled for a few times, but couldn't get up. Everyone felt very bored. The look in their eyes when they looked at Wan Xinlong was like looking at a clown who didn't know the height of the world and was sitting in a well and watching the sky. Even the victorious king felt a little bored. He didn't expect that this human was so vulnerable. Long Yue also frowned slightly. She had a good impression of humans. She didn't expect that there were such people among humans. Lin Shen frowned and looked at Wan Xinlong, who slowly stood up with the help of the wall. He didn't know this person. After hesitating for a while, he walked towards the guardrail. Are you going to do it? Catherine narrowed her eyes, thinking that Lin Shen was going to fight for the glory of mankind and himself. The king and others also looked at Lin Shen, wondering why he was going over at this time. Is he also a human? Most people had this idea in their minds. And they were all looking forward to the development of the situation with a mentality of watching the show. Window_tabula equals window_tabula .push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target_type mix. Everyone originally thought that Lin Shen was going to enter the fighting arena, but unexpectedly Lin Shen just walked to the side of the fighting arena and looked at Wan Xinlong, who was standing against the wall and panting. Your surname is Wan? Lin Shen looked at Wan Xinlong and said. Wan Xinlong trembled and looked up at Lin Shen with a horrifying look. Who are you? A smile appeared on Lin Shen's lips. He had determined that this person was indeed from the Wan family, and finally figured out why the other person appeared here. The Wan family is having a hard time now, right? Lin Shen continued in a voice that could only be heard by two people. You, who are you? Wan Xinlong trembled. Who am I? Lin Shen said lightly, I am a human being, a human being like you. I used to be proud of my identity as a human being, but now, you make me feel that my identity as a human being is a shame. Is this what you want? Wan Xinlong was silent, struggling and painful in his heart. He didn't want to do this, but he had no choice. Wanjia needs someone to stand up, otherwise Wanjia will die silently. The universe is too big, and the Wan family is too small. Even someone else's evil thought can plunge the Wan family into an abyss of eternal destruction. Do you really want this? Are you really going to admit defeat like this? Lin Shen looked at Wan Xinlong and said calmly. You can't save the Wanjia and will only make the Wanjia fall into the abyss faster. No one will respect the weak, and no one will help a family that is willing to degenerate. You are pushing your family to hell. You don't understand. Wan Xinlong shook his head and said. Of course I don't understand. I don't understand your self-movement. You think you are sacrificing for your family, but in fact it is just your own wishful thinking. You have turned yourself into a pile of flying objects, but you still expect that others will turn you into a pile of dirt. Tua Xiang is a distinguished guest. Do you think other people's brains are as sick as yours? Wan Xinlong's eyes were filled with blood, but he clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head without saying a word. A precious knife that can sharpen iron and clay. Even if it hurts anyone, no one will throw it into the pit after getting it. They will only treat it as a treasure and even offer it to the altar. But have you ever heard that anyone cares about a xiang, and who is willing to offer it to the altar? Xiang is always worthy of staying in a latrine. Wan Xinlong trembled, but still lowered his head and said nothing. You are a good sword. It can shine brightly and make your family a shining light. But you just lead your family to hell. You are still there to impress yourself. It is simply stupid. Pull. You have never experienced my predicament. What qualifications do you have to say such things to me? Wan Xinlong raised his head and stared at Lin Shen, growling like a wounded beast, forbearing and hesitant. Of course I am qualified, because I have experienced more difficult times than you, and it was brought to me by your Wan family. Lin Shen said lightly. You. Wan Xinlong's eyes widened suddenly, with a look of disbelief on his face. I used to regard the Wan family as my enemy, but now I feel a little ridiculous. In the future, the Wan family will no longer be my enemy, because you and your Wan family are not worthy of being my enemy. Lin Shen said. He stood up slowly. Live on, just live like this. Some people only deserve to live like this. Stop. Watching Lin Shen turn around and leave, Wan Xinlong suddenly shouted, his blood-red eyes staring at his back, you are not qualified to say such things. Why do you say such things? You are still under the wings of others. You are also begging for mercy, like you. How do you have the right to say anything about me? You just have better luck than me. You just have better luck than me. At least, I still have light on my body. Lin Shen said, without looking back. Light. Wan Xinlong watched Lin Shen lead blankly. Everyone was a little disappointed. They originally thought that humans couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go to war. Who knew that they just said a few words to Wan Xinlong and then went back? Human beings all have the same virtues. They can only talk. The king said lightly, human beings, fulfill your promise. Your life is still your own. Guang, who the hell still believes in that thing? Wan Xinlong lowered his head and muttered to himself, but slowly stood up. Do you think I may? Fool? Wan Xinlong stood up again and walked towards the coal wheel on the opposite side step by step, muttering to himself. Are you still going to fight? I can't guarantee that I can save your life with the next punch. Kuluan said coldly, staring at the swaying Wan Xinlong. If you want my life, then do it. Wan Xinlong suddenly raised his head, red flames rising from his body. If he wants to die, let him die. The king said expressionlessly. Then go die. Kuluan grinned, showing a cruel look. The power of nirvana in his body surged up like a volcanic eruption, gathering into a terrifying torrent and condensing towards his fist. The moment Kuluan punched out, the power of nirvana turned into a roaring dragon, overwhelmingly rushing towards Wan Xinlong. Is it light? It's like no one has it. I've been stupid before. Wan Xinlong raised his head high, his eyes seemed to be on fire, and his body suddenly accelerated, like a sharp sword. The power of nirvana towards the coal wheel. At the moment when the dragon-like nirvana power was about to hit him, Wan Xinlong's body was actually split into two, like two phantoms, passing through the two sides of the dragon-like nirvana power, and rushing towards Kuluan like a phantom. Kuluan's eyes were fanatical, and his fists were about to meet the phantom of Wan Xinlong's clone. But the next second, Kuluan was stunned. The two phantoms transformed by Wan Xinlong were actually split into two again, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In an instant, phantoms were heavy, and red phantoms were like sharp arrows, rushing through Kuluan's body. Kuluan waved his fists in panic, but he didn't know which light and shadow to block. He swung his fist, but what he hit was just a bubble-like illusion, and more phantoms hit him. The light and shadows that hit him actually blasted Kuluan's body into the air, and his body flying in the air was still hit by phantoms, constantly exploding. Boom! Kuluan's huge body hit the guardrail, and his carapace was shattered by countless lights and shadows. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he fell off the guardrail. He struggled for several times, but couldn't stand up. Who doesn't have a little light? The lights and shadows disappeared, and Wan Xinlong stood on the fighting field, but his eyes looked in the direction of Lin Shen. Window, _Tabula equals window, _Tabula, dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Tabula, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement. Below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. What did you say to him? Catherine asked Lin Shen, who had returned. Catherine was such a shrewd person that she had already guessed Wan Xinlong's identity and purpose, and even figured out who had given Wan Xinlong the idea. With Wan Xinlong's identity and status, he was able to come to Diamond Star, and he must have exhausted his connections and abilities. If he wanted to participate in the dialectic, that was not within his ability, and someone must have secretly helped him. It was because she figured out why Wan Xinlong came that she was a little curious about what Lin Shen had said that made Wan Xinlong overturn the previous plan at the risk of the Wan family's eternal damnation. Long Yue also looked at Lin Shen with some curiosity, hoping to know his answer. At this time, Long Yue also understood that Wan Xinlong had been flattering Lin Shen before. How could such a person who would rather defile himself and throw dirty water on Lin Shen change his mind because of a few words from Lin Shen? I just told him that people only like the noble and fragrant lotus, not the smelly mud, Lin Shen said calmly. Catherine looked at Wan Xinlong on the field, narrowed her eyes and smiled. That's right, at least he doesn't make people feel disgusted now. Long Yue nodded thoughtfully, looked at Lin Shen and said, "You pulled your enemy out of the fire pit. I'm afraid this cause and effect will fall on you. Such a choice is harmful to you. Why do you choose this way?" Long Yue has guessed that the person Catherine brought is Lin Shen, so she is more curious about Lin Shen. Although Wan Xinlong used the means of self-pollution to throw dirty water on Lin Shen, such a low-level water section, as long as Lin Shen does not expose his identity and ignores it, actually has no substantial impact on Lin Shen. The masked meeting gave Lin Shen the choice, but Lin Shen's choice was quite interesting to Long Yue. He did not fall into Wan Xinlong's plan, did not stand out on behalf of mankind, and did not vent his resentment on Wan Xinlong. Instead, he persuaded Wan Xinlong, who wanted to throw dirty water on him, and succeeded, which was quite surprising. Long Yue could guess that he was Lin Shen, and others could guess it too. Lin Shen's behavior undoubtedly pushed himself to the forefront. Things were just as Long Yue guessed. The king, Datu, and some others guessed Lin Shen's identity, and their eyes were not on Wan Xinlong, who won the fight. A nirvana of a small tribe, even if it has some strength, is not enough for them to pay attention to. There are too many such nirvanas around them. But Lin Shen is different. Not only is his reputation known throughout the universe, but it is also said that he has planned to kill deers. He is also a close minister of the Celestial Emperor. This time, he is on behalf of the Celestial Emperor to visit the Diamond clan. With this identity, he is no longer just an ascender or a nirvana. As human beings, they can ignore Wan Xinlong, but they cannot ignore Lin Shen. I just want to confirm whether he is my enemy. Lin Shen's answer surprised Catherine and Long Yue. So? Is he not your enemy now? Long Yue couldn't help asking. No, I've confirmed that. He is my enemy. If I have the chance, I will kill his whole family. Lin Shen's answer stunned Long Yue. And Catherine? Catherine laughed, and laughed happily. You are such an interesting person. Long Yue was a little amused. She couldn't understand Lin Shen's brain circuit, but now she felt that Lin Shen didn't seem to be as empty and boring as she thought before. You are Lin Shen, right? Charles, wearing the king's combat uniform, ignored Wan Xinlong, who defeated his servant, but walked up to Lin Shen and asked directly. So what if it is? So what if it is not? Lin Shen asked back indifferently. Well said, it doesn't matter whether it is or not. Charles sneered and said, but there is one question, you must answer me, are you an ascender or a nirvana? What does it matter? Lin Shen still didn't care. Of course, if you are a nirvana, I will fight you. If you are still an ascender, I, Charles, will not bully the weak. Charles said arrogantly. Before Lin Shen spoke, he suddenly saw a man wearing a pig head helmet coming over, took off the helmet on his head, revealing a sharp and handsome face that made people feel like a bit of a demon. Charles, he is mine, you are not worthy of challenging him. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. Christine stood in front of Charles and said expressionlessly. Christine, others are afraid of you, but in my eyes, you are just a rookie who has just achieved nirvana. Charles snorted coldly. Since you are not afraid, then come on. Christine said and walked towards the fighting arena. Humph, if you want to make yourself look bad, then I will let you know that there are more geniuses in this world than just you, Christine. Charles was angered by Christine's attitude and also walked towards the fighting arena. The spectators found it very interesting. They originally thought it was just a boring dialectic meeting, listening to some boring and cliched words, but they didn't expect there would be such a good show to watch. Charles is a prince of the Lion King clan. Although there are many princes in the Lion King clan, this identity is not very valuable. However, Charles himself is also very famous. He is known as the Little Lion King in the Lion King clan. He is one of the princes who is more likely to get involved in the throne. His Sphinx life base is an extremely powerful mutant life base. It is also an extremely rare life base in the Wong bloodline of the Lion King clan. Although Christian is strong, he has just been reborn not long ago and has only experienced Nirvana once, while Charles has been a Nirvana 9 times. Most people do not think that Christian can take advantage of Charles. What are you waiting for? Summon your life base. Charles summoned his life base, the Sphinx life base, and stared at Christian coldly. No need. Christian still had that indifferent expression. Charles looked grim. Christine, I gave you 3 points on Diamond Star, don't be ungrateful. I have been ungrateful for so many years, do you know it? Today? Christine said lightly. You. Charles's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Very well, since you want to humiliate yourself, then you can't blame me. As he spoke, the Sphinx in front of Charles burned with golden flames, and golden divine light burst out from his eyes, like 2 golden beams shooting at Christine. It seems that Charles is really angry. He used the golden demon pupil, divine light, right away. It is a skill with the ability to inactivate. Anyone who touches it will die. Combined with Charles's own Nirvana power, the golden lion energy, the power of this attack is so strong that not many people at the Nirvana level can confront it head-on. Longyue said softly. Everyone was a little surprised. Charles used such a terrifying skill right away. If he really killed Christine, the Emperor, barbarians would not let him go easily. Christine saw the golden divine light shining on him, but he did not dodge. He used his palm as a knife and slashed at the golden divine light. The next second, everyone felt as if glass was cracking in front of them. No, not as if, but really cracked. The golden divine light and the Sphinx cracked together, split in half from the middle, and staggered to both sides. Puff. Blood spurted out of Charles's mouth. His life base was destroyed, and it backfired on his body, causing him to suffer damage. Although everyone knew that Christine was very strong, they did not expect that he was so strong. Just when he was in Nirvana, he did not use his life base, but destroyed Charles's life base with just 1 blow. This was too domineering and too strong. Christine is really good. Longyue also had some surprise in her eyes. He's good in everything except his bad character. Catherine smiled bitterly and shook her head. This was because Christine's temper had become much better. If it was the old Christine, Charles would have died. Christine, you're so cruel. Charles left in a panic. After saying this, before he met Christine, he always thought he was very strong, and others also thought he was very strong, but he couldn't even block Christine's attack, which made him feel ashamed and angry. At that moment, his face was almost bloodless, and he thought he would be cut in half along with his life base. Christine has become stronger again, and the speed of progress is really fast. Lin Shen exclaimed. When Christine was upgrading, his separation method was almost invincible. Unexpectedly, after Nirvana, the separation method combined with his Nirvana power was even more invincible than before. Christine didn't care about Charles at all, and didn't even look at him. He stood in the fighting arena, staring straight at Lin Shen, and the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Lin Shen knew that he might not be able to do anything if he didn't take action today, so he had to walk towards the fighting arena. Aren't you going to stop him? Long Yue looked at Catherine and said. Why stop him? Catherine asked back. Long Yue was startled. When she heard this, isn't Lin Shen your friend? You should know how strong Christian is now. I'm afraid Lin Shen is not his opponent. Others may not understand, but they think that Christian's use of his hand instead of a knife to break Charles's life base with one blow is very strong, and the power seems very strong. But Long Yue can see clearly that Christian's knife is not as simple as strong power. His knife power has a very strange ability, as if it can break everything. Charles's nirvana power is obviously stronger, purer, and more powerful than Christian's nirvana power, but when it encounters Christian's knife power, it becomes like tofu in an instant, and is easily cut open like that. This nirvana power and technique even surprised Long Yue. Who said he is my friend? Catherine's words made Long Yue stunned for a moment. Isn't it? Long Yue asked back. Catherine smiled and said, at least not now, or it may be worse than not. Worse? Are you enemies? Long Yue blinked, looked at Catherine and then at Lin Shen, and felt that it seemed more interesting. Maybe, Catherine said ambiguously, but her eyes looked at Lin Shen and Christine in the fighting arena. Wan Xinlong was also looking at Lin Shen in the fighting arena. He suddenly found that he and Lin Shen were no longer on the same level. Even if he wanted to fight desperately, he could only fight desperately with Charles's servants, and he didn't even have the qualifications to contact Charles. This was because it was a special occasion. If it was under normal circumstances, he might not even have a chance to fight desperately with Kulun. Charles never really treated him as a human being from beginning to end, and even when he defeated Kulun, Charles didn't pay any attention to him. Such a Charles took the initiative to challenge Lin Shen, and he didn't even have a chance. A person like Christine may not have the chance to meet the Wan family in his lifetime. Although he also wants to challenge Lin Shen, his words and deeds show his respect for Lin Shen. People really can't live without light. Wan Xinlong muttered to himself. I have already achieved nirvana, what about you? Christine did not rush to attack, staring at Lin Shen and asked. Although I encountered some difficulties, I finally achieved nirvana. Lin Shen said. That's good. Christine half-clenched his palm, and pink particles floated out of his body and condensed into a pink magic sword. The same pink carapace also wrapped around his body, wrapping his entire body inside. Although his whole body is pink, he does not make people feel effeminate at all, but has a wild and macho texture, as if his whole body is full of explosive power. My nirvana power is called the ultimate holy light. It has the attribute of breaking evil. Christine held the sword, but still did not draw the sword, but told Lin Shen about his nirvana power first. Everyone could feel how much Christine valued Lin Shen. When Christine faced Charles, she didn't even use her armor, but now she took the initiative to summon her life base and put on her armor. Others could probably understand it. After all, Christine had been defeated by Lin Shen during the race war. However, most people do not think that Christine is really weaker than Lin Shen. Many people have repeatedly watched the video of that battle and studied it. In the end, they came to the conclusion that Lin Shen was able to win purely by trickery. In a direct confrontation of power, Christine is obviously better. Of course, Lin Shen's finger power that can turn corners and is silent is indeed weird and unpredictable. It is also a bug-level ability in the flying upgrade. But at the Nirvana level, such a weird finger power may not be very useful. The Nirvana level can release the power of Nirvana, and Christine's power can break everything. He can completely protect his body with the power of Nirvana. No matter how weird Lin Shen's finger power changes, it can't break this defense without dead ends. Lin Shen did not summon the shell, and still just faced Christine in combat uniform. It's not that he doesn't want to wear the shell, nor does he disrespect Christine, but there is no shell to wear. Unless he uses the rebel. When the rebel merges with him now, it will turn into that weird paper-like armor. Lin Shen did not intend to use the fate-defying man, so he did not have a shell to wear. He just pulled out the slag knife, holding the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. My Nirvana power has no name, it is just hard, you can do whatever you want. Lin Shen said to Christine in a half-hearted manner. The expressions of the people watching the battle were a little strange. Facing a strong man like Christine, Lin Shen did not summon the life base or use the shell. It was just like a replica of Christine's treatment of Charles just now. Christine had such confidence because Christine was strong enough. Could it be that Lin Shen's confidence was also because he was strong enough? After seeing Christine's strength, everyone was very suspicious whether Lin Shen's confidence was his own illusion. Christine's mood did not change at all. He was still focused and calm, staring at Lin Shen with burning eyes. And slowly raised the pink magic sword in his hand. Christine swung the pink magic sword at Lin Shen, and the pink sword light instantly appeared in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised the slag knife in his hand and slashed at the pink sword light. Christine's sword light was almost invincible, and it could cut through the power of Nirvana. Lin Shen actually took on the pink sword light head-on, which clearly showed that he had strong confidence in his own strength. This made everyone curious about what kind of effect the Nirvana attribute obtained by Lin Shen after his Nirvana made him so confident. Unfortunately, they did not see Lin Shen's Nirvana power, only the invisible sword energy rubbed against the air and collided with the pink sword light. Lin Shen's sword energy had a sawing effect. His sword energy could saw through the ordinary Nirvana power. But when it met Christine's sword light, Lin Shen's sword energy was directly cut in half. Everyone was stunned, thinking that Lin Shen's Nirvana power was so strong, but they did not expect that it was just like this, and it was cut off in an instant. Bang! After the pink sword light split the knife aura, it collided with the blade of the slag knife. Fortunately, the slag knife itself was hard enough, and the pink sword light was not able to split the slag. Lin Shen's strength was stronger than Christine's, and the slag knife was hard enough. This knife sawed the pink sword light and split it in half. Everyone was stunned. The power of Nirvana was easily cut off, but it could cut the pink sword light. I have never seen such a play. For ordinary Nirvana people, if the power of Nirvana is not as strong as the opponent, they will definitely be at a disadvantage. I have never seen such a reversal. Christine seemed to have expected it. The magic sword in his hand did not stop at all, and his footsteps were like ghosts. With Christine's high-speed movement, pink sword lights slashed at Lin Shen from various weird corners. Lin Shen waved the slag knife and scabbard, stood still, and blocked Christine's attacks. Again and again. For a time, the sword light flashed, the knife aura was overflowing, and the two fought hard. Lin Shen took advantage of the slag knife, otherwise his sword energy would not be able to stop Christine's sword. Light. Before, Christine's separation method was already able to split various powers. Now after the nirvana level, with the ultimate light, it can not only restrain most of the nirvana power, but also easily cut through ordinary nirvana materials. That is, a freak weapon like the slag knife cannot be afraid of his sword light. If it were other weapons or life bases, they would have been cut off by Christine long ago. It turns out that Lin Shen's confidence comes from that knife. No wonder he is not afraid of Christine's challenge. Long Yue saw the problem. Lin Shen's knife took a big advantage. The knife skills are also good, Catherine said lightly. Long Yu nodded. The man is strange, the sword is strange, and the sword technique is also strange. This is the first time I have seen someone who can use defense so fiercely, and use the most ferocious momentum to use the most cowardly technique. Catherine couldn't help laughing when she heard it. Your description is very appropriate. How did he practice such a cowardly and fierce sword technique? Others also saw that Lin Shen's sword technique looked very fierce. At first, they thought he was attacking Christian. After watching carefully for a while, they found that Lin Shen's fierce techniques were all defensive. Christine's sword technique became faster and faster, and his figure became more and more weird. His figure quickly drew the sword around Lin Shen, flashing like a ghost. But no matter how Christian's sword technique changed, Lin Shen's sword and scabbard could block his attack. For a while, only the sound of swords colliding could be heard, like the sound of continuous thunder and lightning. The Nirvana force with weaker ability could not see Christian's sword clearly at this time. Wan Xinlong thought that his attack was fast enough, but he couldn't even see Christine's attack clearly. If he was Lin Shen, even if he could resist Christine's sword light, he couldn't resist his sword skills, and he would have been pierced with countless holes. But Lin Shen stood still and blocked all of Christine's attacks, and it seemed that he still had some strength left. It was obviously a defensive posture, but it seemed that his momentum was more fierce than Christine's. He chopped down with his sword, as if he could cut through mountains and seas. It's only been a short time and Lin Shen has already cultivated to this point. Even the top genius of a big family like Christine can hardly ignore his existence. Wan Xinlong now feels that his choice is right. If he really defiles himself according to the original plan, even if he can make Catherine happy and prevent the Wan family from being targeted and suppressed, but the Wan family will probably never have the opportunity to develop again, because no one will give such a Wan family a chance. Those who are high and mighty are willing to collect shining gems, but absolutely no one is willing to collect stones from the toilet. If you want the Wan family to really get out of trouble, it is not to please someone, but to let others see the shining points of the Wan family. The reason why Wan Xinlong was persuaded by Lin Shen was not because he was stimulated by Lin Shen's words, but because Lin Shen's words awakened him and made him realize that he needed to let the people of the Wan family shine, instead of polluting himself. At this time, Lin Shen, in Wan Xinlong's view, was undoubtedly brilliant. Even among the geniuses in the entire universe, the light on him was still impossible to ignore. Christine suddenly stopped, the sword light dissipated, and Christine stared at Lin Shen and said, "Why don't you fight back? I have only practiced defensive swordsmanship, and I haven't practiced offensive." Lin Shen answered very sincerely. "You only practice defense, not offense?" This made everyone stunned. Who would practice swordsmanship only for defense and not offense? Then why are you practicing swordsmanship? Why not just use a shield? Christine said with a strange look on his face, then don't use the sword. Lin Shen looked at Christine and shook his head, I'd better use the sword. Everyone thought that Lin Shen meant that if he didn't use the sword, he couldn't block Christine's sword light, so he had to use the sword. It's a pity that they all misunderstood Lin Shen's good intentions. If he didn't use the sword, he could only fight with his body. He was afraid that he would blow up Christine's magic sword life base with one punch. Christian is a good person. Although he is an opponent, he is also an upright opponent. Lin Shen doesn't want to destroy his life base. Others misunderstood Lin Shen, but Christine didn't misunderstand him. Looking at Lin Shen, he asked, are you stronger when you use the sword or when you don't use the sword? Now, I should be a little stronger when I don't use the sword. Lin Shen replied. Christine nodded, and suddenly turned around and left without saying anything. Everyone was shocked. Why did Christine just leave like that? This was too abstract. It was obvious that Lin Shen relied on the knife to block Christine's sword light. How could Christine believe his lies and leave like that? Christine is such a real person, he believes what others say? Haha, Lin Shen is really bold, it's obvious that he can block the power of Nirvana by relying on the magic of that knife, but he has the nerve to say that he is stronger when he doesn't use the knife. He is thick-skinned, it turns out that he can really become stronger. Most of those who were invited by Longyue to participate in this dialectic are people with real talents and knowledge. How can they not see that Lin Shen can block the pink sword light by relying on that knife? Lin Shen didn't want to fight with Christine, and he was very relieved that Christine listened to his advice. Do you think he is true or false? Will he be stronger when he doesn't use the knife? Longyue asked Catherine beside him. Even Longyue, the immortal, couldn't figure out why Lin Shen said he was stronger when he didn't use the knife, when it was obvious that the knife was the key to his ability to fight with Christine. I don't know, maybe. Catherine couldn't tell whether Lin Shen was true or false. Although Lin Shen would be criticized by thousands of people, he probably couldn't beat Christine. The main reason was that Christine's sword light was too difficult to block. Without a slag knife, what could Lin Shen use to block it? Christine doesn't dare, so let me learn your skills that are stronger than swordsmanship. Before Lin Shen could walk out of the fighting arena, a man walked into the fighting arena and stood opposite Lin Shen and said, hearing that there was another good show to watch, everyone hurriedly looked into the fighting arena again and saw that the person who spoke was the one codenamed Big Head. Everyone was guessing what the identity of this Big Head was, and he dared to challenge Lin Shen. Lin Shen's combat effectiveness was already very strong, and even Christine couldn't do anything to him. Now this Big Head challenged Lin Shen. Could it be that he thought he was stronger than Christine? I'm here to participate in the dialectic, not to fight. If you want to fight, go find someone else. Lin Shen was too lazy to pay attention to him, and he was about to leave the fighting arena after he finished speaking. Data didn't try to stop Lin Shen, but took off the helmet of his combat uniform, revealing a face that looked like he was happy and angry, and was extremely beautiful. Ah! Heizani! Everyone outside the fighting arena was surprised. Heizani's fame is so great that it is not comparable to Christine. After all, Christine has just been promoted to a Nirvana. Although he had some fame in the past, it was only about some of his deeds. There were not many real achievements, and his fame was only limited to the level of flying. Hyzani is different. She was born in the Phoenix clan, which is now ranked first in the universe, and she has been Nirvana for many years and has been famous for many years. Although Hyzani is not a pure-blooded Phoenix clan, her other half of the blood is not worse than the Phoenix bloodline, because her other half of the bloodline comes from the Supreme clan. So, Hyzani is a dual-blooded person of the Supreme clan and the Phoenix clan, and she perfectly inherits the advantages of the two major races. Although she is not a natural Nirvana, her talent and ability are by no means inferior to Dai's. In fact, before Dais was born, Hyzani was recognized by the universe as the strongest talent. However, the reason why Hyzani is so famous is certainly because of her ability and talent, but there are two other important factors, one of which is her beauty. Hyzani has the title of the flower of the universe, from which we can know how beautiful she is. But in addition to the flower of the universe, Hyzani also has another title: Star Queen of the Sea, or Poisonous Widow of the Universe. With her beauty, identity, status, and ability, Hyzani has dealt with many geniuses of various races who were once famous in the universe. But those geniuses who dated Hyzani were ruthlessly dumped by her in the end. What's even more weird is that those geniuses who dated Hyzani, after breaking up with her, either died or gradually became mediocre. Everyone says that Hyzani is a genius harvester. All those young geniuses in the universe who can be famous in the universe for a while have more or less had some relationship with Hyzani. Moreover, Heatherny only likes young geniuses. Although she is not young anymore, the young geniuses she is dating are still around 20 years old. For Heatherny, men over 25 are already old men. With such a personality and style of doing things, Heatherny has naturally caused a lot of trouble among those genius boyfriends she has dated. Many of them have gone to Heatherny for trouble after breaking up. As a result, those men who once had various titles of cosmic geniuses were beaten into silence by Heatherny. Compared with Heatherny, Catherine's reputation makes people feel that Catharinius is pure as a white lotus. Heatherny and Longyue are two people who have nothing in common. Although they are both famous women in the universe, they have almost nothing in common. If Heatherny appears at a banquet, no one will find it strange. But she actually appeared at Longyue's dialectic meeting, which makes people feel a little surprised. Lin Shen, how about we make a bet? Haishan said to Lin Shen with a smile, if you can beat me, I can agree to any of your conditions. Lin Shen also stopped and looked at Haishan because of the exclamations of others. He had to admit that Haishan was really beautiful. Although Lin Shen had heard of Haishan's reputation before, it was hard to associate her with the word female sea king when he saw her pure and sexy face. Lin Shen had to admit that men are visual animals, and he was no exception. In his opinion, Heatherny was a pure, kind and innocent beauty. What if I lose? Facing such a beauty, Lin Shen felt that if he rejected her directly, it would be like committing a crime. If you lose, then be my boyfriend. Heatherny's eyes seemed to be able to speak and looked at Lin Shen, like a cat's eyes, which was really irresistible. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Lin Shen shook his head. Although this beauty is good, her reputation is too scary. All the men who have dated her are either dead or disabled. Lin Shen wants to live a few more years. Then you can have another girlfriend. There are only two words written on Heatherny's beautiful face: sincerity. Sincerity is indeed a killer move. Lin Shen couldn't help but imagine the scene of Tianquan in his left hand and Heatherny in his right hand. But it can only be imagined. With Tianxuan's personality, if he really did that, Tianxuan might chop off his little Lin. An excellent man should not restrain himself. You deserve better things. Heather walked towards Lin Shen with a charming manner. Her smile seemed to make the whole world lose its color. Everyone, including the women, was stunned. It seemed that only Heather's stunning face was left in their eyes, and they could no longer see anything else. Heather, who was about to walk in front of Lin Shen, suddenly punched Lin Shen in the lower abdomen. Window, _tabula equals window _tabula dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target _type, mix. At the moment when the fist was thrown, Heather's body was wrapped in a blue shell. There were spikes on the outside of the fist shell, flashing a dreamy blue light. Heather originally thought that her punch would definitely hit Lin Shen, but she saw Lin Shen's body strangely moving sideways at an incredible speed, causing her punch, which was close at hand, to fall into the air. Huh? Heather's beautiful face showed surprise. I have no grudges against you. Why did you sneak attack me? Lin Shen looked at Heather coldly and said. Heather smiled and said, when did I sneak attack you? This is a bet between you and me. If you win, you can put forward any conditions. If you lose, you have to be my boyfriend. How can it be called a sneak attack? Even if I am blind, are all people blind? Lin Shen snorted coldly. They may not even be as good as blind people. Heather still said with a smile. Lin Shen was slightly startled, and turned to look at the people outside. Only to see that they seemed to have become fake people, standing there motionless, without even blinking. Good tricks. Lin Shen had to admire, Haitian's tricks were really powerful. Although I don't know what trick she used, but she could make everyone look like this. This trick is simply unheard of. It's okay for others, but Long Yue is an immortal. And Haitian is a nirvana. Her power can even affect immortals. This is too abnormal. It's not a very powerful trick, it's just a trick. What you see is not the real them, and what they see is not the real us. This is just a very simple technique, called the Great Method of Changing the World. Haitian looked at Lin Shen with interest and said, I am a little surprised that you can see through the Great Method of Changing the World. I know what every word you say means, but when you put them together, I can't understand a word. Lin Shen said. It's not your fault. It's really hard for ordinary people to understand. Let me explain it with a simple analogy. We can see things because we have eyes, and we can hear sounds because we have ears. In fact, these organs can be regarded as cameras. The images taken by the camera are transmitted to our brains, which are the images and sounds we see and hear. And my method of changing the world can use a recorded image to transmit to the camera, so what they see and hear are the images I transmit, not the real things. So now they see us still talking in the fighting arena, and we haven't fought. What they will see next is they are all what I want them to see, and what you see is actually the image I let you see. At this point, Heather looked at Lin Shen and said, theoretically, what you see now should be the image I let you see. It is impossible to see me punching you, but it is obvious that you saw the real me, which is a bit strange. You have obviously been hit by my heaven-changing and earth-changing great method. You see that they are not moving, which means that the heaven-changing and earth-changing great method is also useful to you, but why can you see the real me? Can you tell me the reason? Heather said so much, it turned out that she wanted to know why Lin Shen could see her true body even though he was hit by the heaven-changing and earth-changing great method. You mean, the heaven-changing and earth-changing great method is like replacing real-time monitoring with a pre-recorded image, so other people can only see the recorded image content and cannot see what is happening now. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. That's probably what I mean, but it's very complicated to operate. It requires several very special talents to do it. Even immortals find it difficult to see through my method of changing the world. Haishan said with a smile, now can you tell me how you saw me? I also want to know why I can see the real you, but unfortunately I don't know the answer. Lin Shen really didn't know why he could see the real Haishan. Don't want to say it? That doesn't matter, you will tell it soon. Haishan said, and suddenly punched Lin Shen's cheek again. Lin Shen dodged. With the blessing of the double life base, his speed was faster than most Nirvana people, and Haishan was no exception. Still not working? You are stronger than I thought, and I want you to be my boyfriend even more. Haishan's body movements changed, and she attacked Lin Shen like a phantom. Lin Shen drew his sword in his hand, and the slag sword blocked all of Haishan's attacks. Heather's skills are unpredictable, her combat experience is rich, and her skills are extensive, which seems to be not inferior to Wei Wufu. If Lin Shen had not specialized in defense and had practiced his defensive skills to the extreme, it would be difficult to block all her attacks. This woman is not just a female Sea King, she has practiced so many skills to a very high level. Lin Shen was slightly surprised, and looked around. The people outside the fighting field were still motionless. He knew that he was still affected by the method of changing the world. Heather's ability made Lin Shen a little envious. If he had such an ability, the opponent would not be able to see what he was doing, and he would just walk up to the enemy and stab him. The enemy would not even know how he was killed. Such an ability is really a bit abnormal. In fact, it was true. The people watching the fight outside still saw Lin Shen talking to Haisheni, and they didn't do anything. Long Yu looked at Catherine beside her with a strange look in her eyes. Are you going to just keep watching? What else? Catherine rolled her eyes and said. Long Yu smiled and said nothing more. She looked at the fighting field again, but the position of her eyes seemed to be a little different from that of others. Catherine curled her lips and muttered to herself, what a witch. Haisheni's skills changed, and she used various skills such as fingers, palms, fists, and elbows in turn, but none of them could attack and defend Lin Shen's defense. Haisheni suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed it, and a sword-shaped spiritual base appeared in her hand. The spiritual base was snow white, but it was wrapped with blue lightning, and it seemed that there was a real lightning dragon wandering inside the sword. Haisheni took a sword in her hand and chopped directly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was surprised to find that Haisheni's nirvana power turned into lightning power. Apart from Wei Wufu, it was the first time that Lin Shen saw someone who could change his own nirvana attributes. Lin Shen slashed out with his sword, meeting the lightning dragon sword light. The sword energy failed to crush the lightning dragon sword light, but fortunately the slag knife was powerful enough, and finally sawed the lightning dragon sword light apart. Haisheni's sword was like a swimming dragon, and a set of lightning dragon sword techniques danced violently like thunder, full of aggression. At this time, Haisheni had completely lost her previous charm. The whole person seemed to have turned into a domineering lightning dragon. Sword lights swayed out like lightning and violently bombarded Lin Shen. Lin Shen used both Swords to block Heizeni's violent lightning dragon sword technique. A set of sword techniques failed to break Lin Shen's defense. But Heizeni suddenly abandoned the sword and drew the sword. A black sword-shaped spiritual base, like a bat wing, appeared in Heizeni's hand. At the same time, Heizeni's nirvana power also changed accordingly, turning into a black weird nirvana power. Heizeni's knife skills are completely different from the sword skills just now. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's almost hard to believe that such different styles of skills and power are actually from the same person. Heizeni's knife skills are like ghosts and ghosts. Her knife changes strangely like a shadow, attacking Lin Shen from all kinds of unexpected angles. Unfortunately, such knife skills are still useless and still can't break Lin Shen's defense. Then Heizeni actually came up with various different spiritual bases: swords, spears, swords, axes, hammers, hooks and forks. Every time she used a spiritual base, Heizeni's nirvana attribute changed once. Each of her techniques has reached an extremely high level, as if they were all tempered by thousands of hammers. If a person can practice such a technique in his life, he should be proud enough. But Heizeni actually practiced so many powerful techniques, each of which is much stronger than the average person practicing for a lifetime. And her nirvana power can actually change into an attribute that matches the technique. Even Lin Shen was surprised. Fortunately, his defensive posture and the slag knife made his defensive ability almost reach the ceiling of the nirvana level. No matter how Heizeni changed, he couldn't break his defense. In fact, Lin Shen could also not defend, but he wanted to see how many unexpected nirvana attributes and techniques Heizeni had. The spectators also saw Lin Shen and Heizeni start fighting, but the picture they saw was the part that Heizeni wanted them to see after modifying it. Heizeni changed more than a dozen nirvana attributes and techniques, and used more than a dozen spiritual bases, but she still couldn't break Lin Shen's defense. Suddenly she stopped attacking and retreated a distance. Your knife. And your knife skills are really interesting. I really want you to be my boyfriend more and more. Heizeni looked at Lin Shen with a burning look. I've already said that I already have a girlfriend, so let's stop here. Lin Shen said. But I like to snatch other people's men. I can't stand other people's men being excellent. When I see an excellent man, I want to snatch him to be my boyfriend. What do you think I should do? Heizeni smiled and didn't intend to let Lin Shen go. You like excellent men, I can introduce you to them. Christine is very good. If that doesn't work, I also know Deus. I heard that he is still single. I can also introduce you to each other. Lin Shen said. Alas, but I like you. You should introduce yourself to me. Heizeni said. Sorry, I can't help you then. Lin Shen turned around and prepared to leave the fighting field. That's not up to you. I'm going to decide on you. Heizeni said, and the dozen or so spirit bases she had used before actually flew up automatically and floated beside her. Different brilliance rose above each spirit base. And more than a dozen top-level nirvana powers erupted at the same time, generating power comparable to thousands of troops. More than a dozen spiritual bases facing Lin Shen were like more than a dozen top nirvana masters going all out, ready to launch a thunderbolt attack on Lin Shen. Heizeni looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile. Your swordsmanship and defense are indeed very powerful. I'm afraid that in a one-on-one situation, no one in the nirvana level can break your defense, but you are only a nirvana after all. If these more than a dozen spiritual bases attack at the same time, I'm afraid that no matter how strong your swordsmanship is, you can't stop them. right? Now you have two ways to choose, one is to embrace the beauty, and the other is to withstand the full force of these more than a dozen spiritual bases. I don't think this should be a difficult choice. Right? Are you really not going to attack? Outside the fighting arena, Langyue asked Catherine again. Obviously she could see the real scene. Lin Shen's swordsmanship was indeed powerful, but as He Sheni said, no matter how powerful his swordsmanship was, two fists could not beat four hands, not to mention the siege of more than a dozen top Nirvana spiritual bases. Even if Lin Shen was given two more swords and two more hands, he would not be able to stop it. Maybe he wants to get the beauty? Catherine remained unmoved and just curled her lips. In the fighting arena, Lin Shen looked at the dozen spirit bases floating beside Heathery, smiled and nodded, saying, "This multiple-choice question is indeed too simple. I think no one should not choose it." "So, you agree to be my boyfriend?" Heathery's eyes smiled into crescent shapes. "No, I have difficulty making choices. I don't like to make multiple-choice questions." Lin Shen put the knife back into the sheath, hung the knife back on his waist, looked at Heathery and said lightly, "So, this multiple-choice question is left to you. If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing happened, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The more you do this, the more I like you. If you don't want to be my boyfriend, I will insist on you being my boyfriend." As Heathery said this, the dozen or so spirit bases floating beside her suddenly shone brightly, turning into terrifying streams of light that attacked Lin Shen. The power of each of these spirit bases is comparable to that of a top-level Nirvana. The power of a dozen spirit bases, bursting out together, is already terrifying to an unimaginable degree. It is no longer a force that a Nirvana can contend with. Catherine couldn't help but stand up, and Langyue stared at Lin Shen without blinking. Lin Shen moved, but this time, he didn't draw his sword. He flew directly to meet the dozen spirit bases, then raised his arm and punched them. Catherine thought Lin Shen had some secret technique to counter Heathery's spirit base, but she didn't expect him to rush up so savagely. What puzzled her even more was that Lin Shen didn't even summon his shell, and just met Heathery's dozen top-level Nirvana spirit bases with his flesh and blood. Heathery didn't seem to want to kill Lin Shen. Seeing that Lin Shen was actually facing the spirit base with his bare hands, she moved her eyes slightly, and more than a dozen spirit bases bombarded Lin Shen's arms. Window _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _type mix. At once, many terrifying Nirvana powers burst out towards Lin Shen's arm, and the dazzling light was so bright that people could not look directly at it. Lin Shen did not care where those spirit bases hit his body. The target of his punch was not those spirit bases, but Heather herself. More than a dozen spirit bases, with extremely terrifying dazzling light, bombarded Lin Shen's fist and arm one after another. But the next second, Heather's eyes showed horror. Under Lin Shen's punch, those dozen spirit bases exploded into ashes all over the sky, as if those were not top-level Nirvana spirit bases that could destroy mountains, but paper ashes. Lin Shen rushed out of the flying ashes like a demon, and his fist was in front of Heather in an instant. Heather was worthy of being a top-level Nirvana person. In this situation, she actually reacted and punched towards Lin Shen's fist. Lin Shen's fist was just flesh and blood, while Heather's fist was covered with shells and spikes, and the blue Nirvana power also burst out. Boom! The power of Nirvana was shattered, and Heatherne's body was knocked back by a punch. During her flight, her shell and combat uniform turned into ashes, leaving only her flesh and blood body, which slammed hard against the wall of the fighting arena. Heatherne's snow-white body twisted and stuck to the wall. Fortunately, the specifications of the wall were too high and made of immortal-level materials, otherwise she would have crashed through the wall. Heatherne's pupils dilated, and her body slid down the wall and fell to the ground, spurting out streams of blood. Catherine opened her mouth and stared at Lin Shen, not moving for a long time. Long Yue's eyes were full of surprise. It's actually true. He's even more powerful when he doesn't use a knife. No. This isn't even more powerful. It's just a powerful explosion. He smashed more than a dozen top-level Nirvana spirit bases with one punch. He broke Heizeni's shell. Can the power of a Nirvana person be this strong? Countless thoughts flashed through Catherine's mind, and she even had the urge to rush over and kill Lin Shen right now. If such a person were to become immortal, how terrifying would that be? And this person is still her enemy. Long Yue remembered what Lin Shen said when he introduced the power of Nirvana. At that time, she didn't think there was anything wrong, but now she felt that Lin Shen seemed to be very sincere. His power was really strong, not just ordinary strong. Lin Shen, I'm determined to be your man. Heizeni's figure suddenly turned into blue particles all over the sky, and disappeared in front of Lin Shen's eyes, leaving only one sentence echoing in Lin Shen's ears. After Heatherne disappeared, the people watching the fight outside suddenly felt their eyes blurred. The figures fighting in the fighting arena disappeared, and they saw Lin Shen standing alone at the edge of the fighting arena, but Heatherne disappeared. Where is Heatherne? Why is she gone? Everyone was puzzled. They just saw Heatherne using various techniques to fight Lin Shen. How could she disappear after a blur? They saw Lin Shen walking out of the fighting arena, and they all cast suspicious eyes on him. Where is Heatherne? Seeing Lin Shen walking back, Catherine asked knowingly. Maybe something happened. She suddenly left by herself, inexplicably. Lin Shen shrugged and said. Catherine and Long Yue looked at each other strangely after hearing this. They couldn't help but look at each other, thinking in their hearts. This person is really good at talking nonsense. What do you mean she suddenly left for no reason? It's obvious that you almost beat her to death. Is she waiting to be beaten to death by you if she doesn't leave? Maybe something happened to Heatherne suddenly. Let's stop here and continue the dialectic. At the signal of the Real Long Yue, the fake Long Yue came out to control the situation. Lin Shen returned to the venue with everyone as if nothing had happened and continued to participate in the dialectic. Long Yue, who was wearing a Minotaur combat uniform, chatted with Lin Shen about some topics intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Shen praised her views very much, which made Long Yue feel angry and funny. Anyone could hear that Lin Shen was deliberately trying to please her, but such flattery was a bit too clumsy. Not to mention a woman like Long Yue, even a woman with a little knowledge would not be moved by such clumsy praise. Long Yue was somewhat puzzled. Why did Lin Shen try so hard to please her? Did he see through her true identity? No one dared to challenge Lin Shen again. Top Nirvana masters like Christine and Heatherne were unable to break Lin Shen's swordsmanship, so they naturally did not think they had such ability. Since they could not defeat Lin Shen in actual combat, they hoped to surpass Lin Shen in their own knowledge and talent, hoping to leave a good impression on Long Yue. Lin Shen's knowledge was indeed not as good as theirs. When he was occasionally Asked for his opinion, he could not say anything insightful, let alone any opinions that would make people's eyes light up. Many famous young men were secretly relieved when they saw that the fake Long Yue did not pay too much attention to Lin Shen. People from small races still have limitations after all. Their vision and knowledge are too poor. They just practiced a set of somewhat strange swordsmanship and got a good sword. They immediately felt that Lin Shen's threat was not that great. After all, although Lin Shen's swordsmanship was powerful, it was a pity that he was only defensive. No matter how strong he was, it was just like that. When the debate was over, everyone was taken to separate dressing rooms by waiters, who asked them to change out of their combat uniforms and leave. Lin Shen and Catherine also returned to their previous dressing room and changed into their own combat uniforms. Lin Shen, do you think Heathern is prettier or me? When Lin Shen came out of his combat uniform, Heathern had already changed her clothes and sat on the sofa, looking at him with a smile and asked, I have face blindness and can't tell beauty from ugliness. Lin Shen looked at Catherine seriously and said, but I think you are prettier than Heathern. Why? Catherine asked with interest. If Lin Shen said she was beautiful directly, Catherine would never believe it, but Lin Shen's words made her curious. Because you have something she doesn't have. Lin Shen's words came from the heart. In fact, there are too many beauties in the universe. After seeing so many, I feel that beauties have their own beauty. If you say who is more beautiful, you really can't tell. Catherine and Heathern are both great beauties. But there are countless beauties in the universe who are not worse than them. In terms of beauty, Lin Shen really didn't know who was better looking. However, Catherine had a fire in her body, and those who were chosen by the fire should be more beautiful than those who were not chosen. What do I have that she doesn't have? Catherine asked with bright eyes. I can't say it, it's just a feeling. Lin Shen didn't want to dwell on this question anymore, so he smiled and said, if I have to say it, I want to hold you to sleep, but I don't have such thoughts about her. Catherine blinked and looked at Lin Shen with a subtle look. If someone dared to talk to her like this, he would probably die or lose a layer of skin. But when Lin Shen said this, Catherine didn't feel disgusted at all, and even felt a little proud. Catherine thought about it, and Lin Shen did not seem to be as frivolous to Heather as he was to her, and even almost beat Heather to death. If you say such rogue words again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Catherine was angry and glared at Lin Shen fiercely. You asked it yourself, and you don't let people talk. It's really hard to be a man. Lin Shen sighed and pushed open the door of the room, but saw a waiter standing outside the door. Sir, the host wants you to go to Yayuan alone. The waiter saw Lin Shen coming out and said hurriedly, Long Yue asked me to go to Yayuan alone? Lin Shen knew that Yayuan was where Long Yue lived, and he was a little surprised why Long Yue let him go alone. Although he tried his best to get closer to Long Yue today, he was obviously not good at pleasing others. He could feel that Long Yue was not very interested in his flattering words. Lin Shen looked at Catherine, but Catherine came over and hugged Lin Shen's arm and said, the dialectic is over. We have something else to do, so we won't bother Long Yue. As she said that, Catherine pulled Lin Shen out. The waiter was a little embarrassed, but he didn't dare to stop Catherine, so he could only go back to Long Yue to explain the situation. Long Yue just smiled after hearing this. I originally thought that Catherine was a woman who cared about the world like me, but I didn't expect that. I overestimated her. She would also be obsessed with these little love affairs. After all, she is not a fellow traveler. Long Yue didn't embarrass the waiter, waved him away, and sat alone in Yuan, recalling everything that would happen in the dialectic today. Christine is a rare genius in the world. Although Heatherny is too greedy and cannot integrate all her abilities into one and truly use them for herself, each of her abilities comes from a top-level talent. The combined attack is far beyond the upper limit of the power that a Nirvana can bear. These two people are not the opponent of Lin Shen. That kind of swordsmanship and that kind of punch are probably unmatched in the Nirvana level. It seems that the rumor that he once defeated Deers is probably not entirely a rumor. Long Yue recalled the domineering punch of Lin Shen, and was even more curious in her heart. He was born in a small tribe, and he did not practice in the Tianren tribe since he was a child. Even if he got the help of the Tianren tribe later, it would not be all the credit of the Tianren tribe to have such a cultivation. I wonder if there are other small tribes that can learn from his growth process. But after thinking about it again, Long Yue felt a little funny. Lin Shen is a man with great ability and talent. He can win the favor and respect of others with his talent and ability. However, he just uses such words that are too obvious to please others. It is really speechless. Is this person a people-pleaser? Long Yue thought secretly in her heart. Lin Shen actually wanted to meet Long Yue, but then he thought that it would be difficult for him to find common topics with a literary young woman like Long Yue. It would be difficult to win her favor if he went. Instead, it might make the atmosphere awkward and even make Long Yue more disappointed in him. Instead of this, it is better to go back and read more books. Maybe there will be a chance to win Long Yue's favor next time. You will regret not having enough books when you need them. If I had read more books and not played so crazy when I was a child, maybe I could have impressed Long Yue today. Lin Shen did not stop Catherine from pulling him back, but he sighed in his heart. He just thought so. Even if he was really well educated, he was probably far behind the noble young men and young ladies from the great families in the universe. After all, their knowledge level was much higher than that of humans. It's really troublesome. I wonder if Long Yue will be like this woman and want something that I happen to have. It's better to trade fairly. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that there might not be such a good thing. Long Yue herself is an immortal, and the wealthy families of various races are flocking to her. Whatever she wants, someone will eagerly deliver it to her. Why would she ask him for anything? Catherine was very satisfied with Lin Shen's behavior. It seemed that she had no intention of meeting Long Yue at all. She followed her obediently and left Weishan Mansion. I made you lose the opportunity to be alone with Long Yue. Do you hate me to death? Catherine said while driving the aircraft. Not only do I hate you to death, I hate you so much that I am about to explode. How are you going to compensate me? Lin Shen said. If you say those shameless words again, I will throw you down now. Catherine rolled her eyes and said she had guessed what Lin Shen wanted to say. Lin Shen had no choice but to shut up. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Catherine said again, you'd better have less contact with Long Yue, and it's best not to get involved with her. Why? Lin Shen asked, curiously. Her background, appearance, talent and ability are all top choices, but there is one thing that is not good, and it is very deadly. Catherine said seriously. What? Lin Shen was even more curious. She is an extreme idealist, always thinking about making all races in the universe coexist peacefully, and the big races and small races mutually beneficial. That doesn't seem to be wrong. The idea is good. But it is too idealistic. Her idea is tantamount to pursuing absolute fairness, but fairness is always relative. Where can there be absolute fairness? Catherine said, for example, two workers work together. According to her idea, both people should receive the same wages and benefits. This is only fair. However, if one worker works hard and the other worker is just fishing in troubled waters, it is really unfair to give them the same treatment. Is it fair? Her idea is extremely dangerous. That is to say, her background is too good. She has the background of the Snow Clan's Holy Mother, and her own talents and abilities are strong. If it were anyone else, I am afraid that even the Snow Clan would not be able to tolerate her, and she would not wait for outsiders to deal with it. Her family will take care of her first. Even so, if she doesn't change her mind, her future outcome will definitely not be good, so you'd better stay away from her, and don't get too involved with her. Lin Shen nodded thoughtfully, but thought to himself, distribution according to work is indeed fair, but I am afraid that it will eventually lead to absolute centralization, and then reshuffling and redistribution. Human history has verified it countless times. This is a reincarnation. Catherine sent Lin Shen back to the hotel, but she did not return to the hotel and left in the aircraft. After Lin Shen returned to his room, he thought about how to get the fire from Haoyue. He went online and carefully studied Haoyue's information. Dean, tomorrow the mission is going to appraise the statues of gods and gods again, and you need to attend. Ouyang Yudu came to Lin Shen. Then let's go and have a look. Lin Shen stretched. He was really not interested in these things, not to mention that the mission did not need him to do anything. The leader was just a name. The next morning, the deputy head of the delegation and several experts in charge of identification, under the protection of the immortals, were ready to go and identify the statue of the celestial being. Seeing Lin Shen coming, the deputy head Chi9 could not help but frown slightly. Although Lin Shen was just a figurehead, they had hardly seen Lin Shen in the 2 days since he came to the Diamond Tribe. He did not even attend the meetings of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the delegation. This Lin Shen was too outrageous. Others did not have a good face for Lin Shen, just treating him as heir. Lin Shen did not care, and took Ouyang Yudu and several people with the officials of the Diamond Tribe's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Imperial Capital Museum, where the statue of the celestial being was collected. However, after arriving at the Imperial Capital Museum, only Lin Shen and Chi9, as well as several identification experts, were allowed to enter, and even the immortals in charge of the guards could only wait outside. The list had been determined long ago, and not everyone was qualified to participate. Lin Shen actually did not want to go in, so he might as well rest in the hall. If he could choose, he would rather wait in the hall. Led by the staff, the group passed through many doors and finally came to the hall where the statues of the gods were collected. Lin Shen looked at the statue of the gods, placed in an energy shield. There was nothing special about it. It looked like a white stone statue, carved with an angel image with wings spread, hands clasped together, eyes closed and praying. If it wasn't known in advance that this was a statue of the gods, it would have been just an ordinary stone statue. Although it was protected by an energy shield, there was still a fully armed guard guarding each of the 4 corners of the room. The staff of the Diamond Tribe and the appraiser of the Diamond Tribe were discussing, and Chijio was talking to the staff from time to time. Only Lin Shen, the leader, had nothing to do and yawned beside him. Lin Shen originally thought that it was just an appraisal and would be over soon. Who knew that the shield hadn't been opened yet, and they had been discussing it for almost an hour just by looking at the statue of the gods. Lin Shen was bored, so he went to a bench against the wall and sat down on it. Chijiao frowned and glanced at him, but didn't say anything. The whole identification process was extremely cumbersome, and the D-Man tribe obviously wouldn't let them touch the statue of the god at will. Chijiao and the others had a very painful negotiation, but they had to be patient and negotiate with the other party. This hall is connected to the hall next to it. Lin Shen remembered that when he passed by there just now, he saw some collections there. It was really boring to sit there, so he simply stood up and went to the hall next to it to take a look. There were many portraits hanging in this hall. Lin Shen looked at it for a while and found that the people in the portraits should all be the same person, who should be an emperor of the D-Man tribe. After looking for a while, he felt a little bored. Seeing that the door to the other side was ajar, Lin Shen walked over. After walking in, he found that this was a small projection room where a holographic projection was being projected. In the whole small hall, there was only a young man from the D-Man tribe sitting there watching the image. What movie is this? It looks interesting? Lin Shen sat down next to the young man from the D-Man tribe and asked. The young man ignored him and just watched the movie by himself. Seeing that he ignored him, Lin Shen did not bother him anymore. For someone who was concentrating on watching the movie, it was indeed a bit impolite. Lin Shen moved to the seat next to him and sat there to watch without disturbing the man. It was more interesting than watching their appraisal. The movie was quite interesting. Although Lin Shen started watching from the middle, he did not feel bored. The content seemed to be telling a story similar to Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai, but the protagonists were a young man and woman from the Diamond tribe. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. When Lin Shen watched it, they were studying in an academy together and practicing swordsmanship together. The man did not know that the woman was a woman in disguise. Both of them were extremely talented and competed with each other. In the end, the two people started competing with each other, then gradually admired each other, and then the woman fell in love with the man. The man finally discovered the fact that the woman was a man, and developed a mutual love. The two practiced a set of combined swordsmanship together, and they practiced it so well. As Lin Shen watched, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned to look at the young man next to him, and then looked at the male protagonist in the movie. Only then did he realize that this man was the male protagonist in the movie. I wonder what it feels like to watch a movie in which you act yourself. Lin Shen thought to himself. The young man ignored Lin Shen and watched the movie intently. Since Lin Shen found out that he was the male protagonist, he would secretly glance at him from time to time. When the movie was about the man and woman being separated due to family obstacles, Lin Shen saw that the young man's eyes were actually filled with tears, as if they were about to drip. Lin Shen was a little speechless. He didn't feel how touching it was. This man was actually moved to this extent by the movie he acted in. The ending of the movie was somewhat different from the story Lin Shen knew. The male and female protagonists were eventually separated. The female protagonist was forced to marry by her family, and the male protagonist was forced to leave and didn't know where he went. After the movie ended, the young man seemed to come to his senses. He suddenly saw Lin Shen next to him and was startled. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man looked at Lin Shen and asked. "Really?" This guy was so absorbed in watching a movie that he didn't even know I was here? Lin Shen had no choice but to say, "I saw the door was open just now, so I came in and watched for a while. I was just talking to you, but you were concentrating on watching the movie and ignored me." "Movie?" The young man was slightly startled and looked at Lin Shen carefully for a few times, and suddenly realized, "You are Lin Shen, the leader of the Celestial Tribe's envoys." "It's me, what's your name?" Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party knew him. "Just call me Kiki, I'm a staff member here. Don't tell others that you've seen me here. It would be a bit troublesome if they knew that you came here to watch a movie during working hours." The young man said. "Same, I also came out during working hours. I'll keep it a secret for you, and you should keep it a secret for me too." Lin Shen smiled. "Yes, you should be identifying the celestial statue now. Why did you come out?" Kiki looked at Lin Shen in confusion and asked. "Don't you know? I'm just a figurehead as the leader, they don't need me, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not," Lin Shen said lazily. "This is not a secret. The Diamond Tribe also knows it well. Their negotiations with the delegation are basically connected with Chijiu. No one came to find Lin Shen." Kuka seemed to be deeply touched and sighed. "Then you must be very depressed." "Who said it wasn't? After all, I am the leader of a group. Those guys don't take me seriously. Don't you think it's infuriating?" Lin Shen said casually. He was just chatting with Cuckoo. If he was really asked to take charge, he really didn't want to. Unexpectedly, Cuckoo felt very unfair for Lin Shen and said angrily, "You are right, they are really too rude." The two chatted for a while, and the more they talked, the more they got along. The young man was obviously also excluded. He understood Lin Shen's situation very well. When he was excited, he was more excited than Lin Shen. While chatting, Kiki seemed to have thought of something, stood up and said, "Come with me, I will show you something good." "What good thing?" Lin Shen asked, curiously. "You will know after seeing it. I will never let you down." Coco looked mysterious and walked towards a small door next to her, opened the door with the key, and walked in. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't follow him, Cuckoo still waved to him from inside the door. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked over. After Lin Shen entered, Coco locked the small door from the inside, which shocked Lin Shen. "Don't worry, there is no one else here. What I want you to see will definitely surprise you, and it will also be very beneficial to you," the young man said, and opened another small door, taking Lin. After passing through several portals, he came to a small room. Lin Shen was a little worried. This person could not be sent by the Imperial barbarians to set a trap for him. But when I think about it, I think it's impossible. How could the Emperor barbarians predict that he will come out for a walk and wait here to set a trap for him in advance? After taking a look at the hut, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly widened. This. Lin Shen pointed at the thing in front of him and stuttered a little. "That's right, this is the celestial god statue of the celestial clan. It's a real thing. The one outside is a fake," Coco said with a smile. Lin Shen was dumbfounded. He never imagined that a staff member he met randomly would bring him to see something like this. There is also a praying angel stone statue in front of him, but this angel stone statue looks very worn, the surface has turned gray, and there are many mottled and peeling places on it. Lin Shen found it hard to believe that this could be a real statue of gods and goddesses, because the statues of gods and humans were transformed from the life base of immortals. Even if they lost their spirituality, they should not be damaged so easily. If you bring me to see this, it won't have any impact on you, right? Lin Shen looked at Coco and asked. Coco smiled and said, I just brought you to take a look. As long as you don't tell, no one else will know. Even if you tell, I won't admit it. Then why did you take the risk to bring me to see this thing? Lin Shen was still a little unimaginable. No matter how he thought, normal people should not be able to do such a thing. We are not friends. Coco pointed to the statue of the gods and said, those people in the mission should not be able to identify the authenticity. You only need to remember a few key points of the true statues of gods. After you go back, you can, if they find out in front of you that it is a fake celestial being, then they will naturally look at you differently and no longer dare to disrespect you. As the leader, when did we become friends? Lin Shen looked at Coco blankly, his heart full of questions. If what Coco said was true, then this man was too naive. He was so naive that Lin Shen couldn't believe what he said was true. Lin Shen suddenly thought that Coco was not an ordinary worker. In the movie he watched before, Coco was the leading actor in it. He should be someone with some status, at least a star or something. In this era, if you want to be a star, it is not just as simple as being good-looking and being able to act. You must also have extremely strong abilities. In the interstellar age, no one will worship the weak. Coco didn't pay attention to what Lin Shen was thinking, and pointed at the statue of heaven and man and said, although the place where the statue of heaven and man was found is a closed space, there is a strong corrosive liquid in that space. It has experienced countless years. Even the surface of the immortal life foundation has been corroded by the corrosion. No outsider knows this, and they won't admit it if you use this as an excuse. Those places that really need your attention are. The more Kiki spoke, the more truthful he became, and Lin Shen began to feel that what he said really made sense, and maybe this was the real statue of a god. After Coco finished speaking, he asked Lin Shen, have you remembered everything? Don't make the wrong mistake later. Can you say it again? Lin Shen sheepishly took out a notebook and planned to write down the contents. He could only remember a rough outline of what Coco said just now, and most people would not be able to remember so many things. It can be seen that his eyes became a little softer, and he said softly, don't be anxious, I will explain it to you carefully, and you can take your time to remember it. Sorry to trouble you. Lin Shen said a little ashamed. It's nothing, we are friends. Coco said with a smile. Lin Shen felt that these words seemed familiar, but for a while he couldn't remember where he had heard them before. Coco had already started to explain it to him in detail, so Lin Shen had to write it down first before talking about it. Kiki spoke in great detail, telling Lin Shen to remember a sentence, as if he was afraid that Lin Shen wouldn't be able to remember it. Lin Shen recorded in detail the differences between the real celestial statues and the fake celestial statues, and how to distinguish the true ones from the false ones. Coco explained them all clearly. What is true, what is false, everything is so clear that Lin Shen has to believe that this is the real statue of gods and gods. After Coco finished speaking, he took the notes written by Lin Shen and looked at them, making sure they were correct before returning them to Lin Shen. Just write it down. If your people can't identify it later, it will be your turn. Coco thought for a while and then said, don't tell people that you have seen me, otherwise it will be harmful to you. Prophet. I understand, thank you. Lin Shen was now 90% convinced that what Coco said was true. We are friends, so we should help each other. Keek's sincere look touched Lin Shen a little bit. It's almost time. They are probably about to finish the appraisal. You should go back quickly and don't miss the opportunity. Kiki said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought about it and said goodbye. On the way back, Lin Shen suddenly thought of why. He felt that Keek's words sounded familiar. Doesn't Tian often say that we are friends? I wonder why it sounds so familiar. The expressions and tones of the two people are a bit similar, but the words are slightly different. Lin Shen suddenly felt that Keek's words didn't seem so sincere. It's not easy to be a friend in the mouth of Tian, and this Kiki gave him the feeling that he was a bit like Tian, which made Lin Shen frown slightly. When he returned to the hall, Chijiao and several appraisal experts had already begun to appraise the statue of the Celestial being nearby. The shield outside the Tianren statue had been opened, but the staff of the Diamond Tribe still did not allow them to touch the statue, let alone take things from it for identification. No one cared about Lin Shen's return. Lin Shen looked at it from the side and compared it with the places that Cuckoo said. The more he looked, the more he felt that this thing was indeed a fake. Although he was a little bit unbelievable, the facts seemed to prove that what Cuckoo said was true. Chijiao took several appraisers to study the statue of the god of heaven and man, but unfortunately, the information they knew about the statue of the god of heaven and man was also the previous records and video materials. No one knew what the statue of the god of heaven and man had experienced after it disappeared, and what kind of changes had taken place. After several hours of appraisal, no flaws were found, but the appraisers were not sure whether the statue of the god of heaven and man was real. Master Qingyan, what is the conclusion? The time given by the Diamond Tribe for appraisal was running out, and the appraisers still could not come up with a result. Chijiao had to ask one of the old men. The old man, known as the Master Qingyan, said respectfully to Chijiao, Master Jiao, I have used the pupil technique to check the structure, texture, and age of the statue, which are consistent with the real statue of the god of heaven and man. Another appraiser also said, I checked the outline and charm of the statue, and found no problems. Referring to the literature, some traces on the statue are also consistent with it. Several appraisers talked one after another, and it seemed that they could be sure that this statue was the real statue of the god of heaven and man. So, this statue of the god of heaven is real? Chijiao asked. That can't be said. After all, we haven't seen the real statue of the god of heaven. We can only confirm that this statue is very similar to the statue of the god of heaven in all indicators, but Master Qingyan hesitated. But what? Chijiao frowned. But there seems to be an extra injury on the left eyebrow of this statue. We haven't found this injury in any literature. And we haven't found this injury in the existing images of the god of heaven. Master Qingyan said. The god of heaven has been lost for such a long time, it's not strange that there is some damage in the middle. Chijiao thought for a while and said. The key is that the year of this injury is also very long, it's not a new injury in modern times, we can't determine the specific year of this injury, we Can't determine whether the scar came from before or after. There are several similar scars on the statue. Smaller places. Also can't be determined. Master Qingyan whispered to Qijiu. Qijiu understood what Master Qingyan meant, that is, the authenticity of this stone statue is still a little doubtful. Such an important thing, if there is any doubt, no one dares to conclude that it is real, and no one can afford the cost of a wrong identification. After all, in order to take back the statue of the God of Heaven, the Tianren tribe needs to pay a huge price. If they take back a fake statue of the God of Heaven, not only will they suffer heavy losses, but the entire Tianren tribe will become a laughing stock. Qijiu asked Master Qingyan some more questions, and after thinking for a moment, he walked towards Lin Shen. Captain Lin, the identification results are out, and I have to ask you to confirm it again. Qijiu said. I don't understand identification, so you can decide. Lin Shen said. You are the person in charge, and you can only decide. After all, this is related to our next negotiation with the Diamond Tribe. If it is confirmed to be true, the negotiation will be carried out with the goal of taking back the statue of the God of Heaven. It is a serious matter and can only be confirmed by you personally. Qijiu said. What is the identification result? Lin Shen knew that he was pushed out by the Tianren Academy to take the blame. At this time, they let Lin Shen make the decision, and their intention was obvious. If they asked for a fake statue to take back, Lin Shen, the person in charge, would be held primarily responsible. Qijiu asked Master Qingyan and the others to show Lin Shen the results of the appraisal. Lin Shen took the appraisal and read it carefully. The appraisal results of almost all items on it were consistent with the real statue of the God of Heaven and man. Only the last item said that there were several damages that could not be found in the resources and documents, and it was marked as suspected to be caused by the disappearance. Since there are doubts, it proves that there is a problem with the statue. I think this matter can only be dropped, Lin Shen said without hesitation. He was not so determined because Cuckoo said that the statue was fake. If he could not take the statue back, he would not make a big mistake. If he took a fake statue back, it would be a big mistake. Even if there was no matter about Cuckoo, there was such a little doubt that was dispensable, and Lin Shen was unwilling to take the risk. Even if he went back and suffered a minor punishment, it would be better than making a big mistake. If you don't do anything, you'll be fine. If you do more, you'll be more wrong. Lin Shen has applied the wisdom of his ancestors. Captain Lin, you should think about it carefully. This is the last chance to welcome back the statue of Tianren. The Diamond Tribe has decided to sell the statue of Tianren. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to welcome back the statue of Tianren in the future. Qijiu said. The Diamond Tribe wants to sell the statue of Tianren. How come I don't know about this? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Whether you know it or not, it's just like this. Captain, you should make a decision. Qijiu said expressionlessly. Lin Shen thought to himself, these bastards in the Tianren Academy are determined to make me take the blame. They didn't tell me about such an important thing in advance. Who are they going to sell it to? Besides my Tianren tribe, who else can pay such a high price to buy this statue of Tianren? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. Tian Jiuyo. Qijiu said a name. Lin Shen was stunned. He really knew Tian Jiuyo. In fact, it was Difficult not to know this person when he was in the Tianren tribe. Tian Zhouyo once fought with Emperor Tian Shu for the throne, but after his failure, he betrayed the Tianren clan and fled abroad. He has always been an important figure on the Tianren clan's wanted list. Tian Zhouyo also established a Zhouyo group outside, and has always regarded himself as the orthodox of the Tianren clan. If Tian Zhouyo bought the statue of the god of heaven and man, and the statue of the god of heaven and man was genuine, it would be a slap in the face of Emperor Tian Shu. No wonder the Tianren clan was in such a dilemma, and no wonder Emperor Tian Shu asked Lin Shen to come. Originally, it was not entirely due to the pressure from the Tianren Academy. A large part of the reason was that Emperor Tian Shu still hoped that Lin Shen could help him get back the real statue of the god of heaven and man. Otherwise, if the statue of the god of heaven and man fell into the hands of Tian Zhouyo, Emperor Tian Shu's face would not look good. The appraisal time is coming soon. How did you discuss it? Please give us a reply so that we can decide whether to keep or go of the statue of the god of heaven and man. The officials of the Diamond clan had an expression of watching a good show. Chijiao and several appraisers looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen cursed in his heart, "You usually treat me as heir, and now someone needs to take the blame. You are roasting me on the fire one by one, you shameless things." Although he cursed in his heart, Lin Shen had to bite the bullet and take it on. Can you give us some time to discuss? Lin Shen looked at the diplomat and asked. Before noon tomorrow. The statue of the god of heaven will be sold publicly. I hope you can give us an answer now. We still need to do a lot of preparations. Grandfather official said. Then let us discuss it again. Please. Lin Shen walked back to Chijiao and others, looked at Chijiao and asked, What do you think, Deputy Captain? 9. Should we welcome back the statue of the god of heaven? The appraisal results are here, and we will obey the captain's decision. Chijiao was not willing to take the blame. Lin Shen looked at Master Qingyan and others, and Master Qingyan quickly imitated Chijiao and said, We will obey the captain's decision. Then welcome back the statue. Lin Shen said lightly. With Lin Shen's decision, both the Emperor Barbarians and the Celestials were happy. After Chijiao and others returned, they held a meeting with other members of the mission to discuss how to negotiate with the Celestials, hoping to bring back the celestial statue at the lowest cost. You guys can discuss it and let me know the result after the discussion. Lin Shen sat for a while, then got up and left directly. Chijiao and others had no intention of keeping him and continued to hold meetings to study tomorrow's negotiation strategy. The banquet hall of Emperor Mengxing's Grand General's mansion. Sitting in the master's seat is a thin man from the Imperial Barbarian tribe with a long face, a hooked nose, and dark eyes. He was just sitting there casually, with a somewhat calm and intimidating air. General Sassoon, this drink celebrates the happy cooperation between you and me. The person sitting in the guest seat turned out to be an old man from the celestial race. On this day, the old man from the human race was a fat man. Although his feathers had almost turned gray, his face was red and his gray hair was combed very brightly. He looked like he was very rich. General Sassoon did not raise a toast, but said calmly, The deal with the celestial race envoy has not been completed yet, and it is too early to celebrate. Tian Zhouyo. You still have to handle your own affairs well and don't get involved. Tian Zhouyo put down the cup in his hand and was not angry. He still said with a smile, General, please don't worry. The informants I have installed in the celestial race envoy have already received the news. They are fully prepared to welcome back the celestial god statue. The bottom line is to give up all 7 genetically modified planets, including General Feather Star and Blazing Star, to the nobles. During the negotiations tomorrow, the general must not show mercy. General Sassoon finally showed a smile after hearing this. This is the best. General, after everything is done, the real statue of gods. And gods? Tian Joyo asked cautiously. Don't worry, nature will deal with you as agreed. You just need to prepare the resources. General Sassoon said. All resources have been prepared, and the general can send people to take over at any time. Tian Joyo said with a smile. Okay. The smile on Sassoon's face became even stronger. At this time, Tian Joyo picked up the wine glass again and toasted to Sassoon. The general's clever plan is unparalleled. That old man Tian Shu paid such a high price, but he can only get a fake statue of gods and gods. When he knows the real when the statue of gods and gods is already in my hands, I'm afraid I'll be so angry that I die. This time, General Sassoon did not refuse. He raised his wine glass and gestured to the sky. Then he drank a little and put it down again. That fox, Emperor Tian Shu, has always been very smart, but this time he sent a human to act as an envoy. Leader, there won't be any problems in deciding this big matter, right? Tian Joyo said. The general does not know that the differences between that old man of Tian Shu and the celestial beings are getting more and more serious. He is dissolute and cares about his own enjoyment. Every year, at least 30% of the taxes collected by the celestial clan are lost to him. He was not satisfied with his squandering, so he specially asked Lin Shen to reopen the Tianchi Academy to get more resources. Most of the people in the Tianren Academy, including Yi, had already treated him very dissatisfied. The conflict between the two factions is very fierce now. Although Lin Shen is a close minister of Emperor Tian Shu, he is not qualified to preside over such a big matter. The reason why he can become the person in charge is because Tian Renyuan wants to put him in charge. He pushed it out to take the blame to attack the Tian Shu emperor. Now he has decided to take back the celestial god statue. I am afraid that the people in the celestial Mansion Academy wish that the statue was fake, so they used 7 transformation planets to replace it with a fake one. When Lin Shen went back, there was only one word of death. It's such a pity that Lin Shen is indeed a talented person who can defeat Christian. General Sassoon said. He's just a pretty boy with some luck. His achievement is all supported by Tian Sun from the Tian family. Otherwise, how could a person from a small clan achieve such an achievement? Tian Joyo snorted. This guy is ungrateful. After he came to Emperor Manstar, he got together with the aristocrat's daughter Catherine. This is because he wanted to embrace a bigger friend again. They also participated in the dialectics meeting organized by Hazy Moon. Come, I haven't done anything serious in this long time. As far as I know, he and Catherine should have a grudge, right? How come he and Catherine are together again? Sassoon actually knew Lin Shen's background very well. How can I say this man is despicable, heartless, and treacherous? Catherine forced their brothers and sisters into despair, and even killed his sister's lover. Now he is kneeling and licking Catherine like a dog, wanting to hug her. Such a person is simply shameless and not worthy of your pity, General. Tian Joyo said contemptuously. So, Lin Shen really deserves to die. Am I not doing justice for heaven? I also helped the arrogant king and saved his daughter from being deceived by the shameless villain. Sassoon laughed. The general is not only doing justice for heaven, but also eliminating a great scourge for the imperial barbarians and the heavenly and human races. Tian Zhuoyo smiled even more happily. As the two chatted and laughed, Lin Shen's fate had been decided. If Lin Shen really invited a fake celestial being back, he would probably be wiped out by the celestial beings along with his relatives and friends. Lin Shen naturally knew his situation, even more soberly than anyone else. If he doesn't invite the statue back, the imperial barbarians will still sell the real statue of the gods to Tianjuyu. If Tianjuyu gets the real statue of the gods, the Tianren Academy will still punish him for failing to bring back the gods. The sin of the idol will even lose the trust of the Emperor Tianshu. If he took the statue of Tianren back, and paid such a high price for a fake statue, Tianrenyuan would not let him go, and even Tianshu Emperor would find it difficult to protect him. No matter what Lin Shen chose, the result would not be as good as his. So Lin Shen chose to trade with the Diamond Tribe, but no matter whether the statue of Tianren was real or fake, he did not plan to take the statue of Tianren back. Chijiao and others discussed all night, and when they were about to go to the negotiation early the next morning, they saw Lin Shen sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby to eat breakfast. The leader got up early today. Chijiao mocked. Aren't we going to negotiate today? As the leader, I naturally can't be late. Lin Shen put the last snack into his mouth, chewed it slowly and swallowed it, then stood up and said, "Leave professional matters to professionals. In fact, you don't have to worry so much." Chijiao frowned. "So, you are a professional, Vice Captain 9? Then you can take the statue of the god back on your own. It has nothing to do with me, an unprofessional idler," Lin Shen said and sat back down. Chijiao's face suddenly changed when he heard this. "Captain Lin, if you want to go, go. I just don't want you to overwork." "You asked me to go. It's not forced, right?" Lin Shen asked with a smile. "Not forced." Chijiao smiled. Chijiao and others had a very restrained negotiation with representatives of the imperial barbarians. In Lin Shen's opinion, this should not be called negotiation, but rather bargaining. The price offered by the imperial barbarians was 11 designated genetically transformed planets, while Chijiao and the others were only willing to pay 3 genetically transformed planets in exchange for the statue of the god of heaven. Lin Shen sometimes felt a little dazed when he heard it. This kind of bargaining using planets as currency can easily make people feel weird. Tianshuan is still working hard to become the true Star Master. Until now, the giant ring star is not completely ruled by her in name. But just one statue can be exchanged for several planets. People on those planets will also have to leave their homes because of this. Those who were able to leave their hometowns were already considered lucky, while those who could not were actually packaged and sold together. In the eyes of big clans like Emperor Man and Celestial Being, a planet and the creatures on it are nothing more than a number or a commodity. Lin Shen looked at the quarrel between the two sides, and his face turned red. He just sat quietly drinking tea beside him without saying a word from beginning to end. Chijiao sneered secretly in his heart, "I thought it would be useful to come here, but it turns out that I am just here to pretend to be mute." Chijiao, a top immortal, naturally didn't think highly of Lin Shen, a loser from a small clan, and was even quite hostile. The Qi family has many famous generals. most of whom are guarding foreign borders or opening up territories for the Celestial clan. However, it is difficult to pay out the annual military expenditure in time. One of the most important reasons is that a large part of the Celestial clan's money is used by the Tianshu Emperor. One person was squandered, and Lin Shen was the person chosen by Emperor Tianshu to help him make money. Not to mention Chijiao, there were not many people in the entire Tianren clan who had a good impression of Lin Shen. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Shen came here to take the blame, he would never have looked at Lin Shen, let alone talked to someone like Lin Shen. Fortunately, Lin Shen was quite honest and didn't cause any trouble for them, so Chijiao was too lazy to say anything. The negotiations went very smoothly, although it cannot be said that they achieved the desired results. They finally reached a level that was acceptable to them. In the end, it was basically decided that the Celestials would welcome back the Celestials from the Imperial Barbarians at the cost of 7 planets. The officials in charge of negotiations in the mission had a sense of accomplishment written all over their faces at this time. The Emperor Barbarians were very insistent this time, but they broke the Emperor Barbarians' bottom line again and again, lowering their asking price from 11 planets to the current 7 planets, and finally reached the target price they needed. Even Chijiao felt that they had finally cracked the hard nut of the Imperial Barbarians. Lord Lin, we've almost finished the discussion and can sign the agreement. Chijiao thought that Lin Shen would be here and he could sign the agreement directly. What price are you talking about? Lin Shen, who was holding a glass of water in a daze, looked at Chijiao as if he had just regained consciousness and asked. Chijiao despised Lin Shen to the extreme, but he still said, through the efforts of all colleagues, now we only need to pay the price of 7 planets, including Feather Star and Blazing Star, to welcome back the statues of gods and humans. After all, we are asking for help from the Imperial Barbarians. We no longer have any natural advantage. The Imperial Barbarians are very insistent. It is not easy for all of our colleagues to have exhausted their efforts to reach this level. It's all because of the good strategy of the 9 great masters that we have room to perform. A group of officials said quickly. Lin Shen watched them compliment each other, as if they had won a battle, but he sneered secretly. In his heart, Lin Shen stood up and came to the negotiation table. The representative of the Imperial Barbarians had printed out the agreement and placed it in front of Lin Shen, just waiting for him to sign and seal it to form a contract. Lin Shen sat on the chair, picked up the agreement on the table, looked at it, and then put it back on the table. So when everyone thought he was going to sign, Lin Shen looked at the representative of the Imperial Barbarians and said, I should return, you didn't agree to exchange the 7 transformed planets, including Jiangyu and Blazing Light, for the statue of the God of Heaven, right? Captain Lin, what do you mean? Do you want to go back on your word? The Imperial Barbarian official suddenly showed an angry look and patted the table. Lin Shen, what are you doing? Chijiao was angry and annoyed. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Shen would jump out and want to cause trouble. Lin Shen ignored him at all. He just looked at the Imperial Barbarian officials and said, I think you have some misunderstanding about the word renegade. Agreeing to go back on one's word is called reneging on one's word. Have I ever agreed? We have just negotiated with your envoy. Lord Chijiao, what do you mean? The Imperial Barbarian officials frowned and looked at Chijiao, obviously trying to put pressure on Chijiao and the others and sow discord between them. If you have negotiated with them, then sign with them. Lin Shen turned to look at Chijiao and other officials and said, "Whoever has negotiated with him, come and sign." Lin Shen, don't go too far. If you miss the important event of welcoming back the statue of the gods, you can't afford the consequences. Chijiao said with an ugly face. If you don't miss anything, come and sign it. Lin Shen pushed the agreement in front of Chijiao. How could Chijiao be willing to sign this thing? This kind of thing will definitely be recorded in the family history. Even if nothing happens, he will become the laughingstock or even a sinner of the celestial clan. He cannot afford to bear this blame. You can do whatever you want. Chijiao had a sullen face and stopped talking. Master Gran, it seems that it is not that I have gone back on my word, but that you have not negotiated the price with me. The person in charge. Lin Shen looked at the imperial barbarian official with a smile and said, Master Lin, what do you mean? Gran stared at Lin Shen and asked. Nothing, I just want to have a good talk with you about the price. Lin Shen said. 7 base transformed planets are our bottom line, no less. Gran said very insistently. Okay, I like people who are straightforward. If that's the case, forget it. Lin Shen said and stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Master Lin, what do you mean? You want to buy the statue of the God of Heaven, but now you want to regret it. Are you playing tricks on our diamond tribe? Gran said angrily. I really want to buy the statue of the God of Heaven, and I am also very sincere to talk to you, but didn't you just say that we can't talk? Lin Shen turned around and looked at Gran and said. Gran frowned slightly, Master Lin, 7 base transformed planets are already the bottom line of our tribe. My permission only goes so far, and it cannot be less. Since your permission only goes so far, then I suggest you contact the people with permission and tell them that my bottom line is to exchange the 3 planets of Haining, Qianlu and Yanba for the statue of the God of Heaven. Lin Shen said. As soon as Lin Shen said this, people on both sides were stunned. How is this possible? It's just these 3 planets. Why exchange the statue of the God of Heaven? You are not only insulting our diamond tribe, but also insulting the statue of the God of Heaven of the heavenly tribe. Is the sacred object of the heavenly tribe only worth those 3 broken planets? Gran was very excited. Since you think it's not suitable, the deal can only be dropped. It's not that we don't want to buy, but that you don't want to sell. Lin Shen said indifferently. If you don't buy, there are plenty of people who will. Joyo Group is still waiting in line. It doesn't necessarily have to sell to your Tianren clan. Gran said coldly. That's great, you can sell it to Tian Joyo. Lin Shen said and got up and left, without any nostalgia. My lord, don't forget our mission. Qi Joran was dumbfounded, not knowing what Lin Shen wanted to do. They talked for so long, and the Diamond Clan was only willing to give in to 7 planets. Now Lin Shen directly cut down to 3, and they were 3 planets with relatively poor resources among the 7 planets. How could the Diamond Clan agree? If you want to buy, then sign it. Lin Shen walked out without looking back. Seeing this situation, Gran knew that Lin Shen really didn't want to talk anymore, and he was immediately distracted. He was a close confidant of General Sassoon and knew the details. This statue could be sold to the Celestials for money, otherwise it would be worthless. It was also because of General Sassoon's intelligence that he knew where the Celestials' bottom line was. He bit on it bit by bit and finally talked about 7 planets. damn it, Tian Joyos. Intelligence is wrong. Gran cursed in his heart, but had to call out to Lin Shen. Lord Lin, please wait. A moment. Your price is really too low. It exceeds our bottom line. We can talk about it again. Lin Shen stopped and stood by the door and said, Lord Gran, I can also tell you that my bottom line is to exchange the 3 planets for the celestial statue. If it's okay, we will sign the agreement. If it's not okay, there is no need to talk. We will go back and report now. My permission only goes so far, and I can only help you so far. Gran's face was uncertain. He wanted to see from Lin Shen's eyes whether he was acting, but he couldn't see anything. He just looked at the expressions of Chijiao and other celestial officials. They were also worried. After hesitating for a moment, Gran said to Lin Shen, Master Lin, please wait a moment. Okay. Lin Shen nodded, but he didn't mean to come back. He still stood at the door, as if ready to leave at any time. Gran left the conference room and came back after a long time. Master Lin, can we really not talk about it anymore? The price you offer is too low. We can't afford it at all. Gran sighed and said, as if he was going to give up this deal. Sorry, I really can't help you. Lin Shen also sighed and prepared to leave. Master Lin, do you keep your word? You won't regret it again, right? When Gran said this, Chijiao and the officials of the Tianren clan were dumbfounded. The Diamond clan seemed to agree to Lin Shen's outrageous offer. Of course, I always keep my word. Lin Shen said. Seriously. Okay, for the friendship between the Diamond and Tianren tribes, we will follow your price. I hope our 2 tribes can always maintain friendship. Please sign it. Gran took out the new agreement and put it on the table. Lin Shen smiled. Chijiao and others were stunned and hurried to the front of the table, picked up the agreement and read it. Sure enough, the content on it was changed to the 3 planets mentioned by Lin Shen. How is this possible? The officials of the Tianren tribe were stunned. Lin Shen walked back and picked up the pen to sign. Lord Lin. No. Chijiao suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Lin Shen. At this time, Chijiao realized that there might be a problem here, otherwise how could the Diamond tribe agree to Lin Shen's outrageous offer? Chijiao is now very fortunate that Lin Shen is so ignorant of life and death. Otherwise they will have to give away 7 planets. Although Lin Shen was blamed for the problem, the resources that these 7 planets can produce are an astronomical figure, enough to support the daily expenses of a legion. Even if he didn't have to take the blame, he didn't want to let the Diamond tribe get such benefits, and he didn't want to be tricked by the Diamond tribe. Master Lin, are you going to regret it again? Gran said, with a gloomy face. I've said it just now, as long as I say it, it will count. Lin Shen said. Gran's expression eased a little, but Chijiao hurriedly leaned into Lin Shen's ear and said, Master Lin, there is a problem here, you can't sign it. Deputy Captain 9, it was you who asked me to sign, and it was you who didn't let me sign. Now who is in charge, you or me? Lin Shen said lightly. You. Chijiao was furious. He rarely considered Lin Shen, but he didn't expect Lin Shen to have such an attitude. Lin Shen ignored him and signed the agreement, stamped it, and signed the contract. The 2 sides exchanged the agreement, signed, stamped, and signed the contract again. Chijiao was so angry that he felt that Lin Shen was a pure SB. Are you really afraid that you won't die? Chijiao felt that Lin Shen would definitely not survive if he went back, but it was a pity for those 3 planets. Fortunately, those 3 planets were the worst among the 7 planets, so 4 planets were saved, and it was acceptable if something happened. But this Lin Shen would definitely die if he went back. Chijiao now felt that there was 100% something wrong with that celestial statue. Lord Lin is a trustworthy person. Gran was very happy. Although it was much less than expected, using a fake statue of a god to exchange for 3 base-changing planets was a good deal. Keep your word and abide by the spirit of the contract. It is a necessary virtue for everyone. I think the nobles are the same, right? Lin Shen said with a smile. Of course, our diamond tribe attaches the most importance to the spirit of the contract. Gran nodded repeatedly, but thought to himself, what kind of pure natural SB is this? It's simply a blessing sent by the gods. He thought that the agreement today could not be signed, but he didn't expect that the other party actually signed it. It was different from what they thought before. Lin Shen didn't find any clues, but was just bargaining. Then please ask the nobles to take out the statue to complete the handover. Lin Shen said with a smile. In Gran's eyes, Lin Shen's smile was as cute as a red envelope falling from the sky. Of course, go get the statue. Gran looked at Lin Shen and said, Lord Lin, the noble planetary contract. Give it to me. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to Chijiao. At this point, things were no longer able to stop it. The key point was that Chijiao was not sure whether there was any problem with the statue, so he did not dare to step forward himself. Anyway, Lin Shen was the one to take the blame, so he simply broke the jar and threw the planetary contracts of the 3 planets to Lin Shen. In anger, Lin Shen took the planetary contract in his hand and then brought it to Gran. Gran reached out to take it, but Lin Shen retracted his hand and said lightly, one hand pays the money and the other hand delivers the goods. Of course. Gran urged people to take the statue of the celestial being. Soon, the statue of the celestial being was pushed over along with the base and placed in front of Lin Shen. Lord Gran, is this the statue of the celestial being we have identified before? Lin Shen asked, looking at the statue of the celestial being. Of course, our diamond tribe is a race that values integrity and will never do such a thing of replacing one thing with another. Lord Lin can have someone identify it. Gran said confidently. This is of course the statue they have identified, because it is fake, why should they change it? The statue is transformed from the immortal life base. Right? Lin Shen asked Gran again. That's right, this is the immortal life base of the celestial being. There should be no other race in the world that can give birth to this life base except the celestial being. Gran smiled. Chijiao thought about it and decided to ask Master Qingyan to go up and identify it again to see if he could find any problems. Although he also knew that it was unlikely to find any problems, and the Diamond Tribe was unlikely to replace one thing with another at this time, but what if it happened? Who knew that Lin Shen didn't even give him this opportunity? Lin Shen walked towards the statue of the god of heaven and said, I believe in the integrity of the nobles. I'll just take a look. There's no need to identify it again. Chijiao's face was distorted, but Gran was very happy and gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Lord Lin is a straightforward person. We, the Diamond Tribe, like straightforward people the most. Lord Lin will always be our Diamond Tribe's friend. I also like the Diamond Tribe very much. I hope to maintain a permanent friendship with the nobles. Lin Shen stood in front of the statue and said while looking at the statue. Gran wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Lin Shen's face change. He turned his head suddenly and stared at Gran with a gloomy face and said, Lord Gran, what do you mean? What do you mean? Gran was stunned, not knowing what Lin Shen meant. This is not the statue we identified before. When Lin Shen said this, both sides were stunned. Impossible. This is the statue of the God of Heaven. Gran hurriedly looked at the statue carefully, but didn't see any problems. No. Lin Shen still had a cold face and said only 2 words. Seeing Lin Shen was so sure, Gran was a little confused and hurriedly asked someone to come over for identification. Soon the identification result came out. It was the statue of the celestial being. Lord Lin, you don't want to go back on your word again, do you? Gran's face turned cold. Now the agreement has been completed, it's unreasonable for you to go back on your word now. Lin Shen ignored Gran, walked to the statue, pointed at the statue, and said, Lord Gran, the statue is the immortal's life base, right? Yes. Gran answered without hesitation. Although the statue of the celestial being is fake, it is indeed the immortal life base of the celestial race, but it is not the life base of the first immortal of the celestial race. The life base of the first immortal of my celestial race is the angel of light. The wings of the angel of light are the wings of light, and its feathers are as thin as light, but this feather is as thick as hair. It is not the statue we saw that day. Lin Shen said. The life base has become spiritual. After endless years of erosion, it is no different from a fossil. It is normal for the texture to become rough. Gran explained. Then how do you explain that the fingers of the angel of light are so slender? You know, the angel of light is a fighting angel. A symbol of strength, and a symbol of masculinity. The fingers should be slender and powerful, and these fingers are obviously thinner. Lin Shen continued. Gran wanted to explain, but Lin Shen did not give him a chance to speak, and directly pointed out the problems that Cuckoo had mentioned before. Chijiao and the others were stunned. They had not discovered these problems before, or their understanding of the holy statues of heaven and man was very limited. Relying only on documents and materials, as well as those restored images, such problems cannot be seen. After all, after years of erosion, some subtle changes will occur in the statues, which is inevitable. The reason why the Diamond Tribe can find these problems is that they have both the real and fake statues in their hands, and they can only find these subtle problems after comparison. There is absolutely no problem with the statue, Lord Lin, why didn't you mention these problems before? When you identified it before, it was this statue, and there would be absolutely no mistakes. If there are problems, it is because you did not identify it clearly. Gran was a little panicked, and it was obvious that this statement was not well thought out. Lord Gran, you, the Diamond Tribe, are fooling people and playing tricks of replacing the pillars with the beams. You should also make it more realistic. You use such a thing to fool us. Do you think we are fools? Lin Shen said coldly. Lord Lin, I don't understand what you said. This is obviously a real statue of a god. Why do you think you are fools? Gran curled his lips. He would never recognize it anyway, not to mention that he didn't change it. This is the life base of the immortal, right? Lin Shen asked again. Lord Lin, how many times do you want me to say that? This is the life base of the immortal, and it is the real statue of a god. Gran was sure of it. Okay. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to grab the statue. When his fingers touched the statue was like stone wrought. He grabbed a piece of it and it turned into slag directly. Is this the statue of immortal's life essence that you mentioned? Lin Shen threw the dregs in his hand to the ground, and then grabbed the statue. The statue was like dregs in his hand, and it broke into pieces with a casual grab. Is this the integrity of your diamond tribe? Everyone was stunned, and Gran opened his mouth wide, watching in disbelief as the statue was scratched by Lin Shen. Even he himself began to doubt whether the statue had really been replaced. The more Lin Shen talked, the angrier he became. He stretched out his hand and slapped the statue, causing the statue to shatter to pieces. Master Gran, please, if you imperial barbarians want to deceive others, just use some snacks and treat others like fools, okay? Lin Shen cursed angrily. Gran was dumbfounded, Chijiao was dumbfounded, no one expected that such a thing would happen. Lin Shen is definitely not an immortal. Even if he is an immortal, it is impossible for him to smash the immortal life base like tofu. Come, someone, appraisal. The Grand Man was already panicking. But his mind was still clear and he quickly called for someone to come over for appraisal. But there was no need for identification at all. The Emperor barbarians came over and picked up a broken piece with their hands. And when they pinched it, it turned into slag. With such a texture, there was no way it could be something transformed from the immortal life foundation. The scene became extremely strange for a moment, and cold sweat kept pouring out on the foreheads of Gran and others. Lord Gran, please give us an explanation from the nobles. We exchanged the planet for the holy statue, but you traded it for the holy statue, and used a fake to fool us. Do you really think that we, the celestial race, are all people who can be bullied? Lin Shen he scolded Gran angrily, but glanced at Chijiao. Chijiao finally recovered from the shock, glanced at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and then stood in front of Gran. You have behaved so despicably and insulted our celestial race. If the Emperor Barbarian clan cannot give us an explanation, our race will surely can't let it go. Faced with the verbal criticism of the officials of the diplomatic corps, Gran was a little overwhelmed, and for a moment he could not explain himself clearly. Gran looked at Lin Shen, who was sitting in the back leisurely, as if nothing had happened, and suddenly realized that he was the pure fool. Although he didn't know why the fake statue of the god of heaven and man was broken, he was sure that Lin Shen had known that the statue of the god of heaven and man was fake, otherwise he would not have said the problem of those fake statues of the god of heaven and man. Everything Lin Shen said was exactly the same as the real statue of the god of heaven and man, which showed that it was premeditated. Obviously, he knew that the statue of the god of heaven and man was fake, but when he was appraising it before, he didn't say anything, and waited until the agreement was signed before suddenly attacking. Oh no! Gran realized that the reason why Lin Shen attacked after signing the agreement was that this matter was troublesome. If he had stopped Lin Shen just now and didn't let Lin Shen destroy the fake statue of the god of heaven and man, there would still be room for turning around. But now that the fake statue of the god of heaven has been destroyed, it is equivalent to having no evidence. Although both parties can say whatever they want, no one will believe that this tofu-like thing is a real statue of the god of heaven. Gran regretted it very much, blaming himself for despising Lin Shen and not letting Lin Shen touch the statue of the god of heaven at will. That guy is deliberately trying to kill me. Gran glared at Lin Shen fiercely and said loudly, "It was you who damaged the statue of the God of Heaven. I haven't asked you to compensate, but you actually want me to pay. Why should I pay? Okay, you want us to pay, right? We will compensate you for your artwork, and you give us the real statue of the God of Heaven," Chijio said with a sneer. The two sides fell into a quarrel again. Gran knew that the situation was no longer something he could solve, so he could only leave the meeting room again to report to General Sassoon. At this time, General Sassoon and Tian Joyo were waiting for news from the other side. Once the Diamond Tribe got the planet contract from the Tianren tribe, they could trade the real Tianren statue to Tian Joyo. At that time, the Tianren tribe spent a lot of money to buy a fake Tianren statue, and the real Tianren statue representing the orthodoxy of the Tianren tribe appeared in Tian Joyo's hands again. Emperor Tianshu lost face and money, and immediately became the biggest joke in the universe, enough for people of all tribes to talk about for a long time after dinner. Lin Shen is indeed a cunning person. He actually bargained at the last minute and let the Tianren tribe lose 4 planets. General Sassoon was obviously unwilling to accept it. And he also meant to blame Tian Joyo, implying that his information was inaccurate. Tian Joyo said, "It's just a little cleverness, but it finally fell into your calculations. No matter how cunning he is, he can't think that it is a fake Tianren statue." He was complimenting Sassoon, but he was also reminding Sassoon that the fake Tianren statue was taken out by him. Without his lifelike statue of the God of Heaven, the people of the heavenly race would not be able to identify the problem, and this plan would be difficult to implement. Before General Sassoon could say anything, the communication device suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Gran calling, Sassoon answered the call, thinking that Gran had already made the deal. "General, something happened," Gran said with an ugly face. "What happened? Did that human boy regret it again? Didn't sign the contract?" Sassoon frowned. "No, signed," Gran said. Hearing that the contract was signed, Sassoon and Tian Joyo were slightly relieved, as long as the contract was signed. He found the problem with the statue of the God of Heaven? Sassoon said lightly. Even if the other party found out that there was a problem, now, it was too late. As long as they didn't admit that there was a problem, the contract was signed by themselves, and the heavenly race didn't even have a chance to regret it. Lin Shen said that the statue we took out was not the one they identified. Gran said quickly. "If they say it's not, then it's not? You won't take out the image from the last time they identified it and compare it directly. As long as it is the same statue as the one they identified last time, even if it is fake, they have to accept it," Sassoon said coldly. "It can't be compared." The bitterness on Gran's face was about to overflow. Lin Shen. The statue was smashed into slag. "It's absurd. The Tianren tribe dared to take action on the territory of my Diamond tribe. They are looking for death." Sassoon was furious. "No action," Gran said with a stiff face. "How can the statue be broken without action?" Sassoon was stunned when he heard it. Just a casual slap, the statue was broken. Like tofu dregs. "General, could there be something wrong with our statue? Could it be that we took the wrong statue? Otherwise, how could the statue break at the touch?" Gran said. Sassoon and Tian Joyo were stunned when they heard it. It broke at a casual slap. How is this possible? Although it is a fake, it is actually made of immortal life base. Except that it is not the life base of the first immortal of the Tianren clan, it is actually not much different from the real thing. It is not made of tofu, so how could it turn into tofu dregs after being touched? Not to mention that Lin Shen, a nirvana, can't do it, even ordinary immortals can hardly achieve this level. It breaks at a touch? No skills? No nirvana power? Sassoon asked doubtfully. No, nothing was used. It broke into pieces with just a slap with bare hands, and it was a handful of dregs when I reached out and grabbed it. Our people also checked it. The material breaks at a touch. It is impossible to be immortal material. Gran said. Tian Joyo, what's going on? Didn't you say that the fake Tianren statue was also transformed from the immortal life base of an ancient Tianren clan? How could it break when touched? Sassoon looked at Tian Joyo and asked. It's impossible. That's the life base of an immortal. Let alone touching it, even if an ordinary immortal hits it with all his strength, it can only crack it at most. It's impossible to turn it into tofu dregs, as he said. It must be that Lin Shen's trick. Tian Joyo looked ugly and didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Show me a trick. How can you use no skills or nirvana power? Find a nirvana person to come over and easily break an immortal life base into dregs. Sassoon snorted. Don't worry, General, there must be a reason for this. We have to investigate it first. Tian Joyo said. Sassoon ignored him and looked at Gran and asked, what did Lin Shen say? They insisted that this was not the statue of the God of Heaven that they identified that day, and they wanted us to hand over the real statue of the God of Heaven that they identified, otherwise they would return the liquidated damages 3 times as agreed. Gran had no choice but to ask, General, what do you think we should do now? What else can we do? Give them the real statue of the God of Heaven and complete the transaction. Sassoon said. General, no. We agreed that the real statue of the God of Heaven would be sold to me. Tian Joyo was shocked when he heard this and quickly stood up to stop it. The statue of the God of Heaven that you brought was discovered by others. That means you are not good enough. If you lose, you have to admit defeat. Sassoon said with a gloomy face, you can also want the statue of the God of Heaven. You pay 3 times the liquidated damages, and then we will trade again. Tian Joyo stopped talking immediately. The 3 times liquidated damages were 9 base transformed planets, plus the resources he used to buy the statue of the God of Heaven. If he could take out such a huge amount, he would not have to play such a trick. Window, _Tabula equals. Window, _Tabula, _Tabula, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Tabula below article, thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Chijiao and the officials of the Envoy group felt like they were dreaming. The Diamond Tribe actually said that they pulled the wrong statue, and then pulled a dilapidated statue of the God of Heaven and Man. After the appraisal of the appraiser of the Tianren tribe, this statue not only meets the standards of the statue of Heaven and Man, but also corresponds to the points mentioned by Lin Shen one by one, and it looks real no matter how you look at it. However, they were still not sure, and they all cast their eyes on Lin Shen. But the people of the Diamond Tribe guarded against Lin Shen like a thief, and did not let him get started. Every time Lin Shen got closer to the statue, Gran and the others were scared and broke into a cold sweat. They hurriedly reached out to stop him, fearing that he would smash the statue again. This is a real statue. If it breaks again, they can't turn into a third statue. No one can bear this responsibility. It seems that there is no problem, so let's start the handover. Lin Shen smiled and stepped aside. Gran breathed. A sigh of relief, forced a smile and completed the handover with the representatives of the Tianren tribe. Chijiao and others completed the handover as if they were sleepwalking. Chijiao, who was supposed to be in charge of the overall situation, was like an apprentice who had not yet finished his mastership. He had to look at Lin Shen's eyes every time he made a decision. Even after completing the handover and transporting the statue of the god of heaven directly onto the spacecraft, Chijiao still felt a little unreal. Is this a real statue of the god of heaven? Chijiao couldn't help asking Lin Shen beside him. It should be real, haven't you all identified it? Lin Shen said with a smile. Chijiao suddenly didn't know what to say, and his eyes were a little resentful. He had trusted the identification of Master Qingyan and others before, but now, if Lin Shen said that this thing was fake, he really didn't dare to believe Master Qingyan and others. I think it should be true. Lin Shen felt a little uncomfortable when Chijiao looked at him, and then he said, this time we only used 3 planets to exchange for the statue of the god of heaven and man, which should be considered a successful completion of the task, right? More than a successful completion, it should be said that we have exceeded the task. Thanks to you, Lord Lin, otherwise we would have been tricked by those shameless bastards of the Diamond Tribe. Chijiao got angry just thinking about it. Although Lin Shen can take the blame if he really exchanged 7 planets for a fake, he would really be unbearable. At that time, the foreign race will not care who signed the word, and the entire Tianren tribe will become a laughing stock. It's the result of everyone's hard work. Without your arguments, the Diamond Tribe will not easily hand over the real statue of the god of heaven and man. Lin Shen said. Chijiao looked at Lin Shen with a weird look in his eyes. This human could actually say such words at this time, obviously telling them that he would not take the credit alone, nor would he expose their mistakes. As long as Lin Shen didn't point out the matter, the high-ranking officials of the celestial race wouldn't know the stupid things they did during the negotiations, which was equivalent to turning a big fault into a merit. The results after returning can be said to be very different. For a time, many officials of the envoys changed their attitude towards Lin Shen. Most of the officials felt a little grateful to Lin Shen, and the look in their eyes when looking at Lin Shen was not the same as before. President Lin, what can I say? Chijiao looked ashamed. He only wanted Lin Shen to take the blame, but he didn't expect that Lin Shen not only welcomed back the real celestial statue, but also paid only 3 relatively poor planets. Even Chijiao felt that this method was full of twists and turns, like riding a roller coaster. He couldn't imagine what would happen in the next second. It was really hard to figure out. The other officials of the envoys were also half in awe and half grateful to Lin Shen, and they dared not despise this close minister around the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Lin Shen knew his own business. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet that cuckoo and was taken by him to see the real statue of the celestial being, he wouldn't be much better than Jiao. Who was that cuckoo? Lin Shen was puzzled. He had some guesses, but he couldn't confirm them. He also checked online, but couldn't find any information about cuckoo. He also looked at some photos of some powerful and famous young people of the Diamond Tribe on the internet, but there was no such person. At this time, In the Diamond Star Palace, a little eunuch was serving the little emperor of the Diamond Tribe, Sassoon 11, to eat. If Lin Shen was here, he would find that the little emperor of the Diamond Tribe was Cuckoo, whom he had seen in the screening room. "Your Majesty, are you happy today?" The little eunuch saw the emperor laughing while eating, and even couldn't help laughing out loud. He was very confused and didn't know what was so funny about eating. "Nothing, I just feel happy," the little emperor said with a smile, but he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. He was really happy. He had been on the throne for so long, but he had never been so happy as today. After so many years, he finally won once, and finally made that person suffer a loss. There was a crack in the alliance between Tian Joyo and that old thief. Jiang Yuxing and Chiguangxing did not fall into the hands of that old thief. His plan to establish the Western Alliance will probably be delayed for a while. I still have a chance. The little emperor thought of that person, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up again. Interesting guy. I thought he could only ruin this deal at most, but I didn't expect him to be able to do this. I underestimated him. If I had more talents like this around me, maybe my situation wouldn't be as difficult as it is now. "You're leaving now?" Without even saying hello, Catherine was very unhappy. Lin Shen left Diamond Star without notifying her, even though she had given Lin Shen her contact number. Lin Shen was naturally in no mood to contact Catherine. The mission would not be over until the statue of the God of Heaven and Man was transported back to Zenith Star. The time when the spacecraft was sailing was the most dangerous. Everyone was very alert, fearing that something unexpected would happen. But what you feared would come true. The high-speed flying spacecraft suddenly seemed like a car being lifted up, and it was fixed in place. No matter how the engine was running, it could not move. Lin Shen's face was very bad. To have such power, the person who came was probably not an ordinary person. The Immortal Guard and Chijiao immediately burst out with terrifying immortal laws and glory, and rushed out of the spacecraft and guarded the spacecraft. Lin Shen stood in the control room of the spacecraft and saw more than a dozen people of different races in the starry sky outside, surrounding the spacecraft. The space around them was distorted and deformed, and they were obviously immortals with immortal laws. The space nearby was distorted, and the entire spaceship was in the distorted space, unable to move at all. "That's Tian Joyo." The blue-eyed master on the side saw one of the gray-haired celestial beings, and his face suddenly changed drastically, and he said in horror, "Damn, this is a shameless person who directly took action in the territory of the Diamond Tribe." Lin Shen cursed in his heart, feeling that the situation was not good. On their side, including Chijiao, there were only 6 immortals in total, and there were more than a dozen immortals on the opposite side, one of whom was Tian Joyo. Chijiao and others used their own immortal laws to protect the spacecraft, so that the spacecraft did not directly disintegrate under the power of the opponent's laws. The leader, Tian Juyu, looked at Chijiao across the empty space, and said in a cold voice, "Junior, leave the statue of the gods and gods behind. Since we are both of the blood of gods and humans, I will spare your life. Traitor, you have been expelled from the celestial clan a long time ago. Don't talk about blood. You are not worthy." Chijiao snorted coldly. "Very good, very personal, Diali, let's try to see how good this 9th master of the Qi family is." Tian Joyo said to a female immortal. "Just what I wanted." The immortal directly summoned an immortal spirit base in the form of a spear and blasted it towards Chijiao from a distance across the void. Chijiao watched the silver spear flying towards him like lightning, but he just coldly pulled out a knife-shaped spirit base and threw it into the void. The spear and the knife were like two lightning bolts that flickered and collided in the void, leaving behind a series of flash explosions. This was the first time for Lin Shen to see an immortal-level battle. He had no experience fighting in the void before, so it felt very strange to see it for the first time. Although the Ascended and Nirvana can also rely on their spiritual base or life base to fight remotely, the combat distance is actually not too far, and the combat distance of the immortal level is obviously much further. With the distance between them now, with Lin Shen's speed, it would probably take a long time to get close to the opponent. During this period, the opponent did not know how many rounds of long-range attacks had been launched. The fighting distance of the immortal class is too far and the speed is too fast, Ouyang Yudu said from the side. He could only see the streams of light colliding in the void, producing waves of explosions, and could not see how the two immortal spirit bases were fighting. Lin Shen actually couldn't see clearly either. His speed and eyesight were only at the nirvana level, and could not keep up with the speed and rhythm of the immortal level. This is just a test, the real battle has not begun yet, Master Qingyan said. Is this kind of battle just a test? Lin Shen was a little surprised. In his opinion, the power generated by the collision of spiritual bases may have been able to destroy some asteroids, but this turned out to be just a test. Master Qingyan explained, in immortal-level battles, power is only an auxiliary, and the main thing is the collision of the power of the law. If the law is restrained, it will be difficult to win no matter how strong the power is. Even if the opponent's law cannot be restrained, at least it cannot be restrained. Strength and skill are what make the difference. How do you know if the law will be restrained? Lin Shen asked. Master Qingyan said, the law of immortality is divided into 4 levels: the law of the past, the law of reality, the law of the future, and the law of immortality. The law of the past is the most common and easiest to be restrained. It is a law that has been created by the predecessors, and only by future generations. Following the path of the predecessors, I learned this law. Most of this law has been studied very thoroughly, and the degree of learning is different, and the ability is also uneven, so it is easier to be restrained. Most immortals have the laws are all the laws of the past. The laws of reality are also laws that have been created by people in the past. But if you understand this law yourself, rather than learning the laws of your predecessors, it is purely a law of self-realization. Although this law has existed before, we can't call it the law of the past, but call it the law of reality. Although the law of reality is a law that has existed in the past, because everyone's understanding is different, the formed laws will also have different changes, which is relatively difficult. Restraint. The law of the future is the most difficult to restrain, because if you want to possess the law of the future, you must understand a power of law that no one has ever had before. No one else knows what the power of your law is. They have never seen or heard of it. It's even harder to restrain yourself. The laws of the past, the laws of reality, and the laws of the future are all certified by the rules of the universe. If someone understands a law of the future, they will be recognized by the rules of the universe and can name this law themselves. No matter how many people understand this law in the future, law, whether it is the law of the past or the law of reality, this law will only be called this one name. For example, The famous Heim's law is because the immortal Heim was the first person to understand Heim's law and named it. If people in the future learn Heim's law through study or self-understanding, the name will not change. People who understand the laws of the future seem to be better at using the power of the laws than others. It is difficult for future generations to surpass them. It may be due to their innate talent, or it may be that the universe itself has some kind of blessing mechanism for those who understand the laws of the future. What about the law of immortality? Lin Shen has also studied what Master Tian said. The laws of the past are the easiest to comprehend, followed by the laws of reality, and the laws of the future are the most difficult to comprehend. That is because in this era, all kinds of laws have been comprehended by people, and it is really difficult to comprehend an unprecedented law. Very. This is like giving a name to a game character. When there were few people on the game server at the beginning, any name you chose would not be repeated. But if billions or tens of billions of people enter the game, you will never think of a character that is different from others. With repeated names, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Of course, understanding the rules is different from giving names. Names can be random, but rules need to follow rules and cannot be fabricated out of thin air. The immortal law is too difficult. It is the real invincible law. Each law is the iron law of the universe. It cannot be violated, reversed, or changed. Under the immortal law, even if the universe is destroyed, the immortal law cannot be shaken. No one can restrain the immortal law, not even if they are the same immortal law. The same immortal law is only allowed to exist in one person. As long as that person is not dead, there is no second person in the world who can comprehend the same immortal law. Since ancient times, immortals have never met. If they meet, it is difficult to meet in the world. Now in this universe, there are only a dozen people who know the immortal law of the Master. And the Dean of our Tianren Academy, is the owner of the immortal law and an existence invincible in the universe. Master Tian looked very proud when he talked about an What immortal law does Dean have? Lin Shen asked, curiously. I heard it is a spatial law, but I don't know what law it is. Master Tian shook his head. While the few people were talking, the battle outside had changed. The silver spear among the two fighting spirit bases suddenly burst out with a strange power, distorting the void. The knife-shaped spirit base that was fighting against it suddenly seemed to be mentally disturbed. Flying around like a headless fly, unable to continue to resist the silver spear. The silver spear directly crossed the knife-shaped spirit base, and like lightning, it passed through the void, and arrived in front of Chijio with a 100-meter-long silver light, trying to penetrate Chijio's body. Chijio snorted coldly and punched out, directly shattering the light of the silver spear. Even the silver spear itself was shattered into pieces by him and disintegrated into the void. Chijio is worthy of being the 9th strongest man of the Qi family. The power of that punch is so strong. Lin Shen exclaimed. Because of the previous interactions, Lin Shen had a slight illusion that Chijio seemed to be not very good, but after seeing this punch, Lin Shen had to admit that he was a serious immortal, much stronger than the immortal of the Super Burning Clan. It's not just as simple as strong power. The immortal law of the spear spirit base itself should be of the type of spatial dislocation, so it will cause the spirit base of the 9th master to be disordered. If that kind of law cannot be restrained, the 9th master will not be able to hit it no matter how strong his power is. So it is the power of the 9th master's law that restrains its law. And then the power explodes. Master Qingyan explained. That's the reason. Lin Shen nodded repeatedly, thinking in his heart that if he was promoted to immortal, he didn't know what kind of law he could comprehend. The most ideal situation is naturally to comprehend the immortal law, but the immortal law itself is very rare, and the immortal law that the predecessors already have cannot be comprehended, which is too difficult. What is the law of the ninth master? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked again. The law is the biggest secret of the immortals themselves. No one will easily reveal their own laws. The ninth master rarely takes action, and few people know what his law is. Master Qingyan thought for a while and said, seeing that he can restrain the law of spatial disorder, it may be the same space-related law. Diali's spiritual base was destroyed, but she was not annoyed at all. Instead, she smiled and said, so you are the law of the space system. So what? So what if it's not? Jiao said coldly. Since it is the law of the space system, you should have heard of it, right? Diali said, and suddenly summoned her life base. It was an hourglass, golden all over. The glass funnel outside was like golden crystal, and the particles inside were more like golden sand. Golden hourglass, her life base is actually a golden hourglass, then her immortal law should be space stillness. Master Qing said in shock. Is the law of space stillness very powerful? Lin Shen looked at the golden hourglass curiously and said, although the law of the past is the easiest to restrain, the abilities of the law itself are different. It does not mean that the law of the past is necessarily weaker than the law of the present and the law of the future. The law of space stillness, even if it is the law of the past, has an extremely practical effect. Even if there is a law of the future, it is probably difficult to be stronger than it. Master Qingyan said with an ugly face. Space stillness is a law of attribute that can play an incomparable role no matter how many people have learned it just depends on her depth of Taoism. I heard that there are strong people with space stillness who can make a galaxy enter a state of stillness and maintain it for a long time. I wonder to what extent this Diali space stillness can be. As if to confirm Master Qingyan's words, when the golden hourglass appeared, everything around seemed to be still, even the fragments of the silver spears that were scattered everywhere, all stopped in the void, looking extremely weird, as if time had stopped. Qijiao and the others seemed to have lost their ability to move, standing there motionless. Diali shot out a beam of light, which hit Qijiao's head directly through the void. Seeing that the beam was about to explode Qijiao's head, Qijiao still did not move. Bang! The head exploded and blew into pieces. But it was not Qijiao's head that exploded, but Diali's head. Everyone was stunned by this reversal. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu could not figure out why Qijiao was fine, but Diali's head exploded. Ah! The law of Master Jiao turned out to be a mirror space. Haha. Now we don't have to worry. Master Qingyan laughed. Can the law of mirror space bounce back the opponent's attack? Lin Shen asked. It's not rebounding, but mirroring. I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it's a very strong law that is difficult to comprehend. In history, the immortals who can comprehend the law of mirror space can be counted on one hand. The law of mirror space is not afraid of groups of people. No matter how many immortals they have, it's useless. Their power will only hurt themselves. Master Qingyan obviously didn't know much about the mirror space. He only knew that the law of mirror space can rebound damage. Yes, the ninth-ranked person in the Qi family is actually the owner of the law of mirror space. It seems that the Tianren clan has made some progress in recent years. Tian Zhuoyou saw Diali being killed, but he didn't react at all. Instead, he looked at Qijiu with interest. Tian Zhuoyou, if you don't get out of the way, I will get rid of you, the traitor, for the Tianren clan. Qi Jiu stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden hourglass that was escaping. He sucked it into his palm and forcibly suppressed it. His mirror space law was already extremely powerful, and now with the help of the golden hourglasses space stillness ability, it is even more powerful. The morale of the people on the Tianren clan was greatly boosted. Although the other side had more than a dozen immortals, they did not feel so scared. It seems that I have been away from the Tianren clan for too long. Even a junior like you dares to shout in front of me. Tian Zhuoyou smiled and said, well, today I will let you juniors open your eyes and see what kind of existence the real strong man who overpowered Ani and Tian Shu, that bastard, is. Tian Zhuoyou said. And with a big wave of his hand, a jade umbrella life base broke through the air, suspended above the void, and burst into thousands of green lights, like a green wheel, spinning in the void. The divine light on Qi Jiu burst out, and at the same time he sacrificed the golden hourglass, trying to make the jade umbrella still. But the golden hourglass was just exposed to the green light, and it was instantly dyed green, and it lost its function, floating aimlessly in the void like space junk. The light on Qijiu and others was also dyed by the green light, and for a while the light disappeared, and the carapaces on their bodies were dyed green, as if they had turned into jade statues, and they lost their balance one by one, floating in the void. What the hell is that? Lin Shen was shocked. Such a powerful Qijiu was so easily dealt with by Tian Zhuoyou, and even the other immortals were finished. This was too terrifying. Master Qingyan's body was shaking, and his face was completely bloodless. He said with a pale face, it's over. It's over. Tian Zhuoyou's law turned out to be the immortal law Heavenly Kingdom Forbidden Zone. We are dead. What is the function of the Heavenly Kingdom Forbidden Zone? Lin Shen asked hurriedly. The light radiating from the jasper umbrella turned everyone and everything into jasper, but that was only the power and skill of Nirvana, not the power of the law. Lin Shen had no idea what the power of Tian Zhuoyou's law was. The law of the Heavenly Kingdom Forbidden Zone is the power of prohibiting laws. All laws will be invalid in the Heavenly Kingdom Forbidden Zone unless they are immortal laws. Master Qingyan said with a bitter face, the Heavenly Kingdom Forbidden Zone used to be the invincible law comprehended by an emperor of our Tianren clan, but it has been lost in the Tianren clan for countless billions of years and has long become a legend. I didn't expect that the traitor Tian Zhuoyou would know the Heavenly Kingdom Forbidden Zone law. No, you said that the immortal law is an absolutely invincible law. So the Heavenly Kingdom Forbidden Zone can prohibit all laws. This should be an iron law. If other immortal laws can be spared, doesn't it mean that the iron law of the immortal law is broken? If other immortal laws can be prohibited, the iron laws of other immortal laws are also broken. Isn't this a contradiction? Lin Shen frowned and said. Master Qingyan was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is there any point in discussing this now? Of course it makes sense. Since there is a self-contradiction, there is only one explanation. Tian Zhuoyou's law is not the forbidden area of the kingdom of heaven, or the forbidden area of the kingdom of heaven is not the immortal law, but just an ordinary law. Even if Tian Joyo's is not the immortal law, what's the difference? Master Qing Yan was still a little puzzled. What's the point of entangled in this issue now? Of course there is a difference. If it is the immortal law, we don't even have room to resist. If it is just an ordinary law, maybe we can still struggle. Lin Shen said to Tian Joyo and others who were approaching the spaceship. Struggle? How to struggle? Master Qing Yan was stunned by what Lin Shen said. There are more than a dozen immortals outside, and Tian Joyo, who killed 6 immortals including Qi Jiao in one move, is here. How can they resist? Boom. Master Qing Yan hadn't figured out the problem yet. Tian Joyo, who had come close to the spaceship, just waved his hand casually, and the huge spaceship disintegrated instantly, turning into countless parts flying everywhere, and Lin Shen and others fell out of the spaceship. Lin Shen, we finally meet. Tian Joyo looked at Lin Shen, who had stabilized his body in the void, squinting his eyes and smiling. If I can choose, I still hope that we will never meet. Lin Shen sighed. He didn't know if his body could withstand Tian Joyo's power. Although the immortals of the Super Burning Clan had no way to deal with him before, Tian Joyo was obviously different. He was not comparable to the Minotaur immortal. What's more, there were more than a dozen immortals around him. Lin Shen didn't think he could deal with these people with his own strength alone. But now there was no chance to escape. The power of the law was always there, and the teleportation watch could not be activated. Tian Joyo laughed. If you are willing to join me, you will be my family in the future. Tian Shu treats you like a dog, but I will give you more rights and respect. If you are willing, I can even take you in as my adopted son. If you follow me in the future, you will have the opportunity to inherit everything in Joyo Group. Lin Shen is not Xiaoyu, otherwise he would have slid over and called him his adopted father. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't bring himself to do it. People like Lin Shen are so stubborn that they suffer. In the end. I don't know how many adopted sons you have? Lin Shen asked. Not many, but if you are willing, you can become my 13th son. Tian Joyo was not in a hurry to act. Although Lin Shen ruined his good deeds, Tian Joyo felt that Lin Shen was a useful person. If he could take him in, it would be worth spending more time. Of course, this was not only because of Lin Shen's performance in the Diamond Tribe, but also because of Lin Shen's identity as the Dean of Tianchu Academy and a close minister of Tianchu Emperor. Being able to get the close ministers of Emperor Tianchu to be his own disciples would not only slap Emperor Tianchu in the face, but also dig out some of Emperor Tianchu's secrets from Lin Shen. It would be best if the dirty things done by Emperor Tianchu could be dug out and made public, so that the celestial race and the entire universe would know what kind of person Emperor Tianchu is. Unfortunately, Lin Shen, a nominal close minister of Emperor Tianchu, didn't even know what Emperor Tianchu looked like, let alone any of his secrets. You have so many adopted sons. When will it be my turn to inherit the family business? Otherwise, you kill all the other adopted sons first, and then I will consider whether to recognize you as my adopted father. Lin Shen said, casually to delay time, while thinking about how to escape this disaster. The space was affected, and it was no longer realistic to teleport away. If they ran at their speed, Tian Joyo would let them run for a few hours, and they would not be able to escape. If they fought, Lin Shen didn't think that his people could beat Tian Joyo. The Diamond Tribe is so shameless. They took our money and wanted to beat us to death. Lin Shen really wanted to go back and destroy the Diamond Tribe. Without the tacit consent of the Diamond Tribe. No matter how bold Tian Joyo and his men were, they could not rob and kill them in such a place. In the final analysis, the Diamond Tribe had never thought of letting them take the Tianren statue back to the Tianren Tribe. The two tribes have been enemies for generations. They would rather sell it to Tian Joyo at a low price than let the Tianren tribe take the Tianren statue back. You can see what the mentality of the Diamond Tribe is. How dare you? Before Tian Joyo spoke, an immortal shouted coldly with a gloomy face. I'm talking to your father. Your father hasn't spoken yet. When will it be your turn to bark here? No big or small, no rules at all. Lin Shen had already guessed that this immortal must be Tianjiu, one of Yu's adopted sons, otherwise he wouldn't have had such a big reaction. The immortal was angry and shocked after hearing Lin Shen's words. Then he realized that he was only focused on being angry and did not take care of Tian Joyo. Thief, how can you instigate a relationship between me and my adoptive father? The immortal drank through Lin Shen's thoughts and at the same time looked at Tian Joyo. But Tian Joyo just smiled and said, Jiang, the relationship between father and son is not something outsiders can understand. If he wants to say it, let him go. Don't worry about it. The general in heaven secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said with a cold face, my foster father has a kind heart, otherwise I will take your dog's life right now. Lin Shen remained calm and said calmly, I don't know what the relationship between you and your son is like, but your adopted son seems to be a useless waste. I don't think the other adopted sons are much better together. They are not as good as me alone, so what's the use of them? Who the hell are you calling a waste? The general in the sky was furious and summoned his life base directly. What is that? A Gatling with blue light? Lin Shen saw the life base summoned by the general from the sky. It was a dark blue, super large Gatling with blue light on it. The barrel of the gun was at least 3 meters tall. The general in the sky aimed Gatling's Mingji's gun at Lin Shen, as if he would blow Lin Shen into pieces as long as he gave the order. Lin Shen, I thought you had some talent and I couldn't bear to see you die, so I was so tolerant to you. Don't make the mistake. Tian Joyo's face also turned cold. Birds of a feather flock together, and people divide into groups. I'm not used to getting along with people I can't get along with. Lin Shen said calmly. You really don't know how thick the sky is. General Tian looked at Tian Juyu. Seeing that Tian Juyu had no intention of stopping him, his face suddenly turned ferocious. Gatling's life base opened fire directly, and all he saw was streaks of blue. The ball of light shot towards Lin Shen. Stand back. Lin Shen shouted to push back Ouyang Yudu, who was about to rush forward, and drew his sword to block him in front. The people from the mission had already fled in all directions, and did not dare to stay near Lin Shen. The heavenly general originally thought that he was just a nirvana from a small tribe. Even if he had some skills, he could not block his life base attack. But he was soon surprised to find that Lin Shen was waving his hands, the sword and the scabbard, with extremely ferocious moves, and all those blue light pills were blocked. What's even weirder is that Lin Shen actually split all the blue light pills, which surprised Tian Joyo and other immortals. Although the heavenly general did not use the immortal law, the power of the immortal and the power of nirvana cannot be blocked by a nirvana. What's more, if General Tianzhong can be adopted as an adopted son by Tian Zhouyo. He must be extraordinary, and he is not comparable to ordinary immortals. Although Lin Shen was beaten back and forth, he was able to block all the Gatling-like life-based attacks, which was really surprising. No wonder you are so proud, you have some real abilities. Tian Zhouyo looked at it and nodded slightly. Seeing this, the general in the sky looked a little unhappy, and immediately stepped up his attack. Blue light bullets poured out instantly, hitting Lin Shen continuously like a blue meteor shower. Lin Shen's blood life sword technique unfolded and danced so tightly that he blocked all the light bullets, but his body was shaken and kept retreating. His power is far inferior to that of the Heavenly General, and it can be felt that the Heavenly General's ability is not comparable to that of the super burning Tauren immortal. Ouyang Yudu was always behind Lin Shen, retreating with Lin Shen, the Jade Bone Demon umbrella in his hand ready to move. Don't be anxious. Lin Shen seemed to sense something and said to Ouyang Yudu without looking back. Ouyang Yudu suppressed the throbbing of the Jade Bone Demon umbrella and continued to wait for the opportunity. No wonder Lin Shen is so arrogant. This kind of swordsmanship does have the ability to be arrogant. Tian Zhouyo's fourth adopted son Tian Buhuan said. Laosher's crazy. Wallbreaker Life Base has extremely strong breaking ability, and its attack speed and durability are even more extraordinary. Without the use of laws, it is not easy for ordinary immortals to block his attacks all the time. It's really rare for Lin Shen, a nirvana, to be able to resist for so long. Tian Zhouyo nodded. He hasn't used the carapace yet. Tian Buhuan said. This boy does have some supernatural powers. Another immortal also said, unfortunately, he is too arrogant, and I am afraid it will be difficult for you to use him. As long as you use the right method, it is not difficult to tame a fierce horse. Tian Zhouyo said this. After hearing what he meant, everyone seemed to still want to conquer Lin Shen. The general in the sky could not fight for a long time and had no patience, so he directly used the power of law. Lin Shen suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming on him. At the same time, he saw the light bullets ejected from the opponent's life base, changing from a meteor shower to a galactic torrent, suddenly increasing several times, regardless of the number, speed and power has been greatly enhanced. In such a terrifying torrent, no matter how good Lin Shen's sword skills were, it was impossible for him to be watertight. Suddenly, a lot of light bullets passed through his defense and bombarded him. Boom! For a time, the light explosions exploded continuously, leaving a series of light explosions in the void, blasting Lin Shen to who knows where. It's a pity that such talents have to be the lackeys of the Tianshu dog thief. If they can abandon the darkness and turn to the light, they will definitely have great potential in the future. Tian Zhouyo said regretfully. There are so many talents in the universe, and it would be a shame for someone as stubborn as this to die. The general in the sky stopped attacking, thinking that Lin Shen must be dead, and said calmly. Tian Buhuan looked at the continuous light explosion and couldn't help but frown slightly. General Tian was about to say something else, but he heard Tian Zhouyo let out a soft sigh, and his heart jumped violently, and he turned his head to look into the void in the distance. Where the light explosion dissipated, I saw a figure standing in the void, wearing a piece of armor with white background and black stripes, which looked very strange. Behind him, Ouyang Yudu was still holding a jade umbrella. There was no doubt that it was Lin Shen. He's not dead. The general in heaven was a little unbelievable. Within the law of his heavenly formation, all effects can be enhanced tenfold. The number, speed, power, etc. of light bullets are all 10 times that of normal. There are not many immortals who can withstand such an attack. Lin Shen was not beaten to death, which really surprised him. Tian. Jiuyo also looked at Lin Shen with some suspicion. He knew how powerful the heavenly array law of General Tianshang was. The reason why he took General Tianshang as his adopted son was probably because the combat ability of the heavenly array law was unparalleled. He gave General Tianshang the name of General, which also meant that he was unparalleled in bravery and was an invincible general. It was unbelievable that Lin Shen, a nirvana, could survive in the heavenly array law. Lin Shen merged with the Defiant, put on the armor transformed by the Defiant, held the knife and scabbard in both hands, and his body was blooming with a strange brilliance. With all skills turned on, and the double skill blessing of the Defiant, plus the power of Nirvana of the Defiant to reverse the light of fate, Lin Shen's combat power continued to rise. The reason why he merged with the Defiant now was naturally not to block the attack of General Tianshang. In fact, even if he did not merge with the Defiant, the attack of General Tianshang could not kill him. Is that all? Lin Shen looked at General Tianshang coldly and said disdainfully. The General of the Sky was furious, stretched out his hand to grab the crazy wallbreaker, and once again erupted with terrifying power. Under the blessing of the law of the sky formation, a series of red lights were also transmitted from the General of the Sky to the crazy wallbreaker, making the gun body, which was originally rising with blue light, glow with a strange red light. Boom! A huge blue beam mixed with red light directly bombarded Lin Shen. Under the strengthening of the law of the sky formation, the blue beam was incredibly fast. The void between the two seemed to have lost the distance. The blue beam directly submerged Lin Shen's figure in it. Tian Jiuyo was still hesitant just now. He was considering whether to save Lin Shen's life. He wanted to try again to recruit him. Seeing this, he could only sigh, "You can't be too arrogant, otherwise you will be too arrogant. Hard and easy to break." But just as he finished speaking, he saw that the light beam gradually shrank from the width of a large river to a small river, and then from the small river to a stream. Lin Shen's figure could already be seen. I saw the knife and scabbard in Lin Shen's hand crossed, blocking the blue beam. The blue beam mixed with red light bombarded it, and the knife and scabbard were separated by the cross, and separated in different directions. How could this happen? The general's face was filled with shock. He watched helplessly as he struck with all his strength, falling apart in front of Lin Shen and disappearing into the void, without even the last trace of light. Even though he was watching like this, he didn't see why Lin Shen could block his attack. This was not scientific at all. Is this all your power? Lin Shen looked at the general in the sky and said expressionlessly, "Your turn is over, now it's my turn." As Lin Shen spoke, his body moved. The armor on his body looked like an ink painting, exuding a strange brilliance. The slag knife in his hand was slashed out with a backhand, and an invisible sword energy broke through the void and struck at the general with a complicated expression. Lin Shen's sword energy was already very strong at the nirvana level, but facing the immortal, such sword energy was obviously not strong enough. Not fast enough, not powerful enough. At such a long distance, Lin Shen's sword energy flew in the void. He flew for several seconds, but still failed to reach the general in the sky. If it were normal times, the sky would not take such an attack seriously at all. But Lin Shen's performance just now was too weird. Although no matter how you looked at it, this sword could not pose any threat to him, the general in the sky still did not dare to be negligent at all. He used all his strength to destroy the crazy wallbreaker and launched another terrifying attack. The beam of light blasted towards the invisible sword energy that slowly cut through the void and flew over. The sword energy collided with the terrifying beam, and then a scene that made everyone unbelievable appeared. The sword energy actually cut open the beam of light and rushed towards the general like a broken bamboo. The general in the sky was inexplicably frightened and flew away in shock. He retreated and did not dare to directly attack the sword energy that did not seem to be fast or powerful. Tian Buhuan was astonished. It's really strange. The speed and strength of that sword energy are clearly far inferior to that of the 10th brother. How could it cut through the crazy wallbreaker with such a powerful force? This boy is really extraordinary. Tian Joyo's eyes were a little complicated, and he suddenly said to the surprised general, "Old Sher, please step aside." The general wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth, but no word came out. He wanted to say that he could deal with Lin Shen, but Lin Shen's knife attack just now left him with no confidence at all, and he couldn't say anything like that. "Father, I will capture him and hand him over to you." Tian Buhuan asked for his orders. "No, I want to subdue him personally. You go and catch the other people." Tian Joyo was moved and determined to take Lin Shen under his sect. Yes. Everyone followed the order and chased after the escaping officials of the mission. Tian Joyo stood with his hands behind his back and did not attack Lin Shen immediately. He waited for the others to walk away, then smiled and said to Lin Shen, "How about a bet between you and me?" "How to bet?" Lin Shen asked. "I asked you to chop me 3 times. If you can hurt me at all, even if you just cut the corner of my clothes, I will let you go without hurting a hair on your head." Tian Joyo said. "What if I can't hurt you?" Lin Shen asked again. "Then join my family and become my 13th adopted son." Tian Joyo said with a smile. Originally, Tian Joyo thought that proposing such a condition would be a great deal of preferential treatment for Lin Shen, and Lin Shen would have no reason to refuse. But who would have thought that? Lin Shen said, "This is not fair. Since it is a bet, it must be absolutely fair. If I lose, I will be your adopted son. Why do you have to pay nothing if you lose? If you lose, you should be mine. This is only fair." Tian Joyo didn't get angry after hearing this, but laughed loudly. "That's okay. You take 3 blows from me, and if you are not hurt at all, I will be your adopted son." Tian Joyo just said this casually, let alone hurt Lin Shen with his 3 blows, he could be killed. How could Lin Shen agree to such a condition? "Okay, then it's settled." Lin Shen agreed, leaving Tian Joyo stunned. Have ambition. For some reason, the more Lin Shen behaved like this, the more Tian Joyo liked him and wanted to take him under his wing. "If I lose, I will make you my adoptive father. If you lose, I will make you your adoptive father." A true man keeps his word, can't he go back on his word? Tian Joyo looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile. "Definitely not." Lin Shen smiled. "Okay." Tian Joyo looked at Lin Shen, but still did not make a move. He still stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Shen. He continued, "Your nirvana attribute is indeed magical. If I read it correctly, it should be the reversal of yin and yang. The role of strength, right? Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this. Tian Jiuyo's vicious eyesight, I only used the light of reversal of fate twice, and he actually saw the truth. The light of reversal of fate of those who defy fate, indeed, as Tian Jiuyo said, has the effect of reversing the strength of yin and yang. This light can reverse the strong and the weak. In fact, his sword energy can split the beam of the crazy wall breaker with one sword. In fact, it is the result of the reversal of strength and weakness by the light of reversing fate, making the weak stronger and the strong weaker. In other words, the stronger the enemy's power, the stronger the light of reversing fate. On the contrary, if the enemy's power is too weak, the light of reversing fate will have the opposite effect, making Lin Shen's power weaker. The light of reversing fate is like a double-edged sword. It may make Lin Shen super god, or it may make him super ghost. However, since Tian Jiuyo has seen through the effect of the light of reversing fate, if he uses this nirvana power to fight him again, he will inevitably be used by him in turn, and will become Lin Shen's weakness. Even if Tian Jiuyo does not use the light of reversing fate, as long as his speed is faster than Lin Shen, so that Lin Shen does not have time to collide with his power head-on, the light of reversing fate will not work. Tian Jiuyo looked at Lin Shen and smiled. Don't worry. You are a nirvana. If I take advantage of you, how can I be qualified to be your adopted father? Just use your nirvana power. I will not take advantage of your nirvana attribute weakness. I will still hit you head-on, so that you can fully exert your abilities. I will make you admit defeat sincerely, and be willing to be my adopted son. Lin Shen thought, Tian Jiuyo saw through my ability to reverse the light of fate, but he is still so confident. Does he want to trick me, or does he really have the ability to break the light of fate? It seems that you don't believe me. Tian Jiuyo saw through Lin Shen's thoughts, and said to Ouyang Yudu, behind Lin Shen, be a witness. If I use his nirvana attribute to win, I will just lose and let you leave safely. When Tian Jiuyo said this, Lin Shen's heart was shocked. With Tian Jiuyo's strength, he didn't need to use such means to kill them. Since he didn't kill them, he needed to keep his word if he wanted to subdue them. Not using the flaws of the nirvana attribute means that Tian Jiuyo is really sure that he can break the ability to reverse the light of fate. Are you ready? Tian Jiuyo said with a smile, looking at Lin Shen. Go ahead. Lin Shen can only take one step at a time now, and let Ouyang Yudu step aside first. He originally thought that as long as he delayed for a while, the reinforcements of the Celestials should be able to arrive. The spacecraft has been out of contact for so long, and the people of the Celestials have not arrived yet. I don't know what went wrong. Tian Jiuyo seemed to be really not in a hurry at all. He raised his right hand, clenched his fingers one by one, and only left one index finger in front of him, and then said to Lin Shen, you are good at boxing and fingering, so I will use fingering for this first attack. I call this fingering the 36 stratagems of making a feint to the east and attacking the west. It is a small skill I created. Take a look at it. Tian Jiuyo pointed at Lin Shen, and a green light shot out from his fingertips and flew towards Lin Shen. Tian Jiuyo's finger light was not fast, and it was obvious that he deliberately controlled the speed. Otherwise, with his speed, Lin Shen might not be able to react at all. When fighting with General Tian before, General Tian's life base was a gun, and Lin Shen had the ability of 7 steps of fire. No matter how fast his attack speed was, Lin Shen could keep up. The reason why he couldn't stop it in the end was purely because the opponent's attack range and density were too large, and it was useless to keep up with the speed. Tian didn't use anything like a gun, so his attack speed was not something Lin Shen could keep up with. But now Tian obviously controlled the speed, and judging from the power of his finger, it was much stronger than Lin Shen's. And he didn't seem to care about Lin Shen's light of reversing fate at all. Lin Shen pulled out the slag knife and slashed directly at the flying finger light, naturally using the light of reversing fate. The knife's blade met the finger light, and under the blessing of the light of reversing fate, it directly cut the finger light apart, so easily that even Lin Shen himself couldn't believe it. Lin Shen's eyes condensed slightly, and the scabbard in his other hand suddenly moved, and he slashed behind him with his backhand. With a clang, the scabbard collided with a ray of light, and under the blessing of the light of reversing fate, it forcibly split the light apart. Lin Shen was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to see that the finger light in front of him was completely fake, otherwise this attack would have been caught by Tian. I don't know how Tian did it. He clearly only pointed out one finger, but a finger light appeared behind Lin Shen. Are you making a feint to the east and attacking the west? Lin Shen was more cautious, because he heard the name of this finger, otherwise he might not be able to react in time. Of course, he was able to react, mainly because Tian himself controlled the speed of the finger light. Otherwise, he would not have been able to react without using such a skill. Tian saw that his finger was blocked, and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, you can see through my trick of making a feint to the east and attacking the west, which shows that you are not a stupid person who practices blindly. You only have 3 chances to attack, Lin Shen reminded. Tian obviously did not intend to solve him with this finger, otherwise he would not have reported the name of the trick first, and simply did not take Lin Shen seriously. Okay, I'll use your boxing skills for the second strike. My punch is called 36 Stratagems, Concealing the Heavens and Crossing the Seas, Tian said as he punched Lin Shen. The terrifying fist light rushed towards Lin Shen like a sun. Although the speed was not very fast, the fist light became stronger and stronger, like a rapidly expanding sun. When it reached Lin Shen, the fist light was several times larger than Lin Shen's body. Concealing the heavens and crossing the seas means that even the heavens can be deceived, so that God can't guess his means. Could it be that this strike is also a false appearance, and the real killer is hidden in the dark? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind in an instant. But he was very careful, but still failed to discover the power hidden in the dark by Tian This Tian why are his moves so weird? Lin Shen's mind moved, and he directly chopped at the sun-like fist in front of him with a knife. Anyway, ordinary power can't hurt his body. Since he can't see through it, there's no need to look at it. After Tian hidden power appears, he can just use his body to resist it. Who knew that Lin Shen chopped it down with a knife, and immediately felt that the fist light was terrifying. If he didn't have the light of reversing fate, he couldn't break this fist light anyway. The slag knife split the sun-like fist light in half, and then didn't find the power hidden in the dark. This move was broken so easily. You are confident. Tian admired Lin Shen more and more as he looked at him. He used the first attack to make Lin Shen form a thinking pattern, but the second attack was the opposite. If Lin Shen could not see through it, and only thought about how to find the hidden power, and failed to fight the attack in front of him with all his strength, he would be defeated directly. But Lin Shen seemed to see through his mind and did not care about the hidden power at all, which made Tian Jiuyo like him even more and determined to take Lin Shen as his adopted son. If he wanted to take Lin Shen in before, the main reason was to dig out the secrets of Tianshu Emperor. Then now it is more because he really wants to get Lin Shen. Second attack. Lin Shen said. Tian Jiuyo sighed, you are indeed among the young people I have seen, and you are the top in both ability and mind. I really want to take you in and train you well. You are definitely much stronger than you are with Tianshu, old thief. You might as well consider it again. There is still one more attack. Lin Shen did not need to consider it at all. It's not that he is so loyal to Emperor Tianshu and the Tianren clan, but because Tianshuan and his elder sister are all in the Tianren clan. If he betrays, Tianshuan may not die, but his elder sister and others may not be able to escape death. Lin Shen can't ignore the lives of his relatives and friends just for himself. You don't know my ability, and I don't think you will follow me wholeheartedly, so get ready to take my last palm. Tian Jiuyo said, slowly raising his palm, and continued, my palm is called the victory strategy. Lin Shen stared at Tian Jiuyo's palm and immediately saw the terrifying palm light covering the sky and the earth, as if the void collapsed and came to suppress him. There was no place to hide and no way to resist. The momentum of this palm has already had the atmosphere of suppressing the starry sky. Lin Shen knew that he could not dodge it, so he could only chop it up with a knife to meet the palm that covered the sky, and the light of reversing fate was also attached to it. The light of reversing fate was indeed magical. Lin Shen's sword cut a crack in the palm of heaven in front of him. But that was all. The crack instantly returned to normal. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Shen found that the palm of heaven appeared in all directions around him, pressing towards him from all directions, leaving him no space at all. Lin Shen felt like a bird in a cage, being played around by God, unable to escape or resist, and could only let others play with him. The sword light slashed on the palm light, and although they could split cracks, the cracks were instantly filled up again, and they had no effect at all. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Tian Jiuyo's palm light was extremely slow, and it was just pressing down a little bit, obviously trying to completely suppress Lin Shen's mind. Looking at the slowly pressing palm light, Lin Shen had no way to do anything. His strongest power could not do anything to the palm light. Moreover, the palm light had completely locked the space where he was. The huge palm covering the sky surrounded him, like a slowly closing fist, trying to crush him to death in the palm. The top immortals are still too strong compared with Tian Jiuyo. The immortals of the Super Burning Clan are nothing. Lin Shen sighed in his heart, and was already planning to use his body to withstand this blow. He didn't know whether his body could withstand the blow of the top immortals. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the void. The light seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth, and instantly pierced through the palm light that enveloped Lin Shen. The palm light that covered the sky was shattered in an instant, turning into bubbles all over the sky. A figure also emerged from the light and stood in front of Lin Shen and Tian Jiuyo. Sixth brother? Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw the figure. The person who came was Enlu, the chief steward of the imperial palace. Brother, are you okay? Enlu asked with a smile. It's okay now. You came at the right time, Lin Shen said. Brother, don't blame me. I have been waiting here for a long time. I just saw you having fun with this traitor and didn't have the heart to disturb your interest. And Lu said. Lin Shen was speechless. He had guessed that the Tianren clan could not have no backup plan, but he didn't expect that the person who came would be Enlu. Are you Enlu, the old dog, beside Tian Chu? Tian Joyo looked at Enlu and said. Enlu was not angry at all, and said calmly, it is my blessing to be the dog of the emperor. I heard that you have not been able to become immortal. When did you become immortal? Tian Joyo said again. The emperor has graced me to stay in the lightless city for a while. And Lu said. A newly promoted immortal wants to stop me? The old thief Tian Chu underestimated me too much. Tian Joyo said coldly. I can't stop you alone. But what if I add it? An Xian said, took out an exquisite pet gun, and fired a pet capsule. The pet instantly turned into a blood-red shell in the air, with 2 pairs of blood-red dragon wings on its back, dragon horns on its head, and a body like a human, slender and upright pet. Blood-cursed demon. Tian Joyo saw the pet, and his face changed slightly. Old thief Tian Shu, are you willing to use him? You should retreat. I am only responsible for welcoming back the statue of the gods and the envoys. I have no intention of fighting with you. And Lu said calmly. Okay, the old thief Tian Shu is indeed scheming. I will spare your lives today. Tian Joyo said, and suddenly the green umbrella in his hand shook, emitting thousands of green clouds, dazzling people's eyes. Brother, be careful. And Lu's face changed, and an oil lamp appeared in his hand. The oil lamp burst into light, scattering the nearby green light disk. But Lin Shen's body was being pulled by a force, and flew towards the green umbrella. Fortunately, Enlu reacted quickly, stretched out his hand to grab Lin Shen, and at the same time ordered the blood-cursed demon, kill. The figure of the blood-cursed demon dispersed in an instant. The feeling was indescribable, just like a light and shadow being peeled off layer by layer. Every time a layer was peeled off, the light and shadow became a little lighter. After peeling off layer by layer, the light and shadow finally disappeared completely. In the sky full of green light, Lin Shen only heard a scream and then saw the sky full of green light disappear, and there was no figure of Tian Joyo in the void. Only the blood-cursed demon stood in the void, exuding a strong bloody smell. This is the blood-cursed demon, one of the 2 great pets of my Tianren clan. The emperor specially invited him to keep you safe, which shows how much the emperor values you. And Lu said with a smile. 6th brother, can you not play so hard next time? I can't stand this stimulation. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. And Lu laughed and said, don't worry, with the blood-cursed demon here, Tian Joyo can't make any waves. It just gives you more experience in fighting enemies. But it's really my fault. When I go back, I'll set up a table of wine for you to apologize and calm you down. I want wine, but you have to go to my place to drink. You can't leave until you're drunk. Lin Shen also laughed. Okay. And Lu readily agreed, then looked into the void and said to Lin Shen, let's go, let's rescue Qijio and the others first. Aren't Qijio and the others dead? Lin Shen asked in confusion. He thought Qijio and the others were already dead. He's not dead yet, but it's hard to say if we wait a little longer. Tian Joyo's azure umbrella is really powerful. If it weren't for the blood curse demon, I wouldn't dare to appear in front of him. And Lu said as he headed in the direction of Qijiu and the others. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu hurriedly followed him, and soon they found Qijiu and the others who had turned into jade statues. The blood curse demon shot out several blood lights, which fell on the jade statue, and Qijiu and the others returned to normal in a moment. Just looking at their situation, their bodies should still be injured. Although they have recovered their human bodies, there is not even a trace of blood on their faces. The crowd went to find Master Qingyan and others. They found the rest of the envoys, but Master Qingyan was the only one missing. It seems that Master Qingyan was captured by them, Lin Shen said. It may also be invited. And Lu said lightly. Lin Shen was slightly startled. Is there something wrong with Master Qingyan? 9 out of 10 things. And Lu said, this is not the place to talk. Let's go back to Zenith Star to report. The statue of the God of Heaven and Man must not be lost. Under and Lu's escort, everyone returned to Zenith Star safely, and no more accidents happened on the way. The statue of the God of Heaven and Man was also sent to the Tianren courtyard, and Ani personally sent someone to send it to the warehouse for guarding. After Lin Shen completed the handover, he had nothing to do and returned to his own yard to rest. Lin Shen, I am going to Nirvana. Ouyang Yu suddenly said to Lin Shen. It's time to go to Nirvana. I will send you to the Golden Buddha Temple. Lin Shen said. Ouyang Yu shook his head and said, I don't plan to take the path of great Nirvana. As for small Nirvana, there are still a few god-making eggs left in Tiancheng. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, I don't plan to take the path of small Nirvana either. Who knew that Ouyang Yu shook his head again. If you don't take the path of big and small Nirvana, how are you going to achieve Nirvana? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Ouyang Yu pointed at his body and said, I will achieve Nirvana with my body. If the person who comes out is not me, then kill it. Ouyang Yu could have achieved Nirvana a long time ago. If he wanted to be promoted, with his innate ability, he would be much faster than Lin Shen. But he never achieved Nirvana because he was afraid that once he achieved Nirvana, that person might not be him anymore. Originally, Ouyang Yu thought that even if he didn't achieve Nirvana, he could still do a lot of things as an ascender. But this time, seeing Lin Shen fighting with the immortal, Ouyang Yu knew that if he didn't achieve Nirvana and couldn't be promoted to immortal, he would be just a rootless duckweed, and it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in this universe. Lin Shen watched the blood-colored light threads overflow from Ouyang Yu's body, forming a Nirvana light cocoon that wrapped his body inside, but he felt a little uneasy. Ouyang Yu had a problem with his body, which Lin Shen had known for a long time, but he didn't know what the thing inside Ouyang Yu's body was. Ouyang Yu was able to achieve Nirvana with the thing inside his body, which showed that the origin of that thing was definitely extraordinary. For several days, Ouyang Yu was in the blood-colored light cocoon without any movement. The Tianren Academy has sampled and identified the Tianren statue, and the results of the identification have confirmed that the Tianren statue is real. The Tianren Academy awarded Lin Shen a special Tianren medal. This is the second time in the history of the Tianren clan that a special Tianren medal has been awarded to an alien race. Under normal circumstances, the Tianren clan will not award a special Tianren medal to an alien race, even if the alien race has made achievements that are far beyond the line. Lin Shen's ability to obtain this metal has a lot to do with his achievements this time. He avoided the Tianren clan from exchanging 7 planets for a fake Tianren statue, and also exchanged the real Tianren statue for 3 planets. All these, combined with the reasons of Emperor Tian Shu, he got the special Tianren medal. And Qi Jiao and others who were with him also received the special Tianren medal. Lin Shen didn't have any objections. He was originally an outsider and did not belong to the Tianren clan, and he didn't think it was unfair. Perhaps it was because Lin Shen had never considered himself a member of the Tianren clan, so he had such a good mentality. After a few days, the bloody light cocoon still had no movement, which was a bit abnormal. Lin Shen would rather the light cocoon had some movement, at least so that he could know whether Ouyang Yudu had encountered any problems. This lack of movement made Lin Shen very worried. Ouyang Yudu died silently in it. Ouyang Yudu's nirvana process was unexpectedly smooth. On the 9th day, the light cocoon began to disappear, gradually revealing the figure of Ouyang Yudu, who had completed nirvana. But when Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu's figure, he was dumbfounded. The Ouyang Yudu he saw was actually a figure wrapped in mosaics. Oh my god, what's going on? Ouyang Yudu's nirvana, but mosaics appeared on his body? Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu in shock. He rubbed his eyes several times, but still saw only thick mosaics. This completely broke Lin Shen's cognition. Lin Shen had only seen mosaics on people who were rebellious. But the fire of rebellion against heaven seems to only appear on beautiful women. How could it appear on a man like Ouyang Yudu? Could it be that Ouyang Yudu is so handsome that the fire can't tell whether he is a man or a woman? There is another possibility, which makes Lin Shen a little worried. If it is the thing in Ouyang Yudu's body that has occupied his body, and if the mosaic appears because of that thing, then Ouyang Yudu's current situation is very bad. If that really happens, Lin Shen doesn't know whether he should kill him as Ouyang Yudu told him. Ouyang? Lin Shen asked tentatively. It's done. Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. Do you know who I am? Lin Shen asked again. Don't worry, it's me, I have completely integrated it. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen still didn't dare to be careless, and asked Ouyang Yudu many questions. He didn't want to tell whether it was the real Ouyang Yudu from the answer, because that thing was in Ouyang Yudu's body, and it was very likely that it knew everything that Ouyang Yudu knew. The reason why Lin Shen asked him so many questions was to determine whether he was the real Ouyang Yudu from his personality and way of speaking. Different thoughts. Personality and way of speaking will definitely be different. Even if it is an impersonation, it is impossible to be 100% similar. With Lin Shen's understanding of Ouyang Yudu, it is not difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Fortunately, Ouyang Yudu is still the same Ouyang Yudu, which makes Lin Shen feel relieved, but at the same time, it is a little difficult to understand why Ouyang Yudu actually has a fire. Lin Shen used to think that fire is fixed, and it should be born with a certain creature or something. But the fire on Ouyang Yudu broke Lin Shen's cognition. Obviously, the fire may not be born with it, and it may also appear the day after tomorrow. Is the fire on Ouyang Yudu really against the will of heaven? Lin Shen felt that this question was not a problem. As long as he slept with Ouyang Yudu, he would naturally know the answer. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu and opened his mouth, but suddenly he didn't know how to speak. Originally, Lin Shen thought that this was not a difficult matter to talk about. After all, Ouyang Yu was a man, and everyone knew each Others so well, it should be easy to handle. But when it came to asking, Lin Shen found that asking a man to sleep with him was more difficult than asking a woman to sleep with him. Just say what you want to say. Why are you hesitating there? Ouyang Yuda looked at Lin Shen in confusion and asked. You don't have anything tonight, right? Lin Shen said hesitantly. Just tell me what you have to do. Ouyang Yuda said with a smile. Can you drink with me tonight? I want to get drunk today. Lin Shen couldn't bring himself to ask, so he could only say the country in a roundabout way. Okay. Ouyang Yuda agreed without asking. Why? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yuda to wait and went out to buy wine. He just wanted to know what kind of wine could make the Nirvana drunk, preferably to the point of unconsciousness. Don't say, Lin Shen really found this kind of wine. Rather than saying it's wine, it's better to say it's a preparation of base-changing liquid. Daydream. 88,888 yuan a bottle. I bought it. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and bought a box. He was afraid that Ouyang Yuda would not get drunk after drinking one bottle. I have the theory of evolution. I can develop resistance by drinking casually. If I give Ouyang Yuda more, I will definitely make him drunk. Lin Shen was in a good mood and returned home with a box of Daydream. When he got home, Ouyang Yuda had already prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup and placed them on the stone table in the yard. Hey, this dish is pretty good, isn't it? Although Lin Shen hadn't started eating it yet. It looked quite delicious. As long as you can eat it at this level, Ouyang Yuda said. This level is okay. Do you usually eat like this? Lin Shen seldom eats. When he goes out, he mostly drinks some Nirvana liquid to replenish energy, and rarely cooks. Well, I'm used to it. I've been eating this way since I was a child. If I'm not used to the food of the celestial clan, I just make some for myself. Ouyang Yuda said, when Lao Wei lived here before, he liked to eat steamed pork with rice flour. You should have told me if you had the skill. Lin Shen put a piece of steamed pork into his mouth. The fragrant and glutinous texture made Lin Shen feel as if happiness was about to explode in his mouth. This is good, this is really good. Lin Shen couldn't explain clearly. Ouyang Yuda made a cup of tea for Lin Shen. I can't find any good tea in Zenith Star, so I'll just drink this. I haven't eaten yet, now I'm drinking tea? Lin Shen didn't understand why he had to drink tea. Our bodies have evolved to the level we have. Eating less is good for the body, but eating too much is bad for the body. Drink some tea before meals. Eat less to taste and satisfy your appetite. It is not advisable to be greedy for too much. Ouyang Yuda said and poured himself a glass. Don't be ridiculous. Today we are not talking about healthcare. We are drinking heavily and eating big meats. All we want is to have a good time. You can taste these teas and other things by yourself some other time. Lin Shen took a large water glass and placed it in front of Ouyang Yuda. Directly opened a bottle of Daydream, filled it up for Ouyang Yuda, and also got a glass for himself. Come, let's celebrate the successful completion of our mission. Lin Shen raised his wine glass and clinked it with Ouyang Yuda. Lin Shen took a sip by himself, and when he saw Ouyang Yuda trying it briefly, he quickly said, "This is not good. We are happy today and will not go home until we are drunk. Let's drink freely. Come on, let's do it." After saying that, Lin Shen clinked glasses with Ouyang Yuda again, just watch. I'll give you a sample, just spin it like this. Lin Shen put the cup to his mouth and poured it into his stomach. This large glass of water weighs half a kilogram less. After drinking such a glass of daydream, I suddenly feel that my mind is a little wandering. This Zenith Star wine is quite potent. Lin Shen was overjoyed. It was so potent that he would definitely be able to drink Ouyang Yu down today. Okay. Ouyang Yudu also held the wine glass and slowly drank the wine in the glass. Even though he drank it all in one gulp, Lin Shen felt that Ouyang Yudu drank more elegantly and was not as vulgar as himself. 1 bottle of Daydream is 2 liters, and there are 6 bottles in a box. Lin Shen estimated that this bottle would only serve about 6 cups at most. While pouring wine for Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen said, I have arranged the teleportation device on the giant ring planet. If you want to go back to the home planet in the future, you can go back there. It is very convenient. It's nothing, I don't plan to go back. Ouyang Yudu said calmly. Lin Shen didn't know what Ouyang Yudu had gone through, so he didn't know that his home planet didn't have any good memories for Ouyang Yudu. When I returned to my home planet, guess who I saw? Lin Shen said while picking up vegetables. Who? Ouyang Yudu picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and then asked. White goddess, she has ascended and just teleported away from her home planet. She seems to be going to some star. She said it, but I can't remember it. Lin Shen asked, the talent theory you practiced, except for the dual cultivation. Besides, is there any other way to break through? Ouyang Yudu pondered and said, the only way to seriously cultivate talent is dual cultivation, but Bai Shenfei will definitely not take the dual cultivation path. Actually, this is an endless cycle with no solution. People who have the talent and conditions for cultivation are extremely talented and arrogant people. They will not be able to accept practicing together with others. This is not because they cannot accept dual cultivation, nor are they interested in the other half. I'm not satisfied, but I can't pass my own test. And I can't accept the fact that I can't master the theory of innateness on my own. Ouyang Yudu sighed and said, if I guessed correctly, concubine Bai Shen should have taken a more difficult path, 1 person with 2 hearts. 1 body and 2 hearts? Lin Shen didn't understand what Ouyang Yudu meant. To put it simply, it is to make yourself into a dual personality. In terms of talent, 1 person cannot achieve it. I was able to break through because there is something in my body. Without it, I would actually have to adopt the dual personality. This is the way to go. Lin Shen said with a strange look, isn't that a mental illness if you have a dual personality? Fortunately, you didn't take that path. I would rather go that way. Ouyang Yudu said, directly picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in 1 gulp, without waiting for Lin Shen to persuade him to drink. You have something to do. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu and frowned slightly. We are all ordinary people. In this world, who can be fine? Ouyang Yu took the bottle and poured it for himself, and said to himself, do you know? I envy Lao Wei very much. Many times I think, if I were Lao Wei, if I could be born in the Wei family, even if I died in Tiancheng, it would be such a happy thing. What is there to envy him? A martial arts idiot who has nothing but cultivation in his life. How boring. Lin Shen said. It's just simple. Ouyang Yudu raised his cup. Come on, don't you want to get drunk? I'll accompany you. Come on. Lin Shen clinked his glasses and drank them all again. He felt as if he was floating all over. He couldn't help but say, "This wine is really strong." Ouyang Yudu put down the empty glass and opened a new bottle of wine before Lin Shen made a move. He filled Lin Shen's glass first and then filled his own glass. But he didn't drink this glass of wine himself. He picked up the glass and poured it on the surface of the jade bone demon umbrella next to him. The jade bone demon umbrella was always open. Ouyang Yudu would only close it when fighting. The wine poured on the umbrella surface actually seeped directly into it without a drop flowing down. It can drink wine? Lin Shen was a little surprised. If it is possible, she should want to drink blood more. Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. Lin Shen looked at the umbrella surface that absorbed the wine, and a painting gradually emerged, like a woman painted in ink and wash, with plain clothes and white gauze, and her face could not be seen, only a pair of phoenix eyes. As if it could seduce souls. But the picture gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. A man should hold a sword and kill 3 hearts with a smile. When drunk and dreaming, blood will stain the beauty's knees. Lin Shen also poured his glass of wine on the jade bone demon umbrella. Come, Ouyang's beautiful lady, I will also toast you a glass. Lin Shen really couldn't bear it. This wine was really intoxicating. He felt that if he drank more, he would fall down first. The crazy evolution theory had not allowed him to fully adapt. Window_tabula equals window_tabula dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target_type mix other people's wine. Ouyang Yudu wanted to say something, but he saw that Lin Shen had already poured the wine on the umbrella. What surprised him was that the wine actually penetrated into the umbrella like before. Soon, the picture of the beauty appeared on the umbrella again. The beauty was not in the previous posture, but in a graceful posture of greeting, and then slowly disappeared. It seems that your beautiful wife is still a reasonable person. Lin Shen laughed. Ouyang Yudu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's drink. The two drank and chatted, and the evolution theory in Lin Shen's body kept running, gradually making him adapt to daydreaming, and the more he drank, the more energetic he became. But Lin Shen found that Ouyang Yudu drank so much, but he seemed to be fine. Until all 6 bottles of wine were drunk, Ouyang Yudu still didn't feel drunk at all. Lin Shen reached out for the wine, but took nothing, and said a little depressed, the wine is gone. Enough wine, full meal, so, good. Ouyang Yudu said as he stood up and went back to his room. Why are you talking like old Wei? It's only a few hours now, it's still early. Don't leave. Wait for me. I'll go buy some wine. Lin Shen was anxious. If he missed this opportunity today, he didn't know when he would be able to get another chance to get Ouyang Yudu drunk. Before he finished speaking, he saw Ouyang Yudu, who looked quite energetic, fall to the ground headfirst. Lin Shen was surprised and happy, and was about to support Ouyang Yudu, but before he could make a move, he saw that the jade bone demon umbrella actually flew up by itself and floated above Ouyang Yudu's head. Ouyang Yudu's body, which was about to fall, seemed to be supported by an invisible person, and nestled there out of thin air. Who are you? Lin Shen frowned and asked the jade bone demon umbrella. Didn't the young master just say that I am the beautiful lady of the Ouyang family? How could you forget so quickly? A faint voice sounded from the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, but no one could be seen. What should I call you? Lin Shen asked again. Jade Bone Demon Fairy. The faint voice said, gradually moving away. Lin Shen watched Ouyang Yudu being supported by the invisible force back to his room, feeling a little depressed. The big thing that was finally accomplished was ruined by an umbrella. Ouyang's life base is so spiritual, I'm afraid it has something to do with the things in his body. There won't be any problems, right? Lin Shen was a little worried. At this point, Lin Shen had no choice. With the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, he couldn't force himself to sleep in the same bed with Ouyang Yudu. Forget it, I'll find a chance later. Lin Shen looked at the dishes on the table, wanting to show his diligence, but really didn't want to do it. Alas, a lazy guy like me, how can there be any diligence? Lin Shen pretended not to see it and went back to his room. Lin Shen was lying on the bed, feeling a little depressed. He was thinking about what excuse to find next time to get rid of the fire on Ouyang Yudu, but suddenly remembered something. How could I forget it? Lin Shen slapped his head, sat up quickly, took out the bullet-like space device, and took out a sea snake tooth from it. After getting the sea snake tooth from Instructor Mu, he put it into the space, and later, because of many things, he actually forgot about it. If I hadn't been depressed because I didn't get the fire from Ouyang Yudu today, I wouldn't have thought of it. If I can't get the fire from Ouyang, then I'll take this fire first. It's better than nothing. Lin Shen hugged the sea snake tooth and slept soundly. When he woke up the next morning, he finally saw what the sea snake tooth looked like. This thing looks like a white tooth, with a very delicate texture, and a faint green light. Lin Shen was not in the mood to appreciate the sea snake tooth, and quickly searched for his own fire information in his mind, and sure enough, there was another fire. Failed Superbase Evolution Fire, fighting poison with poison, do the opposite, and you can turn bad things into good things. What does this mean? Lin Shen was a little confused about what this fire meant for a moment. He understood the idea of fighting poison with poison. There are such plots in many movies and TV shows. A person was poisoned by a deadly poison with no antidote. Even the great doctors of the time were helpless. Finally, he accidentally ate another deadly poison with no antidote. As a result, the two toxins collided and cancelled each other out, and the poison was cured. Fighting poison with poison does exist. Some toxins can indeed cure diseases, and they are even extremely precious medicines. But if you really want to fight poison with poison, you can't just eat something poisonous. If ordinary people really do this, they will die in 9 out of 10 cases, which will only make the situation worse. If it is just fighting poison with poison, Lin Shen can still understand it, that is, if he is poisoned in the future, he can use other poisons to cure it. But the annotation at the end seems to have nothing to do with poison. The so-called going against the grain and turning bad times into good times are obviously not as simple as poisoning. It seems that fighting poison with poison does not simply refer to detoxification, but should be a general term. It means that if you encounter any problem, you need to use another problem to offset it, and perhaps you can get a good result. Lin Shen thought to himself, but for a moment he was unable to determine how large the scope of this fighting poison with poison was. Lin Shen felt that he could give it a try, but how exactly should he try it? He couldn't seem to think of any test method for a while. Then let's try it literally first. Lin Shen found 2 bottles of base mutation liquid containing toxins, and drank one bottle first. Although his body was almost immune to all poisons, he still had some normal reactions when he drank it just now. After the toxin took effect, Lin Shen quickly drank the other bottle. As a result, the two venoms entered his body together, and all the abnormal reactions in Lin Shen's body disappeared immediately, and the theory of evolution didn't have time to work. This ability is very useful, and the effect is much faster than the theory of evolution. Lin Shen's mind moved, since it can quickly detoxify. If I am injured, can I use another kind of injury to treat this injury? Lin Shen wanted to try it, but then he remembered that his body was difficult to be injured. Even if he was injured, super recasting could make his body recover quickly. It seemed unnecessary to use such an outrageous method. What's the point of using poison to fight? Poison? Lin Shen always felt that this fire ability was very useful, but he couldn't figure out how to use it. While he was thinking, he suddenly heard his door being gently pushed open. Lin Shen remembered that he had locked the door yesterday, and Ouyang Yudu was the only one at home. If he came to see him, he would not have knocked on the door. While he was wondering, he saw a figure walking in. You. Lin Shen saw the man's appearance clearly and was shocked. He jumped up from the bed in fright. Lin Shen almost thought that he was still asleep and dreaming here. This is Zenith Star, the base camp of the celestial race. How dare Tian Jiuyo, a traitor of the celestial race, come to Zenith Star and break into his home openly? But the person in front of him was clearly Tian Jiuyo, there was no mistake. Someone come. Tian Jiuyo is here. Seeing Tian Jiuyo push the door in, Lin Shen shouted directly. Many people living in this area nearby are dignitaries of Zenith Star. If he shouts like this and is heard by people nearby, someone will definitely come to support him. Even if there is no support, as long as someone knows that Tian Jiuyo is here, a master will soon come to take him, and he only needs to hold on for a while. Louder. Otherwise no one can hear your voice. Tian Jiuyo leisurely pulled a chair and sat opposite Lin Shen, looking at him with a smile, as if he was not in a hurry to take action. Lin Shen knew immediately that Tian Jiuyo must have done something, otherwise, even if the neighbors next door couldn't hear him, Ouyang Yudu should have heard his loud noise. But now it was all quiet, no reaction at all. It must be that the people outside couldn't hear his voice. What are you doing here? Lin Shen looked at Tian Jiuyo and asked. Of course. I came to find you. Our bet has not been completed yet. I came to find you to complete the bet. Tian Jiuyo said with a smile. Lin Shen felt that the person in front of him was crazy. In order to complete the bet, a wanted criminal actually ran to the base camp of the Tianren tribe to catch him. Only a madman could do such a thing. Why? I'm just a small person, you don't have to take such a big risk because of me. If I did anything wrong before and offended you, I apologize to you. How about we write it off? People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Lin Shen felt that face was not important at all. Being targeted by such a madman, he might not be able to sleep well in the future, or even have no future. Of course it's worth it. No one and nothing can stop me from taking you as my adopted son. Tian Jiuyo said with a smile, do you want to go by yourself, or do you want me to take you away? Can I still go by myself? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Of course. Tian Jiuyo said with a smile. Then I'll go by myself. Lin Shen thought to himself that he was shouting in the house, and others couldn't hear his voice. When he went out, there were people outside, and someone should be able to hear his shouting. Tian didn't say anything, but just made a gesture of invitation. But he sat there without moving. So arrogant, obviously a wanted criminal of the Tianren clan, he dared to run to the zenith star and be so presumptuous. Lin Shen had to admit that Tian was unusual. Lin Shen walked to the door, and before he was about to push the door open to go out, he couldn't help but look at Tian again. Seeing that Tian was sitting there and had no intention of stopping him, he pushed the door and walked out. After Lin Shen walked out of the room, he was stunned there. The door of the bedroom should be the living room of the house, but when he walked out, he saw the vast snow-capped mountains. As far as the eye can see, there is white snow between the sky and the earth. And the snow-capped mountains are connected, covered with silver and powder, as if he has arrived in the ice and snow world in a fairy tale. Lin Shen looked back, but he did not see his room, but only saw Tian standing behind him, and there were also snow-capped mountains behind him. What a powerful method Lin Shen had to admire that Tian was indeed very powerful. No wonder the big tribes like the celestial race wanted him for so long, but they couldn't do anything to him. They also established a large cross-race group in the universe. But such a method was beyond his imagination. It's not a powerful method, it's just the application of the immortal law. Tian said. Is your immortal law the forbidden zone of heaven? Lin Shen asked. Of course not, the forbidden zone of heaven is not the immortal law at all, it's just a law of the past. Is the law of the forbidden zone of heaven so powerful, but it's just a law of the past? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Tian said, whether it is the law of the past, the law of the present or the law of the future, they are not the real immortal law. Only those who possess the real immortal law are worthy of being called immortals. Those who possess the law of the past, the law of the present and the law of the future are not worthy of being called immortals, so what are they called? Lin Shen said. Casually, secretly trying to start the watch, but the watch did not respond at all. I am afraid that this area has been disturbed by the power of Tian law, but he just can't feel it. Tian saw Lin Shen's little action, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He said to himself, in the earliest era of the universe, only those who comprehend the existence of the real immortal law can be promoted to immortality and become eternal immortal. It's just that with the changes of the times, many sages have created some simple paths, so there are the past laws, the real laws, and the future laws behind. In fact, they are just shortcuts chosen by the weak who can't be truly immortal. Is there any difference between the real immortal law and those laws? Lin Shen asked, curiously. This is the first time he has heard of this statement. The true immortal laws are the only ones in the universe and are absolutely unchangeable. Each immortal law can only be owned by one person, and cannot be owned by two people at the same time. Tian said with a smile, of course, the law of immortality is stronger than those other pseudo-laws, and it is much stronger and has a greater degree of freedom. I can understand it. What does freedom mean? Lin Shen asked. For example, in the forbidden area of the kingdom of heaven you mentioned, using the power of that law can only prohibit the power of the law in the area. No matter how flexibly used, it is only a matter of the size of the area, and the ability itself will not change significantly. The laws of the past, the laws of reality, and the laws of the future are all the same. Tian paused and said, the law of immortality is different. For example, as you can know, the power of law of Feng Lu of the Phoenix tribe is the real law of immortality. His law of immortality is fire, and fire can be the law of burning, it can be the law of forging, or the law of energy transfer. What role he can play depends on how much he understands the law. In comparison, the laws of the past, the laws of reality, and the laws of the future are just certain branch abilities under the immortal law. There is no way to expand them. Their abilities are very limited, and the law permissions are not as high as the real immortal law. Although they can also, it's called the immortal law, but when it encounters the real immortal law, it will basically be restrained or even invalidated. After all, the immortal law is their father. In other words, the other three laws are actually only part of the abilities of the immortal law. Lin Shen finally understood the relationship between the immortal laws. Yes, it can also be said that the real immortal law is the king of other laws. Each law can only have one king. Therefore, the same immortal law can only have one ruler. As long as if the leader does not die, there will be no second person who can control the immortal laws of this department. At most, they can only understand some of the following branch laws, Tian said. Then how can we understand the law of immortality? Lin Shen has now reached the nirvana level, so he naturally wants to understand the law of immortality. Two ways to comprehend the law in battle include fighting immortals or fighting immortal creatures. The first nirvanas learned the power of the law by fighting immortal creatures or devouring the eggs of immortal creatures. Nirvana people fight against immortal creatures. How many can survive? Not much, but with the first one, the second one is much easier. Especially after getting the immortal pet, it becomes easier to understand the rules. Of course, at the beginning, no one could activate the immortal pet, so after getting the eggs of immortal creatures, they will use the most primitive method to eat the eggs directly and feel the power of the law inside. What's the second way? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. The second way is a bit more difficult. Find the immortal king creatures. They are the kings of various laws. Kill them and obtain their immortal crowns. With the help of the power of the immortal crowns, you can almost achieve true success. The law of immortality. Tian continued, however. Each of the immortal king creatures is an unparalleled existence. Even those immortals with true immortal laws cannot guarantee that they can survive in front of the immortal king creatures. This way is better than the first path is more dangerous unless you are lucky enough. If you can meet an immortal king creature that has just passed through death and suffered heavy damage, you may still have a slight chance. Of course, the premise is that there is real danger. The immortals help you. If I first understand a law, then advance to immortality, and then slowly understand the same kind of law, will I be able to finally achieve the true immortal law? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. No. Of course not. When you are promoted to immortal, your upper limit has been determined. The area you can cover is only so big, and there are only so many things you can do. Tian smiled. Said, I know the location of some immortal king creatures. You worship me as your adoptive father. If you have the chance, I can help you obtain the immortal crown and achieve true immortality. Lin Shen ignored him. He finally figured out how to advance to immortality. First, he had to find a path that he could walk. If the immortal law of a certain category has been occupied, whether it is a person or an immortal creature, no matter how Hard he comprehends it, he will not be able to achieve the true immortal law unless he kills that person. Or immortal creature. How can it be so easy to kill a person who can achieve the law of immortality? Or an immortal king creature that possesses the law of immortality itself? It is too difficult to achieve true immortality. Ordinary immortality is not that difficult. As long as he understands some branching laws, plus the 100% genetic mutation rate, and the help of other immortal eggs of the same series, it should be easy to be promoted to immortality. But that kind of immortality is obviously far worse than real immortality. Actually, there is another way. If you sincerely recognize me as your father, I can take you with me and let you understand and learn my immortal laws. After I die, you can replace me and become the leader of this department. The King of Laws. Tian Joyo sighed and said, I have lived for so long, and it has become harder and harder to survive the disaster. There is not much time in the future, and I urgently need a successor. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Shen looked at Tian Joyo blankly, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. But this kind of words were obviously not said casually. If it was as Tian Joyo said, he was willing to teach Lin Shen his immortal laws, then Lin Shen was the person in the world who wanted him to die the most. Even if they are biological fathers and sons, I am afraid that few people can safely teach their immortal laws. If he was not really about to die, how could Tian Joyo teach his immortal laws to others, especially strangers like Lin Shen, who could even be said to be enemies? Don't look at me like this. I won't die for a while, and it doesn't have to be you. At least you want me to see that your ability and character are worth entrusting me to the immortal law. Only then can I choose you. Tian Joyo said calmly. Aren't all your adopted sons deceived by your words? Lin Shen didn't believe what Tian Joyo said at all. Those who became emperors rarely willingly handed over the throne when they were still alive. It was also common for them to kill their sons and brothers. The inheritance of the immortal law is more precious and dangerous than the throne. Lin Shen does not believe that Tian Joyo will pass it on to others. With the heart of a villain, save the belly of a gentleman. They are all immortals. If you are willing to recognize me as your adopted father, then you will be my only nirvana-level adopted son. Tian Joyo said. What is your immortal law? Lin Shen asked, without answering. Space. Tian Joyo said it directly without any hesitation. Space. Lin Kong was shocked. Space must be an extremely powerful law system, and it can even compete for the strongest immortal law. Tian Joyo, who possesses this immortal law, actually failed in the competition with Tian Shidi and was forced to go into exile, becoming a traitor of the Tianren clan. How did Tian Shidi win Tian Joyo? Could it be that he voted to decide who would inherit the throne? Lin Shen thought of the pet of the blood-cursed demon again. Since Tian Joyo is the king of the space system, the blood-cursed demon can make Tian Joyo injured and escape. What kind of terrifying existence is that? There is almost no doubt that the blood-cursed demon must be the pet of the immortal king, and it is also an existence that can restrain the power of space. How about it, are you willing to worship me as your adoptive father now? Tian Joyo looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, our bet continues. If I am fine after your third attack, can I change a condition? I don't need you to be my adopted son, I just need you to let me go. Do you think it's okay? Lin Shen didn't dare to make such a bet with Tian Joyo anymore. He dared to do it before because he Knew that there would be reinforcements. He just needed to delay until the reinforcements arrived. Who knew that Tian Joyo had the ability to sneak into Zenith's star to capture him? Even if someone knew that he was captured by Tian Joyo, they probably wouldn't be able to find him for a while, and there would be no reinforcements. You already know that I am a space immortal, but you still want to win. It seems that you must have extremely powerful means. I really want to know what kind of means make you so confident. Tian Joyo, he smiled and said, if you can win, anything you say can be done. I don't have any means. I just want to take a gamble, because you won't kill me. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Haha, you are so honest. If you win, it will only be good for you. If you lose, the worst result will be that you become an adopted son. You will get all the benefits. Tian Joyo laughed and said, that's fine, betting with you is just to bully the small. It doesn't hurt to let you take advantage. But people like you must have someone to rely on. It's impossible to say anything without a target. Are you ready? It's time to take action. Just take action. Lin Shen stood on the snow mountain and looked at Tian Joyo. He didn't summon his life base or use a weapon, he just looked at Tian Joyo. Tian Joyo looked at Lin Shen suspiciously and said, are you going to take my last blow like this? Yes. Lin Shen nodded and said. Tian Joyo seemed to have figured something out. He put his hands on his hands and laughed and said, you really have exquisite thoughts. You know that I will not kill you. You don't use weapons, life base, or carapace to protect your body. If I don't want to kill you, you must only be able to control your strength. In this way, the force attacking you will only be weaker. Coupled with your hidden methods, you may be able to get through this level. It's really a good plan and a good idea. I appreciate you more and more. Lin Shen does have a little bit of care, but the main reason is that his physical body is his biggest support. If the physical body cannot bear it, using those things is actually of little use. It's kind to see through something but not tell it off, Lin Shen said. Okay, then it's up to you. Tian Joyo wanted to know what Lin Shen's methods were. He clearly knew Lin Shen's thoughts, but he didn't care about suffering this hidden loss. Tian Joyo slowly raised his hand and said, if you can block my palm, I will recognize you as my adoptive father. After that, Tian Joyo struck out with a palm. This palm was not as majestic as the previous victory plan, nor did it have the power to cover the sky. It even looked like a light palm, with no light at all on the palm. Lin Shenming clearly watched Tian Joyo slap him with a palm. The speed was not fast, but he felt as if his body could not move. He could only watch Tian Joyo slap his shoulder and arm with a palm. Tian Joyo couldn't kill Lin Shen, but he couldn't let Lin Shen block the blow, so he used the space dislocation law and the space law. His palm could dislocate the space and directly remove Lin Shen's arm from his body, causing it to separate from Lin Shen's body. This would allow Lin Shen to lose the bet without doing anything to Lin Shen. After Lin Shen admits defeat, Tian Joyo can reset the space and return his arm to Lin Shen's body without leaving any scars. It can be said to be an unpredictable power. Tian Joyo knew that Lin Shen had the means, but he didn't believe that he, a nirvana, could break his immortal law. This is the true law of immortality, and ordinary immortals cannot stop his power of spatial dislocation. Bang! Lin Shen was hit by a palm on the shoulder, and his body was immediately shot and flew backwards like a meteor. He hit a snow peak behind him, directly breaking the snow peak and burying the person underneath. But seeing this situation, Tian Jiuyo was stunned for a moment, and his expression became weird. The spatial dislocation method he used would only cause spatial dislocation. It should only separate Lin Shen's arms from his body, and not knock Lin Shen flying out like now. This situation was obviously beyond Tian Jiuyo's expectation. Tian Jiuyo flew down and came to the top of the collapsed snow peak. He saw the snow waves rolling down below, the glacier sliding down, and the ice and snow burying the canyon below the mountain. Lin Shen was nowhere to be seen. Tian Jiuyo's thoughts moved, and he suddenly saw that the glacier snowdrifts below were separated piece by piece, as if they had lost gravity, and instead seemed to be lifted up by buoyancy. Huge ice blocks and rocks rose into the sky, and soon they saw the deep forest buried underneath. After seeing Lin Shen's appearance clearly, Tian Jiuyo was stunned. Lin Shen stood on a huge ice cube. As the ice cubes rose together, the combat uniform on his shoulders was shattered, exposing the skin on his shoulders. On the white and tender skin, there was obviously a blood-red palm print, but his arm was not separated from the body as Tian Jiuyo thought, and was still on the shoulder. Thank you for showing mercy. How about a draw? The bet is over. And you and I will go our separate ways. Lin Shen said, rubbing the red handprints on his shoulders. Tian Jiuyo looked at Lin Shen, his face turned green and white for a while, but he never said a word. He still hasn't figured out how Lin Shen's flesh and blood body blocked his spatial dislocation technique. He didn't see what methods Lin Shen used, and the space in that area was indeed dislocated. Theoretically, Lin Shen's arms should be displaced along with the displaced space and separated from the body. However, Lin Shen was just knocked away, and his arm actually broke out of the misplaced space and did not become misaligned with the space. Although he didn't use much force and only used a little power of the space law, the flesh and blood body of a nirvana person could not break free from the power of the space law. If it were an immortal level Tiansheng in the future, I'm afraid he would only be able to leave one arm to break free from the constraints of the power of the space law. Lin Shen was uneasy, looking at Tian Jiuyo, who had a gloomy face and didn't say a word, wondering what he meant. If Tian Jiuyo got angry and turned against him directly, Lin Shen didn't think he could escape from Tian Jiuyo's hands. The real immortal law was too strong. Lin Shen was not able to break Tian Jiuyo's law power like he broke the law of the Minotaur, but just barely broke free. This was because Tian Jiuyo didn't use much strength at all. If Tian Jiuyo really tried his best, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to keep this arm. Even so, Tian Jiuyo's palm on his shoulder almost broke his bones. It seems that my physical strength can't withstand the attack of the top immortals. Lin Shen felt a little regretful. Lin Shen didn't know that his physical strength had already shocked Tian Jiuyo, a real immortal. Tian Jiuyo couldn't believe that the flesh and blood of a nirvana could break free from his spatial law power, and his eyes looking at Lin Shen became even more scorching. When Lin Shen was feeling uneasy, he suddenly saw Tian Jiuyo make a move, which frightened him, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Father, please accept Tian Jiuyo's greeting. Tian Jiuyo's sudden greeting made Lin Shen dumbfounded on the spot. I can't accept this. We have already agreed that I don't need you to be my adopted son. Just let me go. Lin Shen quickly avoided Tian Jiuyo's bow. This was a person who could compete with Tian Shidi for the position of Tiandi in the past. Even if he was exiled, his ability was still the top existence in the universe. He really couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, Tian Joyo, who was of the same generation as Tian Shudi, became his adopted son. How would he face Tian Shudi in the future? No, a bet is a bet. I, Tian Joyo, keep my word. Since you lose, you must admit it. From now on, you are my Tian Joyo's adopted father. Even God can't change this fact. Tian Joyo bowed to Lin Shen, leaving Lin Shen no chance to refuse. The ceremony is over. From now on, you are my Tian Joyo's adopted father. Tian Joyo stood up and looked at Lin Shen with a smile. He was not ashamed at all, and seemed very honored. It really doesn't have to be like this. Lin Shen didn't know what to say for a moment. He racked his brains. But he didn't expect this to happen. A real man's word is as good as gold. He must do what he says. You, Lin Shen, will be my Tian Joyo's adoptive father in the future. Tian Joyo said seriously. Then, can I leave now? Lin Shen asked. Yes, you are my adoptive father. Of course you are the boss. You can do whatever you say and go wherever you want. There is no reason for an adopted son to control his adoptive father. Tian Joyo seemed to be really into the role, calling him adoptive father all the time, which made Lin Shen a little scared. The old celestial being, who was more than 1,000 years old, called him a man in his 20s as adoptive father, and he kept calling him adoptive father. Lin Shen was about to get goosebumps on his body. Then I'm leaving. Lin Shen felt that he should leave this place as soon as possible, the farther away from Tian Joyo, the better. This guy is simply a lunatic. Take care, foster father. From now on, the Joyo group will follow your lead. When I return, I will announce this good news to the entire universe. From now on, the boss of the Joyo group will be you. Tian Joyo said calmly. Lin Shen almost vomited blood. He didn't expect Tian Joyo to be waiting for him here. If Tian Joyo really didn't care about his face and insisted on recognizing him as his foster father and spreading this news throughout the universe, what would the Tianren clan think? What would Emperor Tianshu think? He, Lin Shen, has become the biggest rebel leader of the Tianren clan. If he explains it this way, can Emperor Tianshu believe him? Even if Emperor Tianshu can believe him, can the old guys in Tian Renyuan believe him? Taking a step back, even if the old guys in Tian Renyuan believe it, but with their mentality of wanting to get rid of Lin Shen as soon as possible, they finally have such an opportunity, so why not seize this excuse to kill Lin Shen? If Lin Shen really went back to the Celestials with this title, he could almost foresee his fate. Boss Joyo, why do you bother a small person like me? It's really not worth it to ruin your reputation for this. Lin Shen said with a bitter face. Tian Joyo laughed. I have decided to make you my successor. Since you can't be my adopted son, then be my adopted father. It is also natural for the adopted father to inherit the adopted son's legacy. You will be the boss of Joyo Group in the future. Do you think the Celestials will believe it if you tell them? A mere nirvana person is your adopted father. They can't believe such an outrageous thing. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and said, whether they believe it or not is their business. I believe it. Tian Joyo said with a smile. What do you want? Lin Shen sat on the snow weakly, looking at Tian Joyo, and asked helplessly. Come back to Joyo Group with me and inherit my legacy. Tian Joyo said. Impossible. I've been used to living a life of luxury since I was a child. I can't live a hard life of hiding from place to place. Lin Shen refused immediately. Joyo Group has a large number of industries on more than 100 habitable planets. It can be regarded as the actual controller. There are also more than 200 genetic resource planets developed in cooperation with other races and families. As the boss of my Joyo Group, you have endless wealth and glory. Why do you need to hide from place to place? It doesn't matter if you are not used to a low-key life. I can send you to the Diamond Tribe or the Supreme Tribe to live. The Tianren tribe can't do anything to you. What do you like about me? Is it too late for me to change now? Lin Shen sighed. What benefits can Tianshu give you to make you devoted to him? I can give you everything he can give you. And I can also give you what he can't give you. You will follow me to learn the immortal law. In the future, after I die in the death calamity, you will be the king of the space law. Isn't this worse than being a dog beside the old thief Tianshu? Tian Joyo was already a little angry. Although Lin Shen is an optimist, he does not believe that pie will fall from the sky. He has no relatives with Tian Joyo, and Tian Joyo is not really his son. Why is he so good to him? Even if Lin Shen is Tian Joyo's biological son, Lin Shen does not believe that Tian Joyo will feed such a big pie into his mouth. Moreover, Lin Shen's own strength is enough, but the time for cultivation is too short. As long as he is given enough time, his future achievements will not be lower than Tian Joyo. Why risk becoming immortal? Enemy with the Tianren clan and harming Tianshuan and others, and choose to gamble with Tian Joyo's conscience. Kill if you want, say whatever you want, I won't go to Joyo Group. Lin Shen took a deep breath and turned to leave. If Tian Joyo really had no shame and told this matter to others, Lin Shen would accept it. After he returned, he immediately explained the situation to Emperor Tianshu. I think with Emperor Tianshu's mind and character, he could still tolerate him. Foster father, you should take a look before making a decision. I will take you to a place first. Tian Joyo did not say anything and directly activated the law of space. Lin Shen suddenly felt that the space around him was distorted. When his vision recovered, he found that he had come to a snow valley. In this snow valley, there are several wooden houses, but this is not the point. The point is that in the depths of the snow valley, there is a huge lotus. The lotus is rooted in the snow, and the emerald lotus leaves are huge. There is only one lotus growing in it. It is snow white and crystal, and the petals are like crystal jade, with wisps of cold air rising. The lotus is just the size of a room, and 7 or 8 of them would not feel crowded in the flower. That is the ice lotus. It takes 1 billion years to grow leaves, 1 billion years to bloom, and 1 billion years to produce lotus seeds. It takes another 100 million years for it to mature, and 400 million years to produce ice lotus seeds. The ice lotus seeds it produces have the law of ice. Eating one can achieve the law of ice. Although it is not a true immortal law, it is also a top-level past law. Tian Joyo walked to the ice lotus and said, my wife practiced here. Although she didn't get to eat the ice lotus seeds, just feeling the power of the law emitted by the ice lotus was of great help to her. You should practice here for a while, which should be helpful to you. There are some handwritten works of my wife in the wooden house in the middle. You can take a look at them when you are free. Maybe you will get unexpected gains. Lin Shen glanced at the direction of the wooden house and wanted to say something. When he looked at Tian Jiuyo again, he found that Tian Jiuyo's figure had disappeared. Immortal creatures often appear on the ice nightmare star. You'd better not leave the snow valley. Take care, Godfather. Lin Shen only heard Tian Jiuyo's voice echoing in the snow valley, but he could not see the figure. If you are not here, can I still be trapped here? Lin Shen tried to use the mechanical watch to teleport away, but he couldn't start it. Is the power of Tian Jiuyo's law still there, or is there something wrong with this ice nightmare star itself? Lin Shen was puzzled. He would not listen to Tian Jiuyo's words. He flew into the sky, wanting to leave the snow valley, rush out of the planet directly, and try to teleport in space. Even if there is something wrong with this planet, as long as he leaves this planet, he can go wherever he wants. When Lin Shen just flew out of the valley and flew out of the atmosphere against the cold wind, a ray of ice suddenly shot over, giving him no chance to react, and directly froze his body into a piece of ice. Lin Shen felt as if his brain was frozen, unable to think or function. He felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he fell from the sky. When Lin Shen gradually regained consciousness, he found that the Immortal Sutra was running automatically. His body still felt very cold, as if he had just been soaked in ice water. The cold air had penetrated into his bones, and his soul was trembling. He wanted to move his body, but found that his body could not move at all. He tried to open his eyes, and then he found that his body was frozen in the ice and could not move at all. What the hell is this? After Lin Shen woke up, the theory of evolution also began to work, allowing him to gradually adapt to this extreme cold. Fortunately, Lin Shen had already had a good resistance to low temperatures before, but he still felt unbearable cold, which shows how cold this ice is. Time passed by, and I don't know how long it has been. Lin Shen felt that it was at least 10 or 20 hours before the power in his body gradually recovered. Lin Shen burst out with strength and wanted to break the ice that wrapped around him, but found that with his strength, he couldn't break the ice outside. What's going on? Is this ice the real power of the immortal law? Otherwise, with my physical ability, I can break immortal materials, so how can I not break the ice? Lin Shen was shocked and could only patiently continue to operate the theory of evolution. Fortunately, he had two evolutionary techniques, the theory of evolution and the immortal scripture, so he had no problem saving his life in this situation, but it was not easy to break the ice and get out. After an unknown amount of time, the cold feeling in Lin Shen's body slowly disappeared, and his perception became much sharper. He gradually felt the strange power coming from the ice, which was obviously a power of law. No matter how strong his power was or how his body emitted temperature, it was difficult to melt the ice outside his body even a little. The strongest law of the ice system should be absolute zero. Right? It can make all activities stop and energy cannot be exchanged, so no matter what, the ice cannot melt. Lin Shen guessed in his heart. If it was really as he thought, he would probably be trapped in the ice for his whole life and would never be able to escape. Whose law power is this? The immortal creature outside the snow valley? Or the ice lotus in the snow valley? Lin Shen didn't have any good ideas, so he could only calm down and think about how to get out of trouble. Even if evolution can make his body adapt to low temperatures, it is not possible for evolution to break the ice formed by absolute zero. Is there any fire ability that can deal with the current situation? Lin Shen thought about it, and it seemed that only the fire ability of fighting poison with poison might be able to play a role. But now Lin Shen couldn't even move, so where could he find something that could resist the cold power? While thinking, he suddenly saw a white rope-like object dancing outside the glass like ice. The white rope was wrapped around the ice, and then slowly lifted the ice up and moved the position of the ice, as if it was brought into a white object. Lin Shen couldn't see clearly what was outside, but he had guessed what it was. Ice lotus. It should be Ice lotus. Lin Shen was in doubt, not knowing why Ice lotus brought him into the lotus. As far as Lin Shen knew, many genetically modified plants had the ability to eat people. This ice lotus brought him into the lotus. Could it be that it wanted to eat him? As if to confirm Lin Shen's thoughts, after the ice block and Lin Shen were pulled into the lotus, the ice block outside was melting at a very fast speed. The power in the lotus can melt the ice block so easily. Will this power melt me as well? Lin Shen was worried. As more and more ice blocks melted, Lin Shen could see more and more clearly. Outside the ice block was indeed the flower room of the ice lotus. Inside the flower room were white stamens. The one that rolled him in just now should be one of the stamens. When the ice block outside melted to only a thin layer, Lin Shen finally broke the ice layer and rushed out. He flew up without hesitation and wanted to escape from the flower room. But just as he flew up, a flower stamen bound Lin Shen's body like a rope and pulled him down. Lin Shen pulled out his slag knife and chopped at the flower stamen, trying to cut it off. He had tried to smash the stamen with his own body, but it seemed to have no effect at all. This ice lotus was not a genetically modified body, but was like an ordinary plant. He could feel that it was soft and even smelled a refreshing fragrance of the flower. The slag knife chopped on the stamen. The slag knife that could saw through immortal materials was like chopped on a flexible cow tendon rope. The force was very strong, but it only caused a slight dent in the stamen, without hurting it at all. Lin Shen knew that it was because the toughness and strength of the stamen were too high, and his strength was not enough, so the slag knife did not work. This thing was tougher than the body of an ordinary immortal. The stamen next to him also reached out and tied up Lin Shen's hands together. In a blink of an eye, he was tied up like a zongzi. It's over, am I going to die here today? Lin Shen saw a stamen stabbed directly at his mouth, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Puff. It's too ugly to die like this. The pistol pierced into Lin Shen's mouth, causing Lin Shen's pupils to dilate and his soul to fly away to the sky. The expected pain did not come. The pistol did not penetrate his head but stayed in his mouth like a pacifier, and the sweet flower juice flowed into his stomach. Lin Shen suddenly felt a heat flow spreading in his body, making his body, which was not very cold, become a little warm. The pistol slowly left, and the pistol wrapped around his body also loosened, allowing Lin Shen to regain his freedom. Lin Shen hurriedly flew out of the ice lotus, and the ice lotus did not react at this time. So the ice lotus is saving me? Lin Shen found that the ice lotus had no ill intentions, but was helping him to drive away the coldness in his body. Where did that ice light come from just now? Lin Shen was confused, but he probably figured it out. Tian Joyo could leave him here without worry, and he would definitely not let him escape so easily. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, and did not continue to rush outside the planet, but landed and walked towards the Wooden houses. It is definitely not that easy to escape, but if you look at what is inside first. Tian. Jiryo must have some plan to trap him here. It's not too late to find out Tian Jiryo's intentions first. And then think of a solution. Lin Shen remembered that Tian Jiryo said that there were some works of his wife in one of the wooden houses, so he walked towards that wooden house. There was thick white snow on the roof of the wooden house, and many icicles on the eaves. He pushed the wooden door, and it opened easily. The inside and outside of the wooden house were simply two different worlds. It was icy outside, but it was warm inside and made people feel sleepy. An old-fashioned oil lamp was burning on the table. The light in the wooden house came from it, and it seemed that the warm breath also came from it. In addition to the oil lamp, there was no heating equipment such as a stove in the wooden house. The wooden house was clean and tidy. There was a small bed and a rocking chair, covered with a blanket, next to the desk. And chair was a wooden bookshelf with some books on it. There were not many books, which seemed a bit scattered. There were some writing utensils placed at the bottom of the bookshelf, and there was a small blackboard next to it with some words written on it. All people think of immortality is just because time is too extravagant. 4 people. Lin Shen looked at this sentence, and felt that there was some truth in it. The lifespan of ordinary humans is less than 100 years. Even for those big clans in the universe, the lifespan of ordinary clans is at most 1,000 years. But for the universe, there is actually not much difference between 100 years and 1,000 years. Compared with the time counted in billions, it is just a blink of an eye. Lin Shen saw an open book on the table, so he picked it up and looked at the cover. The cover was clean, but there were 2 words tear marks written on the lower right corner. Is this the author's name? Lin Shen couldn't guess, so he flipped through the book. If the universe is regarded as a living organism, all the planets are just cells of this living organism. Cells die every moment, and new cells are regenerated every moment. Then what are we? Parasites? Viruses? Cancer cells? Are these the works that Tian Jiryo mentioned? Lin Shen frowned as he read. He was not a philosopher, and he had no interest in thinking about such a big question. If it was some secret techniques, he would be interested in reading it, but these contents were not attractive to him. He flipped through the book and found that they were all someone's thoughts on life and the universe, so Lin Shen put the book down. Are you trying to brainwash me by reading these contents? Lin Shen walked to the bookshelf, picked up a book and looked at it again. If it was all those contents, he would have no interest in reading it anymore. Fortunately, this book had nothing to do with the previous one. It was just a serious secret technique. 36 strategies of martial arts. Aren't these the techniques used by Tian Jiryo? Lin Shen immediately became interested and flipped through it. Unexpectedly, there are complete technical contents in it, from theoretical knowledge to training methods and experience, all written very completely, and all handwritten. Looking at the handwriting, it should be from a woman's hand. Could it be that the 36 strategies used by Tian Jiryo were actually created by his wife? Lin Shen was a little surprised. After flipping through it, he found that this book of 36 strategies of martial arts was named after the 36 strategies of military tactics. It includes 6 major parts: victory strategy, enemy strategy, attack strategy, mixed battle strategy, joint battle strategy, and defeat strategy. Each battle strategy has 6 techniques, and these techniques can also be used in combination. The palm method used by Tian before was a combination of victory strategy. Lin Shen remembered that Tian said that the strange finger technique he used was a feint to the east and attack to the west in the 36 strategies, so he found the feint to the east and attack to the west and looked at it carefully. The feint to the east and attack to the west is indeed a bit powerful. How can it silently create a finger force from the back? Lin Shen has not figured it out yet. After reading the contents of the book, Lin Shen finally understood that the finger force was not created out of thin air, but was hidden there in advance using a special energy control method, like a time bomb. The first finger and the second finger have nothing to do with each other. The first finger was just a bluff, and the real killer move was planned in advance. This technique of hiding strength is really mysterious. Lin Shen studied the technique of hiding strength in advance and found that this thing is very difficult. It requires proficiency in several ways of using strength to achieve the effect of hiding strength. This thing can't be practiced in a short time. Lin Shen carefully read the 36 strategies one by one and found that the technique of hiding strength is widely used in it. If you can't practice the technique of hiding strength, it is basically impossible to practice the 36 strategies of martial arts. In addition to hiding strength, there are several very special techniques, which are also widely used in the 36 strategies of martial arts. After reading the whole article, the 36 strategies of martial arts are a very strategic technique. Lin Shen feels that such a troublesome technique is not suitable for him. However, Lin Shen still memorized the 36 strategies of martial arts first. Although he doesn't like such a technique, it should be useful in the future. He can let Ayun practice it, and then teach it to himself after she has practiced it, so that he can get these complex and strange techniques of hiding strength. Lin Shen spent most of the day memorizing the entire book, word for word. My memory is much better now than before. I might not have been able to memorize it word for word in 2 or 3 days before. Lin Shen put the 36 stratagems of martial arts back and took another book to read. If all the techniques here are of this level, it would be a big deal to memorize a few of them. The second book he took down was not a technique, but a book about Ice Lotus. Ice Lotus, the foundation of Ice Nightmare Star, an immortal creature of the Immortal King level. Lin Shen was shocked after reading the introduction. At the beginning, it turns out that thing is actually an Immortal King level thing, no wonder it is so powerful. Lin Shen continued to flip through. There was a picture of Ice Lotus at the back, and each part of the Ice Lotus was marked on the picture, including lotus leaves, lotus flowers, lotus roots, etc. Each part was also introduced in detail. Lin Shen saw the part of the lotus stamen. After reading the detailed introduction, Lin Shen suddenly put down the book and ran out of the door to vomit, but after vomiting for a long time, he vomited nothing. He read the introduction in the book and remembered that he had learned it before, but because of his poor memory, he had long forgotten what he had learned before. The stamen is the organ used by flowers to reproduce. Lin Shen, who thought the flower juice was very sweet just now, felt a little nauseous and wanted to vomit at this time. Fortunately, that was just a psychological effect. In fact, according to the records in the book, the flower sap secreted by the ice lotus can even increase the base mutation rate of the immortals. It is an excellent treasure. Lin Shen glanced at the information on the watch and found that his base mutation rate had indeed increased to 5%. The effect of that mouthful of flower sap was still very obvious. He took the book and continued to read. There was a detailed introduction to the ice lotus at the back. What surprised Lin Shen was that the law of the ice lotus was not the law of ice. It can be said that the law of ice should be only a small part of the law of the ice lotus. The immortal law of the ice lotus is stillness, and there are many branch laws below, including absolute zero. It turned out that it was the ice lotus that knocked me down. Lin Shen was depressed. After a long time, it turned out that the ice lotus was directing and acting by itself. After a detailed introduction to the ice lotus, the following is about how to use the ice lotus to comprehend its law power. If you can truly comprehend the law of stillness, then you only need to kill the ice lotus to become the immortal king of the stillness system. The author of this book left a paragraph at the end, which roughly means that she originally wanted to use the ice lotus to become an immortal, but after a long time of getting along, she developed feelings for it and couldn't bear to kill the ice lotus, so she didn't use this method to become an immortal. In the end, if there are people who want to use the ice lotus to become an immortal and obtain the true immortal law, then they hope that they can let the ice lotus produce lotus seeds before killing it. This thing takes 1 billion years to bloom, 1 billion years to bear fruit, and 1 billion years to mature. Now it is only in the flowering stage. It will take at least 200 million years for the lotus seeds to mature. Who can wait that long? Lin Shen already understood why Tian brought him here. Tian should want Lin Shen to see the ice lotus and this book, so that Lin Shen knows that he has the ability to help Lin Shen become a true immortal. Although Lin Shen knows that there is this way, his own ability is not enough to kill the ice lotus. Without Tian help, he can't take this road either. Even if Tian just got rid of him, it would be harder for him to find the ice nightmare star in the vast universe than to find a needle in a haystack. Tian you are just making a fuss for me. Lin Shen knew very well in his heart that Tian was just trying to seduce him. The ice lotus was raised by Tian and his wife, and it also carried his longing for his deceased wife. How could he use it to ascend to immortality, casually? How can I get out of here? Lin Shen felt that he had to leave here quickly. But with the ice lotus guarding here, it was too difficult for him to rush out. He had tried the freezing ability of the ice lotus before. Although the theory of evolution could make him not afraid of the cold, it could not prevent his body from being frozen inside. It seems that I can only comprehend the power of the ice lotus's law first, and see if I can find a flaw and think of a way to escape. Lin Shen looked through the contents of the ice lotus again, preparing to use the method of tears to comprehend the law of the ice lotus. Lin Shen's disappearance has alarmed the top leaders of the celestial race. Tian came to Zenith's star in person, trying to find clues about Lin Shen's disappearance, but found nothing. Your Majesty, we have checked thoroughly, but found no clues. And Lu was also anxious. He had sent people to check several times, but there were no clues. It was as if Lin Shen had evaporated from the face of the earth. No need to check. Emperor Tianshu said lightly. Your Majesty, you already know who it is? And Lu was overjoyed. Who else could it be? Apart from Tian there is no other person in the world who can take people away without anyone noticing under the noses of an E and me. Emperor. Tianshu sighed and said, I was careless. I didn't expect Tian to take such a risk for Lin Shen. If we hadn't thought of this and made some precautions in advance, he would not be able to leave after he came. But who could have thought that he would take such a risk for such a small thing? That guy is still as willful as ever. Should we go to Jiryo Group to ask for people? And Lu asked. Without any evidence, why do you want someone? Emperor Tianshu thought for a moment and said, if Tian Jiryo wanted to kill Lin Shen, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to get him away. Lin Shen's safety should be fine for now, but we still have to find a way to get Tian Jiryo to release Lin Shen himself. Tian Jiryo went to such great lengths to capture Lin Shen, how could he let him go? And Lu was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, of course it is impossible, so we have to create some abnormal situations. Tianshu Emperor said with a smile. It turns out that the Emperor has already made up his mind. And Lu's eyes were faintly full of admiration. Tianshu Emperor shook his head and said, it can't be said that he has made up his mind, but he can give it a try. Tian Jiryo has a perverse personality. Most people can't guess his thoughts, but I know that he listens to his wife and doesn't even dare to speak loudly. He is a standard henpecked husband. Didn't Tian Jiryo's wife pass away? And Lu asked in confusion. His wife is dead, but her family is still there. Tianshu Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, love the house and the dog. Tian Jiryo is also very tolerant of his wife's family, and it can even be said that he will respond to any request. The Emperor means to ask the chief family of Tianyan Lake for help. And Lu was a little surprised. Although the chief family of Tianyan Lake is not among the 4 prefectures of the chief family, and the owner of that family did not even get the numerical ranking of the chief family when it comes to Qi Wuxin of Tianyan Lake. Everyone in the Tianren clan gives him 7 points of face. Qi Wuxin has guarded the Tianyan Lake star system for 1,000 years and kept the border safe for 1,000 years. Although he has not competed for the ranking of the Qi family, everyone knows that he is qualified to compete for the title of Qi. And that Qi Wuxin is Tian Jiryo's brother-in-law. Emperor Tianshu did not comment, but just smiled and said, I heard that the Tianyan Lake Qi family has produced a stunning talent. Tian Ai, your swordsmanship has become more and more unfathomable recently. An old man looked at the celestial woman practicing sword under the flower tree and said with a smile. The celestial woman had beautiful hair like clouds and gentle eyes like water, and she looked like a very gentle person. Her swordsmanship was just like her. Every move was continuous, like a spring breeze, and like a lingering affection. It was obviously a murderous move, but it made people feel that it was not sharp at all. Uncle, why are you back? Chi Tian Ai saw the old man, and his face showed surprise. He quickly put away his sword and walked over. Tian Donghan smiled and said, I've said it many times, you should call me uncle. What uncle? I'll call you whatever I like. If you don't accept it, then play another game of chess with me. You just need to beat me, and let me call you whatever I want. Chi Tian Ai said. My little princess, please forgive me. I can't beat you. Tian Donghan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Uncle, didn't you go to the main star? How come you're back so soon? Chi Tianai asked in confusion. Originally I needed to stay on the main star for a while, but something happened suddenly, so I had to rush back early. Tian Donghan said. What big thing happened? Could it be that the Emperor barbarians are invading our borders again? Chi Tianai's eyes were shining, and he was eager to try. The Emperor. Barbarians may invade the borders, but they definitely don't have the courage to come to Tianyan Lake. Tian Donghan smiled. and said, "This matter has something to do with you." "It has something to do with me? I'm fine, what does it have to do with me?" Tian was full of doubts. The emperor personally negotiated and wanted to marry your family. Do you think it has anything to do with you? Tian Donghan said. The emperor wants to marry my family? So I'm the one who is in the marriage. Who does he want to marry me? Tian Buluo or Tian Yinshao? Tian was just slightly startled, then smiled and said, as if he didn't feel there was any problem. It is very normal for Emperor Tian Shu to let his son marry the descendants of the big bosses in the clan. The Tianyanhu Qi family has guarded the Tianyanhu galaxy for thousands of years and is no different from a local lord. It is normal for Emperor Tian Shu to want to marry the Tianyanhu Qi family. A woman like Tian also knows that her marriage will not be the same as that of ordinary people, and she does not reject such a marriage. After all, there are many outstanding men among those emperors, who are better than the young men of ordinary families. This is not a bad thing. Tian thought about it. Among the emperors who are of the same age as her and have not yet married, there are only two emperors, Tianbuluo and Tianyangxiu. With the reputation of the Tianyanhu Qi family, Emperor Tian Shu would not match her with a married emperor, and it is absolutely impossible for her to be a concubine. It's not Tianyangxiu, nor Tianbuluo. Tian Donghan shook his head and said, "Who is it?" "Among the emperors, only they are of the same age as me. And they are not married yet." Tian has not realized the seriousness of the problem, and still said with a smile, "Lin Shen." Tian Donghan said two words. "Lin Shen? Does the D family have this son?" Tian's brain was unable to react for a while. According to normal thinking, if the Tianshu emperor wanted to marry her family, he would definitely let the son marry her. No one could have imagined that the person the Tianshu emperor wanted to marry was not the son. Letting her marry someone who has no blood relationship with the Tianshu emperor. Can this be called a marriage? It's not the son of the emperor. You should know him. He is the dean of the Tianshi Academy. He defeated Christine of the Diamond Tribe in the previous race rankings. He is the great hero who went to the Diamond Tribe to welcome back the statue of the God of Heaven. Tian Donghan said. Tian finally remembered, with a look of astonishment on her face, the emperor's marriage is not with the emperor's son, but with that Lin Shen? I also think this is a bit outrageous. I have never heard of a marriage without the emperor's son, not even with the celestial race. Tian Donghan pondered and said, but the old man doesn't seem to be opposed, he just wants to know what you think. If you don't want to, the old man won't agree to this marriage. It's not that I don't want to. I also know that Lin Shen is talented, not inferior to those emperor's sons, and even better. But Tian hesitated. But he is not from the celestial race, nor is he the son of the emperor. Tian Donghan took over her words and said, actually, you don't have to think so much. The old man means that if you are willing, you don't have to think so much. If you don't want to, you don't have to think so much either. I want to know what the old man thinks. Tian thought for a while, Uncle, I still have to go see the old man and listen to his opinions. You don't have to go. The old man has been in seclusion to prepare for the death tribulation. Now he can't see anyone. Tian Donghan said, actually, the old man's meaning is very simple. Just like it. Others are okay. Although he is not from the celestial race, his own talents are not bad. He can also be helpful to our Tian Lake in the future. But I heard that he has some relationship with Tianjuan, Tianjua's sister. Tianai stopped and said in a deep voice. Then refuse it. I will reply now. Tian. Donghan said. Let me think about it. Tianai was a little entangled. Since the old man did not object, it means that he can accept Lin Shen. Maybe there will be other considerations that she did not expect. Okay. There's no rush. After all, it's a lifelong event, you need to think it over carefully. Tian Donghan told Tianai not to make a decision in a hurry and to think about it again. Tianai returned home and thought a lot, and finally decided to listen to other people's advice. Taking out the communicator, Tianai hesitated for a moment, and still dialed a number. Xiao AI, what are you so sad about? I am here for you. No matter how big the problem is. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, tell me, and I will kill his whole family. Tian Jirio's figure was projected from the image, and he said arrogantly. Master Yu, I encountered something, and I am a little hesitant in my heart. I can't make a decision. I want you to give me some advice. Tianai said. Speak. Tian Jirio restrained his smile and said seriously. He had no children in his life, and he did not remarry after his wife died. When his wife was still alive, the grandfather who loved Tianai the most, it can be said that he watched Tianai's grandfather grow up, and Tian Jirio took good care of their family. Among the Qi family of Tianyan Lake, the only one who still has contact with Tian Jirio is Tianai. The emperor wants to form an alliance with our family. Tian Jirio dotes on Tianai, so Tianai treats Tian Jirio as her own grandfather. If she has something to say, she will not even go to her parents, but would rather talk to Tian Jirio. That bastard, he actually dared to target my Xiaoai, he is really bold. Tian Jirio cursed, cursing the ancestors of Emperor Tian Shu for 18 generations, and then said, but that old thief has some vision, knowing that my Xiaoai is the most outstanding woman in the universe. Which emperor's son does he plan to let marry you? Not the son of the emperor. Tianai shook his head. What? Tian Jirio jumped up like a bomb that had been lit. Tian Shu, that bastard, dared to look down on my little AI. I'm going to kill all his sons and grandsons, and make him have no descendants. Master Yu, don't worry. Although the person the emperor of heaven matched with me is not the son of the emperor, I think that person's talent and ability are still above those sons of the emperor. Tianai said hurriedly. Better than the son of the emperor, that's fine. Tian Jirio's anger was extinguished a little. But there is a problem. That person should already have a good woman. Tianai said. Are you worried about this problem? Tian Jirio laughed after hearing this. Master Yu, why are you laughing? This is a very serious question. Tianai was unhappy. Tian Jirio said, I just want to ask you a question. Do you want to marry this man? This is not a question of whether you want to or not. He already has a woman. How can I share a man with another woman? Tianai said anxiously. Of course not, that's why I asked you if you want to marry that man. If you don't want to, that's fine. If you do, that's easy. I'll kill his woman, so he won't have any other women, and he can be with you wholeheartedly in the future. Tian Jirio said. Master Yu, I'm talking to you seriously. Tian said coquettishly. If he is really the kind of person who abandons his wife and children to cling to the rich and powerful, how can I want such a person? He can betray his woman now, and he can betray me in the future. That's easy, I'll kill him, and he won't be able to betray anyone. Tian said with a smile. He has no grudges against me, and he didn't want to marry me, and he didn't say he wanted to abandon his wife and children. If I kill him now, wouldn't he be wronged? Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then tell me, what do you want to do? You have Master Yu to back you up, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Tian said, patting his chest. Master Yu, you are so good to me. Tian said with some emotion. Although Tian couldn't give her any advice, Tian didn't really need other people's advice. She just wanted someone to share her current mood. Tian stood on her side without reservation. Although what he said was crazy and seemed meaningless, for Tian, perhaps these meaningless words were what she needed. You just need to make a decision according to your own wishes, and leave the rest to me. Tian changed the subject and said, if Qi Wuxin dares to force you to marry, you also tell me. I will deal with him. The old man is very good to me, and he also let me choose myself. Tian said hurriedly. That's good. Tian nodded slightly, and then he remembered the previous question, and asked Tian, after talking for a long time, who does the old thief Tianshu want to marry you to? Let's not talk about him. Anyway, I have decided that I will not accept this marriage. I don't like to compete with others for men. Tian actually had a decision in her heart, but she just needed someone to help her make up her mind. That's right. Our little AI is so outstanding that there are so many good men waiting in line for her to choose. Why does she need the old thief Tianshu to meddle in other people's business? Tian said. Master Yu, why don't you take me out to travel, so that the Emperor of Heaven won't have to find someone to mediate? It's too painful to entertain people. Tian said. Okay, where do you want to go? Tian agreed immediately. He didn't have the slightest intention of rejecting Tian's request. I don't know. Master Yu has traveled all over the universe, visited many places, and seen a lot. Do you have any good places to recommend? Tian asked. Tian felt a little dazed after hearing this. He thought for a moment. And his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had thought of something. There is an interesting place, and there is an interesting person there. Maybe you will be interested. Where? Who? Tian was really curious. You will know when you get there. Tian said and hung up the communication. He had already passed through the space and came to Tian. Master Yu, wait a minute. I'll leave a note for them first, so they don't worry. Tian said, took a piece of paper and a pen, wrote a note and put it on the table. Pressed it with a teacup, and then left with Tian Tian space law is so easy to use. It is simply a must-have artifact for travel. In just a blink of an eye, he has taken Tian away from the Tianyan Lake star system. When the people of the Qi family saw the note left by Tian, it was already night, but the people of the Qi family were not panicked. Although Tian did not say who she left with, the Qi family actually knew it in their hearts, but they just didn't say it out loud. The note left by Tian also made it clear that she did not intend to accept the marriage arranged by Tianshu Emperor. Although Lin Shen had no problem with talent, that was not Tian's ideal choice, and she didn't want to compete with other women for men. Lin Shen sat in the ice lotus, his body was submerged in white mist, and at this time, he was sensing the power of the law of the ice lotus. There is a period of time every day when the ice lotus will breathe out ice air. If you want to feel the law of the ice lotus, then ice air is the best choice. The ice air contains the law of ice. Although it is not the true law of stillness, the law of ice is the most important branch of the law of stillness. If the law of ice can be comprehended to the extreme, then absolute zero can be used. This move is one of the strongest abilities of the law of stillness. The law of stillness can be further comprehended through absolute zero, as stated in the book left by Tian. However, Lin Shen sat in the ice air for 2 hours every day, enduring the cold breath, without missing any ice air, but he did not feel any breath of the law at all. He could only feel that his body was very cold. And there was nothing else. It seems that my comprehension is still a little bit poor. If I want to comprehend the law, I can only rely on eating the immortal egg. Lin Shen was a little discouraged. He could not feel the power of the law of the ice lotus at all, let alone find the flaw. Lin Shen also thought of another possibility. Maybe his base mutation rate was not enough, so he could not sense the power of the law. But in this ghost place, except for the flower syrup of the ice lotus, there is nothing else that can increase the base mutation rate. The amount of mutant nirvana liquid that Lin Shen brought with him was relatively limited, and he had drunk it in 2 days. If he was asked to drink the flower syrup, he always felt that he would have a psychological shadow. A few days passed like this, and Lin Shen tried a few more times. He found that as long as he left the snow valley, the ice lotus would emit a freezing ray that would directly freeze his body into an ice cube, forcing him to fall back into the snow valley. Fortunately, after being frozen again and again, Lin Shen's body has become extremely resistant to freezing. The freezing light of the ice lotus can only freeze him in the ice, and can't do anything to him. Of course, it's mainly because the ice lotus didn't want to do anything to him, just trapped him here and didn't let him leave. Every time Lin Shen was frozen, the ice lotus would pull him into the flower to help him melt the ice, and by the way, give him a mouthful of flower pulp to repair his frozen body. In fact, Lin Shen has the ability of evolution, and he doesn't need flower pulp to repair his body at all. Unfortunately, the ice lotus doesn't understand human language, so no matter what Lin Shen says, it's useless. Although Lin Shen is somewhat repulsive in his heart, the power of the flower pulp is really strong. Each mouthful can basically provide him with 4 or 5 points of base mutation rate, which makes Lin Shen's base mutation rate continue to grow steadily. On this day, Lin Shen was strolling in the snow valley out of boredom, wanting to see if he could find underground cracks or underground rivers under the glacier, and quietly leave the snow valley area, so as not to be trapped by the ice lotus again. He didn't find the underground river, or the big crack, but he saw a small black animal popping its head out of a snow pile and looking at him curiously. Are there other creatures in this place? Lin Shen looked at the small animal, curiously. It looked a bit like a mole, fat and small, about twice as big as a normal mole, with a pair of big black eyes, revealing clear stupidity, and looked a bit cute. Lin Shen looked at it, and it also looked at Lin Shen, not afraid at all. And even climbed out of the snow pile, lying on the ice next to it, looking at Lin Shen from a high place. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell, but you just want to surrender. You are so blatantly provoking this young master, I really can't let you down if I don't deal with you. Lin Shen summoned the Holy Shield Dragon, and the Holy Shield Dragon went to catch the genetic creature. The Holy Shield Dragon directly spit out a round shield and smashed it towards the mole. Lin Shen originally thought that such a small thing looked ordinary and should not be of high level. Who knew that it would directly spit out a strange life base like a propeller and fly towards the round shield? The high-speed rotating life base hit the round shield and actually cut a deep cut on it, almost cutting the round shield in half. Fortunately, the Holy Shield Dragon took it back in time, otherwise the life base would be destroyed. Lin Shen was shocked. Although the Holy Shield Dragon was only upgraded to the flying level, its life base defensibility was difficult for ordinary Nirvana level to break it at once. The life base of that little thing was almost able to break the circle at once, which was a bit too powerful. Is it a flying upgrade or a Nirvana level? Lin Shen felt that its power should not only be a flying upgrade, but he did not see it used the power of Nirvana, so he was not sure for a while. Lin Shen quickly took back the Holy Shield Dragon, fed it some liquid medicine, and let it return to the capsule form to slowly recuperate. At the same time, he summoned Xiaoyu, pointed at the mole beast on the ice, which was dancing with its hips twisted and smug, and said, "Catch it." Xiaoyu glanced at the beast, but frowned and said, "It's a Nirvana creature. And its Nirvana level is very high, so it's not easy to deal with." Is that little beast a Nirvana creature? Lin Shen was a little surprised. You don't even know the level of the creature you want to hunt. But you dare to do it. Do you think you have a long life? Xiaoyu complained, fortunately, it's just a Nirvana creature this time. If you meet an immortal creature next time, I want to see how you end up. Who knew that it would grow into such a silly and cute appearance and turn out to be a Nirvana creature? Lin Shen said stubbornly. Xiaoyu was too lazy to pay attention to him, summoned a white jade fork, and inserted it into the void in the direction of the mole. Suddenly, a strange light flashed on the white jade fork, as if an invisible fork was inserted into the body of the mole beast, and then pulled its body towards this side. The mole beast seemed to be extremely angry, and let out a piercing scream. The propeller-like life base flew over, emitting black light, and flew past it like a wind and fire wheel. It seemed that something was cut off, and the mole beast that was pulled towards Xiaoyu stopped. Xiaoyu's arm also suddenly raised up, as if the thing he was pulling suddenly broke, and it was obviously flashed. Xiaoyu's face suddenly became gloomy, and he summoned the white jade knife in his other hand and flew directly towards the mole beast. A ghost and a mouse fought in the snow valley, and for a while it was hard to tell who would win. Lin Shen was very surprised. Lin Shen knew how strong Xiaoyu's fighting power was. There were not many people at the Nirvana level who could fight him. This mole beast was able to fight back and forth with Xiaoyu, which really surprised Lin Shen a little, and he couldn't help but look at it carefully again. The whole body of the mole beast was pitch black, like black gold, and only the tail was white, also like platinum. Its body was shining with black light, and it moved quickly in the air like lightning, avoiding Xiaoyu's knife light and fork attacks again and again. Its speed was quite fast, but it was still a little slower than Xiaoyu. The reason why Xiaoyu couldn't take it down was mainly because of its propeller-like life base. The life base was spinning and flying, turning around the mole beast non-stop. Once an attack came, the propeller would rush up to block it. Xiaoyu's knife light was extremely strong, and his attack power was definitely top level among the Nirvana level, but his knife light was cut on the propeller-like life base, and it was immediately cut off. Xiaoyu used a variety of techniques to attack, but they were of no use. Every time, the propeller's life base was cut off. Interesting. Its life-based ability is very similar to my scumsword skill. Lin Shen found it more interesting the more he looked at it. The reason why the little mole beast's life base is so powerful is that it is similar to the slag knife skill, which has a sawing effect. It's just that the effect of this life base is better than Lin Shen's scum knife skills. Lin Shen's slag knife skill only has the effect of one blow, but the mole beast's skill is like a chainsaw that keeps spinning, with stronger destructive power and longer lasting. Lin Shen's heart moved when he saw it. If my slag knife skills can also be integrated with such skills, the destructive power and durability will be greatly improved. And the power should be greatly improved. It's a pity that the slag sword is just a knife, and it can't rotate like this. However, the sword energy should be able to achieve similar effects. The most important thing is how to keep the power. This is not something that ordinary skills can do. It's done. Lin Shen thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The hidden strength method of the 36 martial arts techniques can just solve this problem. Xiaoyu fought for a long time and couldn't do anything to the little beast. His face turned very ugly. The red ghost face lit up on the carapace of his body. With the appearance of the ghost face, the power of the little beast and its life base was greatly reduced. Xiaoyu split the rotating life base in half with a knife, and stabbed the little beast in the air with a fork. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the control of the fork's light. Obviously, the little beast could be solved with the knife light, but Xiaoyu rushed up, and the white jade knife in his hand flashed quickly, directly dismembering the little beast. Too cruel. Lin Shen saw that Xiaoyu's body and face were covered with nirvana liquid, and there was a crazy smile on his face, and he couldn't help shaking his head. The Shura ghost is too fierce, even as a pet, it will make people a little worried. Lin Shen went over and collected some base transformation liquid, but saw a little light rising from the body of the little beast, and light spots kept flying out from the remains of the body, condensing together, and turned into the appearance of fine sand. Nirvana ashes. It was the first time that Lin Shen saw this thing with his own eyes. After the death of a nirvana creature, there may be ashes of reincarnation, but more are nirvana ashes. Unlike ashes of reincarnation, this thing cannot completely retain the power of nirvana. But it also contains the attributes of nirvana power, which is also a very useful thing. Binglian won't let me leave Bingyan Star, so I can go outside the snow valley to hunt some creatures. Lin Shen took Xiaoyu and walked out of the snow valley. He turned his head to look at Binglian while walking, and did not find any reaction from Binglian until he walked out of the snow valley. Just when Lin Shen thought that Binglian would not care about him, a ray of ice suddenly flew over and froze Lin Shen again. When Lin Shen came out of Binglian again, he found that Xiaoyu was still sitting outside to rest, and nothing happened. Lin Shen thought for a while and came to the entrance of the snow valley again. He stood in the snow valley and did not go out, but let Xiaoyu walk out of the snow valley. As a result, Binglian did not react at all and did not care about Xiaoyu at all. Go hunt some nirvana creatures, preferably mutant ones, and bring back some nirvana liquid, Lin Shen said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu left the snow valley without looking back and flew up arrogantly. Not long after flying, he suddenly saw an ice bomb flying out from the glacier next to him. Xiaoyu chopped the ice bomb with a knife, and before he could say anything, he saw the ice bomb smashing like a storm. Xiaoyu pointed the jade fork in her hand, and the ice bombs flew in the direction indicated by the jade fork, and were led to the side, failing to hurt Xiaoyu. Lin Shen couldn't see clearly what attacked Xiaoyu. He flew a little higher and saw a white creature on the glacier snow, which looked like a monkey and an orangutan. It was shooting ice bombs at Xiaoyu crazily. It was a nirvana creature at first glance. After Xiaoyu diverted the ice bomb, he chopped it with a knife, and the knife light directly cut a bloody wound on the creature's chest. Hey! That thing's body strength is so high. It was hit by Xiaoyu's knife, but it was only broken and not killed. Lin Shen was a little surprised. The white gorilla that was chopped by Xiaoyu screamed miserably and ran away while screaming. Xiaoyu was about to chase it and kill it, but suddenly saw the snow mountain next to it shaking, and the thick snow slid down, triggering an avalanche. With the avalanche, the snow mountain revealed its true appearance, but it kept getting higher and higher. Lin Shen was surprised to find that the snow mountain was not a real snow mountain at all, but a huge white gorilla sitting there. When it stood up, it was taller than the snow mountain next to it. The little white gorilla rushed to the feet of the giant white gorilla, screamed and jumped at the giant white gorilla, and pointed at the wound on his chest. The giant white gorilla was already furious, staring at Xiaoyu, and almost at the same time, countless ice cones appeared around the giant white gorilla. The next second, the ice cone torrent rushed towards Xiaoyu violently. Xiaoyu desperately waved the jade fork to protect her body, and all kinds of skills burst out as if they were free, while retreating quickly. Bang 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 bang. But Xiaoyu's knife and fork did not completely block the ice cones, and her body was hit by the ice cones, and fell like a meteor. Fortunately, he was going to escape here, and he also fell here. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiaoyu's body. The terrifying power took Lin Shen's body and plowed 2 deep grooves on the glacier snow. The giant white gorilla chased for a distance, and when it arrived in front of the snow valley, it seemed to realize something, roared at the snow valley twice, and turned around and left. Its body was too huge, and every step caused the surrounding snow mountains to shake, triggering a large number of avalanches. After reaching the previous position, the giant white gorilla sat down and let the snowflakes fall on it. There is an immortal creature outside the snow valley. There is no chance of escape. Lin Shen put Xiaoyu down. Fortunately, Xiaoyu's body was strong enough, and the attack of the immortal creature did not seriously injure him. But with the immortal creature outside, the plan to let Xiaoyu go out hunting failed again. Lin Shen could only return to the snow valley depressed and continue to read books and study techniques. He planned to practice the hidden power method by himself, and then use it to transform his slag knife skills. Now the slag knife skills mainly rely on the characteristics of the slag knife itself to compete with the power of the immortal level. Although the sword energy formed is also very strong, it can only chop the nirvana level of the same level at most, and it is not very useful against the immortal level. If the chainsaw-like blade energy can be successfully studied, the actual combat capability of the blade energy will definitely be taken to a higher level. Lin Shen thought about it in his heart and calmed down to practice. He found that the hidden power method was not as difficult as he imagined, and he quickly got the hang of it. Xiaoyu was very bored on the side. He also imitated Lin Shen and took a book from the bookshelf to read. Sure, a ghost has inherited memories. These texts are not difficult for him. He just felt bored after reading the content. He changed one book after another and couldn't read it. What is this? Xiaoyu said in surprise, as if she had found something interesting. Hearing a clang, Lin Shen turned his head and found that Xiaoyu was holding a book in her hand. The book was open, and at Xiaoyu's feet, a jade token fell to the ground. This jade token. I seem to have seen it. Lin Shen walked over and picked up the jade token. After a closer look, he remembered where he had seen it before. On the temple star, they brought out 3 things: the sun-shooting bow, the jade token, and the silk scarf love letter. Lin Shen carried the sun-shooting bow with him, the jade token was with Lao Wei, and the silk scarf love letter was given to Ouyang Yudu. The jade token on the ground was exactly the same as the one Lao Wei had. Where did this thing come from? Lin Shen looked at it carefully. It was exactly the same as the jade order in Lao Wei's hand, but it should not be the same one. It fell out of this book. Xiaoyu handed the book in her hand to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the book and looked at the cover first. There was no title on the cover, and there were 2 small words, tear marks, in the lower right corner. Lin Shen opened the book and found that it was blank inside, and there was a groove in the middle of the book, which just matched the shape of the jade order. It is estimated that this book is specially used to hold this jade order. I remember that the jade order and the love letter were both found in the Suenio temple. How come there is another jade order here? Could it be that this tear mark has also been to the temple star? Lin Shen was a little confused. The temple star is weird and inexplicable. Lin Shen couldn't explain what happened there clearly, and the things brought out from the temple star were also very weird. The sun-shooting bow, the jade order, and the love letter, when they were on the temple star, could emit divine light discs to drive away ghosts and gods. But after leaving the temple star, these things seemed to become ordinary things. Except that they were tough and difficult to damage, there was nothing magical about them. Lin Shen wanted to use the sun-shooting bow to fight the enemy, but he couldn't pull the bowstring at all, and he couldn't sense the power of the sun-shooting bow itself. Theoretically, the sun-shooting bow should be one of the 10 generals under the ancient king of the world, and the immortal life of the sun-shooting general. Even if Lin Shen couldn't pull it, it would have a certain amount of power overflow. But after leaving the temple star, this bow was really like a waste, and it was useless. After turning it over and over, and looking at it for a long time, without seeing anything, Lin Shen put the jade order back into the book and planned to put the book back. This is Tian Joyo's former residence. The thing must belong to Tian Joyo or his wife. If he really took it for himself, Tian Joyo would have more reason not to let him leave. And he didn't know what the thing was for, so it was useless to take it. Lin Shen had just put the jade order in the groove of the book and was about to close the book when Fatty crawled out of the backpack and took the jade order out of the book. Fatty, what are you doing? Lin Shen looked at Fatty in confusion. Fatty ignored him, flapped his wings, and flew out of the wooden house with his fat body. The jade order in his mouth was thrown into the sky by him. Lin Shen was suspicious. Fatty had seen the jade order in Lao Wei's hand a long time ago. If he was interested, he should have taken it away at that time. Why did he suddenly become interested in this jade order at this time? Could it be that this jade order is actually different from Lao Wei's jade order? Lin Shen was thinking in his heart, and he saw that the jade order had fallen to the ground. The jade order, which was originally dull, actually emitted a brilliance that soared into the sky, and the words on the jade order also shone. Lin Shen and Xiaoyu both widened their eyes, watching the brilliance emitted by the jade order gradually materialize and gradually form a temple. What's going on? Lin Shen was stunned. This was simply a magical scene that seemed to create something out of thin air. Suanio Temple. After Lin Shen saw the temple was completed, 3 words appeared on the plaque of the temple. This was not unexpected, because the previous jade order was obtained from the Suanio Temple, and this jade order was most likely related to the Suanio Temple. I just didn't expect that this thing could actually create a Suanio Temple out of thin air. Fatty flapped his wings and flew into the Suanio Temple. Lin Shen was curious and hurriedly followed him into the temple. There were no hanging statues inside, but there were no statues on the altar either. There was only a god tablet with the word Suanio written on it. Lin Shen found something familiar. There were incense burners and incense on the altar. This was very similar to the scene in the Qiyu Temple. When Lin Shen was thinking, he saw Fatty sweep his wings, and a stick of incense flew over and fell into Lin Shen's hand. You want me to burn incense? Lin Shen understood what Fatty meant, so he lit the incense and inserted it into the incense burner. There is interference from the laws of the ice lotus here, so it should be impossible to teleport away, right? Lin Shen thought so in his heart, but he saw that in the smoke, he seemed to feel a little bit like flying in the clouds, and the temple in front of him seemed to become dreamlike and not so real. When Lin Shen regained his sense of being down to earth, he found that although the temple in front of him was still the same temple, the scenery outside the temple was different. Lin Shen walked out and flew into the sky to check. The snow valley disappeared. Outside was a huge suspended island. The whole island was like a huge arena, surrounded by layers of stone stairs, like seats on the stands. Welcome to Shangxing, do you want to estimate the value of your goods? A voice suddenly sounded on the island. Who are you? Where is this place? Lin Shen asked. I am the spirit of Shangxing. This is Shangxing. You can value your goods here. And you can also consign and trade your goods here. The voice continued. What commodity? Lin Shen had experienced the things on Bingxing before, so he didn't think it was too incredible. Anything can be valued. The valuation is the purchase price of Shangxing. If you are not satisfied with the valuation, you can choose not to sell it, or you can choose to trade with others. Shangxing supports bartering or trading with Shangxing coins. Shangxing Spirit explained. How to value a commodity? Lin Shen asked. That depends on what your product is. The voice of the business star spirit echoed above the suspended island. For example, what about this knife? Lin Shen asked. As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, he saw the ground in front of him shaking and a platform rising. Please put your product on the platform, the business star spirit said. Lin Shen glanced at the fat boy and saw that it didn't react, so he reached out and put the slag knife on it. The slag knife was placed on the platform, and the platform immediately burst into colorful light, wrapping the slag knife in it. The slag knife was suspended in the air, as if being scanned over and over again. After a while, the colorful light suddenly formed a screen-like projection in front of Lin Shen, and then some words appeared on it. A knife, estimated at 11 business star coins. The knife series product ranking list is open. The knife is currently ranked first, please name your knife. Slag knife. Lin Shen was used to it and directly said the name of the slag knife. The name is successful. The slag knife ranks first in the knife product rankings. The estimated value is 11 Shangxing coins. Should I sell it? Said the spirit of Shangxing. Window _tabula equals window _tabula dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _type mix. It was naturally impossible for Lin Shen to sell the slag knife, let alone sell it for only 11 yuan. If you don't choose to sell, you can also choose to consign, barter, or sell for money. Shang Xingxiling said. Lin Shen roughly understood that in Shangxing consignment, you can choose to exchange your own goods for fixed target items. Only when the other party puts in fixed items can the transaction be concluded. Or you can choose the consignment price. You can bid as much as you want. Shangxing's valuation is just an valuation. No matter how much he estimates. You can actually sell it for 10 million, as long as someone is willing to buy it. Lin Shen has no intention of selling the slag knife on consignment. This thing is now equivalent to Lin Shen's exclusive magic weapon. Without the slag knife in hand, Lin Shen's combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced. It may be useless to others, but for Lin Shen it is a magical weapon that won't be sold for any money. Can Shangxing estimate the value of pets? Lin Shen asked again. Yes, everything has its value and can be appraised. Shang Xingji said. Okay. Then help me estimate his value. Lin Shen pointed at Xiaoyu and said. Xiaoyu's face suddenly darkened, but Shangxing's spirit said in a puzzled manner, please put your pet on the platform. Lin Shen looked at Xiaoyu, who reluctantly jumped onto the platform. The platform once again radiated a strange light, and soon the light turned into a screen. And Xiaoyu's information and valuation also appeared on it. Shura Ghost, larvae, the estimated value is 14 merchant star coins. Do you want to sell it? The pet ranking list is open, and the Shura Ghost larvae currently ranks first. In the pet ranking list, Lin Shen naturally chose no. When Shangxing Ling asked again whether to enter the trading house, Lin Shen also chose no. The Shura Ghost, like the Jia Dao, is not for sale by Lin Shen. Lin Shen stood here waiting for a long time, and Shang Xingxiling said nothing. Lin Shen was surprised and asked proactively, I should be the first one to come to Shangxing, right? Isn't there any special reward? Shangxing Trading adheres to the principle of fairness and justice. All transactions are open and transparent, and there are no so-called special rewards. Discussion Spirit said. Lin Shen suddenly felt a little depressed after hearing this. When he was in Soldier Star, he was the first to enter the rankings and got various king titles. Although he couldn't keep them later, he even lost the titles of Sword King and Fan King. But at least the title of King of 100 weapons is still available, which is somewhat beneficial. I didn't expect that Shangxing would be so stingy, even him, the first person to enter the rankings, would not benefit from it. I am the first person to enter the rankings, so there are no special benefits? Lin Shen asked unwillingly. Sorry, all transactions in Shangxing are fair and just. If you want to increase the value of the product, you must increase the valuation of the product. Shangxing Spirit said. How can we increase the valuation of products? Lin Shen asked. Shangxing Spirit said, if it is a sword or other weapon, there will be a test stone. If your sword can leave traces on the test stone, Shangxing will re-evaluate the weapon's combat effectiveness based on the traces you left. The stronger it is, the deeper the traces left, and the higher the valuation. If it is a pet, there are creatures in Shangxing specially designed to test the pet's actual combat ability. The stronger your pet performs in battle, the higher the valuation will be. After listening to Shang Xinghailing's detailed explanation, Lin Shen decisively chose to let Xiaoyu prove the value of his product. Xiaoyu was so angry that she had no choice but to enter the arena, where a Nirvana creature appeared. Xiaoyu fought with the Nirvana creature. After winning, the valuation increased by 1 merchant star coin. Xiaoyu fought 4 Nirvana creatures in a row, and his valuation also changed from 14 yuan to 18 yuan. If he wanted to continue to increase Xiaoyu's value, he could only skip the challenge and directly challenge the immortal creatures. Lin Shen saw that Xiaoyu had always been able to do it with ease, so he chose to fight against the immortal creatures without hesitation, wanting to see how high Xiaoyu's level was. Xiaoyu was so angry that his teeth were almost broken, but he had to fight desperately against the immortal creature that appeared. Although he was scarred in the end, he finally killed the immortal creature, but he himself was also seriously injured. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was covered in injuries, Lin Shen had no choice but to abstain from voting and not let Xiaoyu continue to increase his valuation through fighting. Xiaoyu's final valuation came to 21 yuan. In comparison, the slag knife, which was only worth 11 yuan, was obviously not as good as Xiaoyu's valuation. Lin Shen did not continue to improve the valuation and flew away from the hanging island. He wanted to try to see if he could use the teleportation device to leave on this planet. As a result, the teleportation device cannot be used on Shangxing, and his watch teleportation device is useless. You can't teleport here, so I'll go to other temples and have a look. If I can leave from other temples, I won't have to go back to the Ice Nightmare Star. Lin Shen has experience in the soldier planet and knows that there should be more than 1,000 people on these planets. There is a temple, and different temples will be teleported to different planets. As long as he does not go back from the original temple, he does not have to return to the Ice Nightmare planet. Lin Shen left the floating island and went to other places, hoping to find a place where he could teleport away, or to find other Blackbird temples. When Lin Shen was looking for the Blackbird temple, the universe outside was already in chaos. Not long after the Qiyu temple appeared, the Xuanyan temple appeared all over the universe. Some people entered Shangxing through the Xuanyan temple and encountered the same situation as Lin Shen. The difference is that when they arrived at Shangxing, there was already a ranking of goods on the Shangxing ranking list. Haha, what a rubbish, that knife is called a slag knife, and it's only worth $11. So my moon-chopping divine knife, isn't it worth $1 million? Someone saw the ranking of the slag knife and immediately chose to estimate the price. As a result, the moon-chopping divine knife that he thought was high-end was only estimated at $1. Countless strong men from all races poured into the temple, and as a result, various items were also listed on the Shangxing ranking list, but no product could reach a high price of $10. The $11 valuation of the slag knife is already the best in the universe, and Xiaoyu's $21 valuation makes people have no desire to pursue it at all. Seeking Shura Ghost Baby, any price. Seeking Shura Ghost Baby, 100 million Tianqing coins. The world's #1 treasured sword is only worth $11, this Shangxing coin may not be too valuable. Some People even brought immortal-level items to be appraised, but the value did not exceed $10. People have been speculating about the value of the most expensive Shura ghost pet and the second most expensive slag knife, and why they could be worth so much money. I don't know what that Shura ghost pet is, but it's rated so high on Shangxing. Bing Yale was not impressed by Shura Ghost's ranking, and took his new pet to Shangxing. His new pet was a Nirvana-level mutant red dragon, which was also a very famous Nirvana-level pet in the universe. It had excellent performance on both offense and defense, and it also had all Nirvana attribute immunity skills, and was recognized as one of the strongest Nirvana-level pets. Bing Lia was full of confidence, thinking that with the mutant red dragon, he should be able to win the title of the most expensive pet. Who knew that the valuation of the mutant red dragon on Shangxing was not as high as the slag knife, and it was only estimated at 10 Shang coins. The value of Shura Ghost was more than twice that of the mutant red dragon. When people saw that the mutant red dragon was only estimated at 10 yuan, more people were frantically seeking to buy Shura Ghost, wanting to buy Shura Ghost, which was estimated at 21 yuan on Shangxing at a high price. Whether it is true or not, there is a wave of buying Shura Ghost in the universe. Many top Nirvanas, even immortals, are willing to pay a high price to buy Shura Ghost pets. Unfortunately, no one will sell them. With the immortal pets on the list, people originally thought that Shura Ghost's ranking would slowly decrease, just like the weapon rankings. The single-digit scores at the beginning of the weapon rankings are already very high, and the scores will become less and less valuable. Now, there are already quite a few scores above 10 on the major weapon rankings, and Lin Shen's scores are no longer noticeable. Those who can score more than 10 on the weapon rankings are basically top immortals. Ordinary immortals can hardly get 5 points, let alone more than 10. Now on the weapon rankings, those who can enter the top 10 have a score of at least 10 points, and those below 10 points can only enter the top 100 at most. But when those top bosses took their pets to the Shangxing for valuation, they found unbelievably that even the top immortal creatures were valued at only a dozen yuan, and none of them could reach 20 yuan, which could not catch up with the valuation of Shura Ghost. Some immortal pets also chose to challenge to increase their valuations, but most of them not only failed to increase their valuations, but were killed in the challenge and disappeared directly from the rankings. Although the valuations of some pets were increased, the values were all around 10 yuan, and no pet could reach a value of 20 yuan. On the knife rankings, many of them were valued at more than 11 yuan, and the value ranking of the slag knife had fallen outside the top 20. As time passed, more and more products were listed, including immortal-level products, but the only one that could exceed a valuation of 20 yuan was Shura Ghost. Lin Shen didn't know about these things. He had been looking for other temples on Shangxing. Before he found the temple, he was attacked by a group of birds. It was a group of Nirvana-level cranes, bursting out the energy of Nirvana together, which was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. As a result, Lin Shen smashed their life bases with a punch, causing those cranes to flee immediately and disappear in the blink of an eye. Lin Shen continued to fly, looking for other Suanio temples, but the result was tragic again. A giant bird just casually sprayed out the power of Nirvana, which produced an irresistible gust of wind. Lin Shen had tried his best to fight against the gust of wind, but his body was still blown away. He didn't know how far he flew. Anyway, when he opened his eyes and looked around, he found that the surrounding terrain was very unfamiliar and he had never been here. When Tianai came to Bingyan Star, his face was full of curiosity. Master Yu, what is this place? Tianai asked Tian Joyo, beside him. Tian Joyo didn't answer her, but pointed to the snowy mountains in the distance and said, "Do you see the highest snowy mountain? There is a snow valley over that snowy mountain. There are some interesting things, and an interesting person in the snow valley. You will like it after you see it. You don't have to give me face. You can deal with him however you want." Master Yu, who is the interesting person you were talking about? Tianai asked. You will know it when you see it. Tian Joyo looked mysterious and didn't answer Tianai. Tianai wanted to ask something else, but Tian Joyo just told her to explore by herself, and there must be something she was interested in the snow valley, and then he teleported away. After watching Tian Joyo leave, Tianai curiously climbed over the snow mountain and headed towards the snow valley that Tian Joyo mentioned. In the snow valley, Tianai did see many things that interested her. The works of Binglian and Lei Hen deeply attracted Tianai, and made her study those works day and night. Tianai made the same choice as Lin Shen. She also memorized the 36 stratagems of martial arts, and then began to study, but the result was not so ideal. She had clearly memorized all the key points of the 36 stratagems of martial arts, and even could recite them backwards, but she still could not use the essence of the 36 stratagems of martial arts. No matter how she practiced, even if she practiced backwards, she could not bring out the true power of the 36 stratagems of martial arts. The main reason was that she could not practice the hidden power method. The 36 stratagems of martial arts are so difficult to practice. Is it true that anyone below the immortal level can practice them? Tianai felt that even if she had such a good talent, she could not get started. And she was afraid that others would not be able to practice them. These techniques were not easy to use at all. Soon, Tianai also discovered the Suanio Temple. She also used the Suanio Temple to go to Shangxing. But she did not gain anything substantial. She could only continue to study the techniques and transform the techniques to make her abilities stronger. Tianai went to Shangxing several times. After taking out her things and looking at the pricing war on Shangxing, she found that although her things were valuable, none of them could break the 20 yuan mark. And there was no hope of competing for the rankings. Tianai found that the most expensive thing on the commodity rankings was a pet called Sure Ghost. Although it was unknown what level Sure Ghost was, its name was so loud in the universe that it was hard to believe. Now it can be said that everyone in the universe knows it. Even those who have not been to Shangxing have mostly heard of Sure Ghost's reputation. More and more immortal level strongmen took their immortal level pets to appraise the price, but none of them could reach 20 yuan. They chose to improve their pets' valuations through challenges, but most of them ended in failure. Even if there were some who succeeded, they would still fail in the second round of challenges. No pets could make it to the third round, and none of them had a score of more than 20. The Sure Ghost still occupied the most expensive position in the commodity rankings with an overwhelming advantage. However, the ranking of the slag knife was gradually surpassed by the immortal weapons, and its ranking on the rankings was getting lower and lower, and it was about to fall out of the top 100. Window _tabula equals window _tabula _tabula dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 foot target _type mix Master, you said there is an interesting person in this snow valley, why don't you see the figure? Tian. AI was confused. She had been in the snow valley for a few days, but she didn't see the figure at all. Master, you would not lie to her, but in this snow valley, although there were many interesting things, there were no interesting people, as Tian Joyo said. Tian AI found the things in the ice lotus and black bird temple very interesting, but these things were not enough to make her pay much attention. Tian AI knows that ice lotus is very powerful, but her origin has already determined that she can easily be promoted to immortality. Even the rules of immortality that can be obtained at the immortal level have been designed by professionals for her. She does not need to use ice lotus to do so. Immortal, so she is not very interested in ice lotus. Although Zuanio Temple and Shangxing are also very interesting, Tian AI can give an estimate of 18 or 19 yuan for any item on Tian AI. Although it does not exceed the valuation of Shura Ghost, it has already made Tian AI feel it's boring. After reading the books on the bookshelf, Tian AI decided to leave Snow Valley. Just when he was about to contact Tian Joyo, he suddenly saw a person walking out of the Zuanio Temple. Is this the interesting person you mentioned? Tian AI looked at the person walking out of the Zuanio Temple, his eyes full of curiosity. Originally, she thought that the interesting people Tian Joyo said must be strange people in the universe or masters in a certain field. But this man who walked out of the Blackbird Temple was wearing a tattered combat uniform that looked like a strip of cloth, and the helmet on his face was also badly worn, and could only cover half of his face. Why does this person look like a beggar? Tian AI doesn't want to judge people by their appearance, but no matter how the person in front of him looks, he doesn't look like the interesting person, Tian Joyo said. The man Tian loved to see dressed in beggar's clothes couldn't be anyone else but Lin Shen. Lin Shen searched for other Suanio temples on Shangxing, but failed to find the Suanio temple. Instead, he was targeted by an immortal creature, chasing him to the sky with no way to the earth. Fortunately, his body is strong enough, otherwise it is not certain whether he would be able to come back alive. When Lin Shen saw a girl from the celestial tribe appearing in the snow valley, his eyes widened in surprise. He also did not expect that in the snow valley, he could actually see a cosmic human race other than him, let alone a girl from the celestial race. What is the relationship between this girl and Tian Joyo? How did she come to Snow Valley? Lin Shen saw that the human girl had red lips and white teeth that day. Although she was not as tall and beautiful as Tian's son, nor as charming as Catherine, she has a rare gentle beauty, as if she will not refute anything you say, but will only agree with you. Who are you? Lin Shen looked at Tian AI and asked directly. My name is Xiao AI. Who are you? Tian AI asked. Xiao AI? What's your relationship with Tian Joyo? Lin Shen stared at Tian AI and continued to ask, without answering her question. Tian AI gave people the impression that she was too gentle, as if she was easily bullied. Even Lin Shen couldn't help but become a bit more forceful when talking to her. I don't know who you are talking about. Some people said that there are many interesting things in this snow valley, so I came to this snow valley. Tian looked innocent. If anyone else had said this, Lin Shen would not believe it anyway. But Tian AI seems to have a kind of magic power that makes people want to believe in her involuntarily. You were deceived. It's easy to get here, but it's not so easy to get out. Lin Shen sighed. Is this place so dangerous? Tian Ai asked, with her eyes widened. She did not feel that there was anything dangerous in this snow valley. Have you ever gone out since you entered the snow valley? Lin Shen asked. No. Tianai shook his head. Then don't even think about going out, and don't go out of the valley. Lin Shen pointed at the ice lotus in the snow valley and said, have you seen that ice lotus? If you leave the valley casually, it will use ice light. If you are frozen, you will be able to survive if you are lucky, but if you are not lucky, you will probably freeze to death. It looks very beautiful, not something so cruel. Tian Ai said hesitantly. That's because you haven't been out of the valley and haven't seen its power. But I don't recommend you to try it. It's better to stay in the snow valley honestly and suffer less. Lin Shen looked at Tian Ai. Said, were you captured by Tian Joyo? Who is Tian Joyo? Tian Ai asked, blinking. He's just a wretched old man from the celestial tribe with gray wings on his back and gray hair. Were you captured by him? Lin Shen felt that such a kind and lovely celestial tribe girl like Tian Ai must have been captured by Tian Joyo. Tian Joyo has such a big feud with the celestial clan, so it is normal to capture some celestial clan girls. Yes, it was an old man from the celestial race who brought me here. Tian Ai smiled in his heart after hearing this. This was the first time she heard someone say that Tian Joyo was a wretched old man from the celestial race. This person should be the interesting person you mentioned, right? Tian Ai has already guessed that the interesting person Tian Joyo mentioned should be him. That's right, that wretched old man from the celestial race is Tian Joyo. Lin Shen looked at Tian Ai and said, what a crime. He can kill such a young and cute little girl. Is he very bad? Tianai asked Lin Shen curiously. Not only bad, but shameless. Lin Shen was already angry. Tian Joyo obviously lost, but he didn't let him go. He was extremely shameless. Why did he bring you here? Lin Shen changed the subject and looked at Tianai and asked. He also felt that this girl from the celestial race was a bit strange. Why would Tian Joyo bring such a girl here? He had a vague guess in his heart that maybe Tian Joyo saw that he was unmoved and was not tempted by Binglian, so he brought such a beautiful celestial race girl here. If bribery doesn't work, then start seducing. Tian Joyo, you underestimate me, Lin Shen. After all, I have seen some beautiful women. Do you think a beautiful and lovely celestial race girl can make me surrender? Lin Shen said in his heart. He said there is an interesting person here. Tianai told the truth. Lin Shen was more certain of his thoughts after hearing this. This girl from the celestial clan must have been tricked by Tian Joyo to seduce him. Tian Joyo knew that his determination was as strong as steel and could not be shaken. Ordinary seduction would be useless, so he tricked a pure and lovely girl from the celestial clan to come and give people the feeling of first love. Even if they knew it was a trick, ordinary people would still indulge in it unconsciously. This is the real beauty trap. The essence of the beauty trap is not beauty, but emotion. Lin Shen looked at Tian Ai in front of him with a strange expression. She obviously didn't know that. She was the beauty in the beauty trap and could be regarded as an innocent person. There are no interesting people here, only a boring person like me. Lin Shen looked at Tian AI and said, "What is your name and where do you live?" Tian AI naturally has no hidden secrets, and said calmly, "My name is Tian AI, and my home is in the Tianyan Lake Galaxy." Tianyan Lake Qi family? Who are you, General Qi Wuxin? Lin Shen was shocked. After all, he was also working as a breadwinner in the Celestial clan, and he still had some understanding of the Celestial clan's powerful people. Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder about a prince like Tian who Qijia. In the past, the Tianchi Academy was the eyes and ears of the Emperor's minions, monitoring the world, especially places like Tianyan Lake Qi family, where the Tianchi Academy had spies. Even now, there are still field personnel from Tianchi Academy lurking in Tianyan Lake Qi's house. Lin Shen looked at Tian AI carefully and remembered that he had heard it before. It was said that the Qi family in Tianyan Lake had a genius woman named Qi. Tian AI. Bing Shui was smart and could learn any technique in one go. She was born to ascend. Who? Although he is not as famous as Dios, he is still somewhat famous within the Celestial clan. Lin Shen heard that Qi Tianai was sweet and pleasant, and had a very gentle personality. The reason why he knew that Qi Tian AI was such a person was mainly because many dignitaries in Zenith Star had proposed marriage to the Qi family, hoping to marry Qi Tian AI, but they were all rejected by Qi Wuxin. Therefore, there are rumors in the Zenith Star that it is Qi Tian AI of the Tianyan Lake Qi family. It is very likely that she has been spotted by the Emperor's family, and sooner or later she will be the princess of a certain emperor's son. There are even rumors that the old guy, Emperor Tian Shu, has taken a fancy to Qi Tian AI and wants to take her as his concubine. That's our old man. Qi Tian was a generous person and didn't think there was anything to hide. Lin Shen's eyes became more and more complicated, and he thought to himself, that old bastard Tian Jiuyo actually kidnapped Qi Tian AI from the Qi family in Tianyan Lake. He trapped the two of us here. And he definitely has no peace of mind. A man and a woman are trapped alone in this snowy valley with nothing. The woman is sweet and the man is handsome. It will be strange if nothing happens after a long time. Even if I can control it, Qi Tian AI is facing me all day long. I am afraid that it will be difficult for such an excellent man to control him. If I kill Qi Tian AI, it will be like cheating on the D family. I will be so poisonous in the future. Lin Shen's face looked a little unsightly. Lin Shen felt that he had seen through Tian Jiuyo's vicious plot, but he had little confidence in his own determination. What's your name? Qi Tianai looked at Lin Shen and asked. You don't need to know my name, you just need to know that Tianyan Lake and I are enemies, not friends, and our hatred is as deep as the sea. Seeing that you are just a little girl, I won't kill you for the time being, but you don't want to provoke me either. You've made me unhappy, so I'll kill you first and collect some interest. Lin Shen felt that it was necessary to keep a distance from Qi Tian AI, so as not to cause eternal hatred if he made a mistake. You will live in that room from now on. This is where I live. Don't come near me without my permission. Lin Shen pretended to be fierce. Qi Tian AI looked at Lin Shen blankly for a while, then nodded and said, I understand. Do you have any other requests? That's all for now, don't disturb me if you have nothing to do. Lin Shen said and prepared to go back to the room. How should I call you in the future? Qi Tian AI asked in a low voice. I told Don't bother me if you have nothing to do in the future. No need to address me. Lin Shen turned around and said fiercely. I understand. Tian AI asked cautiously, then what grudges do you have against our family? Can you tell me? You just need to know that you're family, and I have a deep hatred. I wish I could peel off all the members of your family to relieve my hatred. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to eat people. Seeing that Tian AI seemed a little frightened, Lin Shen snorted coldly, turned around, and returned to the cabin. It seems that we have to find a way to escape quickly. There are too many immortal creatures running rampant on Shangxing. It may not be that easy to avoid them and find other temples. Lin Shen thought about it, and still had to start with Ice Lotus. As long as the Ice Lotus is dealt with, he can use the teleportation device to leave here first and find someone to rescue them. Tian AI, the little princess of the Tianyan Lake Qi family, is here. It is estimated that the people of the Tianyan Lake Qi family are going crazy now. As long as they can report a message to them, even if they don't care about their own life or death, they will definitely come to save Tian AI. But it is obviously not an easy task to deal with Ice Lotus. Lin Shen didn't even have the ability to hurt a creature at the level of the immortal king. It's a pity that I can't understand the law of ice, so I can only work hard elsewhere. Lin Shen decided to practice the hidden energy method as soon as possible. Lin Shen was practicing the hidden energy technique in the room when he heard footsteps coming from outside, which should be Tian AI. The direction in which the footsteps came from turned out to be towards his wooden house. Sure enough, after a while, Tian AI stood outside the door of his wooden house, knocked on the door and said, Mr. Enemy, are you resting? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me if you have nothing to do? Are you really not afraid of death? Lin Shen opened the door with a cold expression, preparing to give Tian AI a good scare. But Tian AI was holding a bowl of hot porridge with a salty and fragrant smell, and some green vegetables and minced meat could be seen in it. Mr. Enemy, this is the porridge I cooked. I'll give you a bowl. Tian AI said with a smile. Where did you get these things? Lin Shen looked at the porridge and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although he no longer needed to eat, how could he easily change the eating habits he had developed in the past 20 years, not to mention that the porridge smelled really good. I brought a lot from outside, and I can't finish it all by myself. I'll give you some when I cook in the future. Tian AI said. You want to find an opportunity to poison me? Lin Shen said with a cold face. Why would I do that? Tian AI shook his head and said, I just think you are very pitiful. Mr. Enemy. It must be very painful to live here alone? Tian AI believed Lin Shen's words and really thought that Lin Shen had a grudge against the Qi family of Tianyan Lake, so Tian Jiuyo trapped him in this snow valley. Seeing that his combat uniform and helmet were already tattered, he must have suffered a lot here. Judging from his tone, the Qi family must have done something very offensive to him and his family, so Tian AI felt that she could resolve the hatred between him and the Qi family to the best of her ability. Tian AI was not worried about her own safety. Although she looked weak, her actual combat power was very scary. Besides, Tian Jiuyo allowed her to come here, which meant that her strength was enough to protect herself, so Tian AI was not worried about this problem. Don't do such boring things in the future. I don't need your Qi family to pretend to be kind. Lin Shen closed the door with force, trying his best to play the role of an enemy to avoid too much Contact with Tian. Mr. Enemy, I put the porridge outside the door. It's too cold outside. If you want to drink it, you should do it as soon as possible. Tian put the bowl on the wooden shelf next to the door, then turned and left. Lin Shen has never suffered much since he was a child. He couldn't calm down when he smelled the fragrance in his nose. It's just a bowl of porridge. It's no big deal. As long as I keep a distance from her, it's fine. Lin Shen finally couldn't help it, pushed open the door and brought the porridge in. There was also a small spoon in the bowl. Lin Shen picked up the spoon and took a sip. He immediately felt that the whole person was so happy that he was about to melt. This craftsmanship is really good. I didn't expect that the little princess of Tianyan Lake actually has such a craftsmanship. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire in his heart. But after thinking about it, he was more certain that the rumor was true. Tian must be marrying into the emperor's family. Who has time to learn cooking? For a girl from an ordinary family? She doesn't have enough time to practice every day. With such good cooking skills, she must have learned it specially to take care of the emperor's son in the future. I don't know which emperor's son has such a blessing to marry a sweet and gentle woman like Tian in the future. Could it be that the old guy Tianshu emperor has taken a fancy to her? That would be a waste of people, Lin Shen thought to himself. He quickly finished a bowl of porridge, and he still felt a little unsatisfied. Lin Shen put the bowl and spoon outside the door, and then continued to practice the hidden power method. If the hidden power method can be practiced to the extreme, it can keep the energy in a very stable and restrained state. Theoretically, all the nirvana power is very active after being beaten out. Being active means that you must move, while being stable requires being still. These two things seem to be very contradictory. It is extremely difficult to stabilize the active power in the void and to be able to burst out energy at any time. Fortunately, Lin Shen is quite good at controlling power. The previous techniques he practiced made him very capable of controlling power. It is not difficult to get started, but the difficulty is to control it accurately. Lin Shen tried to send out the finger force, and then use the method of hiding the strength to make the finger force still in the air, that is, it will not dissipate, nor will it burst out the power it contains. Unfortunately, once the finger force stops, it loses its activity and strength, or the finger force stops, but the strength automatically explodes and cannot be stabilized. After practicing over and over again, I heard knocking on the door again at night. But this time, I didn't hear Tian talking, but only heard the sound of Tian leaving on the snow. Lin Shen opened the door and saw an exquisite lunch box on the shelf outside the door, but the previous bowl was gone. The lunch box was 3 layers high. When I opened it, I saw that the first layer was a few side dishes, each with only a little bit, divided into different grids. The next layer was rice, and at the bottom there was a small bag of dairy products. Lin Shen looked in the direction of Tian's wooden house. The door was closed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect that there would be such a gentle woman in the Tianren tribe. What a pity. Lin Shen practiced the hidden power method every day, and his progress was obvious. Tian cooked 3 meals a day, and put them at Lin Shen's door. Every time, she just knocked on the door and said nothing, like a secret signal. Lin Shen ate Tian's food, but he still didn't have a good face for her. When he saw her, he was cold and silent. Tian didn't say much. He just read books and cooked every day, and occasionally went to see Binglian. When he was free, Tian would open the window, lie on the windowsill, and watch Lin Shen practicing swordsmanship outside. Lin Shen's hidden strength method has been practiced almost to the point, and he wants to integrate it into the sword energy and add a rotating cutting technique. He practices so hard, he must want to seek revenge on my family, right? Tian thought. But in her opinion, even if Lin Shen practices for another 100 years, he will not be able to seek revenge on her family. There are many immortals in Tianyan Lake, and it is not possible for one person to shake it. Master, you trapped him here, but didn't kill him. He asked me to come and see him. He probably wanted me to resolve the hatred between our family and him, otherwise he would have killed him long ago. Tian lay on the windowsill, watching Lin Shen practicing his swordsmanship while thinking. Master Yu said he is an interesting person, and he must have something that others don't have, but looking at his swordsmanship, there is nothing special about it. What is his specialty? Tian watched Lin Shen practice his swordsmanship patiently. After watching for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hidden strength method? He is practicing the hidden strength method of the 36 stratagems of martial arts? Tian finally understood what Lin Shen was doing. She didn't see it before because the hidden strength method should be used in conjunction with the moves of the 36 stratagems of martial arts. Lin Shen used swordsmanship to practice the hidden strength method, which she didn't expect, so she couldn't see it before. Just now, when Lin Shen slashed with a sword, the invisible sword force was not controlled and slashed on the snow pile, which made Tian see the clue. With this discovery, Tian's eyes lit up. The 36 stratagems of martial arts is a technique that Grandma Tai has tailored for Master Yu. I heard that it is difficult for others to practice it, but this person has actually practiced the method of hiding strength, and even used it in his swordsmanship. It is indeed a bit whimsical, and I don't know if it will succeed. In the next few days, Tian would occasionally watch Lin Shen practicing swordsmanship while reading books. At first, she spent more time reading books and less time watching Lin Shen. But as Lin Shen's swordsmanship became more and more proficient, Tian's reading time was obviously decreasing, while the time she watched Lin Shen practicing swordsmanship was constantly increasing. This person actually integrated the method of hiding strength into his swordsmanship. He is really a freak. Tian secretly admired. In her heart. After reading the 36 stratagems of martial arts, she also tried to practice it herself. With her talent, she only needed to read the general techniques once and she could use them directly. But for the 36 stratagems of martial arts, she also spent some time and effort to practice, and only then mastered part of it. She can also use the hidden power method, but she can't separate it from other techniques like Lin Shen did. Before, Tian thought that if Mr. Enemy could do it, she could do it too, but after trying a few times, she found that the hidden power method can only be used in the 36 stratagems of martial arts. If it is used in other techniques, many problems will arise and cannot be solved at all. How did he do it? Tian looked at Lin Shen practicing the sword and thought to herself. Although she had been watching Lin Shen practicing the sword, she couldn't see any tricks, as if Lin Shen just practiced and practiced like that and succeeded. Lin Shen slashed with his sword, and the sword energy was like a rotating chainsaw, slashing on the hard ice that had been frozen for billions of years. It rotated and cut strangely, just like a chainsaw, cutting the ice. bit by bit. It's done. Lin Shen was happy. Although it was a bit troublesome at the beginning, fortunately, it was finally practiced. In addition to the hidden power method, Lin Shen also borrowed some skills from the inherited fan. And finally practiced this rotating chainsaw sword energy. However, this is not the ultimate effect that Lin Shen wants. It can only be regarded as a basic operation. The effect that Lin Shen really wants is to fix the sword energy that rotates like a chainsaw in the air and let it rotate silently. If others bump into it, it is equivalent to seeking death. Think about Lin Shen slashing out countless sword energy. Those sword energy are invisible and shadowless, like invisible and inaudible chainsaws suspended in the air, and the enemy will die as many as they bump into. To achieve that level, you need stronger control ability, and the control requirements for force are already abnormal. The reason why Lin Shen practiced so hard was that he had an idea. If he could really do that, he could arrange his sword energy around the ice lotus in advance, and then rush out of the snow valley. As long as there are enough sword energy left in advance, the ice lotus will be blocked by those sword energy. When attacking him with ice light, one sword energy may not be able to block the ice light, but what if there are 100, 1,000, or 10,000 sword energy? Even if it still can't be blocked, he only needs to earn a little time to rush out of the control range of the Ice Lotus's law. Even if he doesn't teleport away, as long as he can send a message. Fortunately, although the Ice Lotus is strong, it has no mobility. As long as he can escape from its law range, Lin Shen thinks he should be able to escape. Lin Shen has never worked so hard as he does now. He doesn't know how many swords he has to swing every day. In addition to eating, sleeping, and resting, Lin Shen keeps swinging his sword for the rest of the time. Unconsciously, Lin Shen has adapted to Tian, delivering meals to him every day. He has to admit that the Queen's choice of people is really amazing. This cooking skill is really amazing. Lin Shen suddenly understood that sentence during this period of time. If you want to keep a person's heart, you must first keep a person's stomach. In the past, Lin Shen felt that no matter how delicious the rice is, it can't be better than those chefs outside. How can you keep a person's heart with just this thing? Tian made Lin Shen completely understand the true meaning of this sentence. If a person cooks for you every day and the rice he cooks can completely meet your wishes and taste, it can only mean one thing. This person has spent a lot of thought on you and knows your preferences and habits. A person who can do things so attentively, let alone keep a person, it is difficult for him to fail, no matter what he does. The women chosen by the emperor's family are indeed the best choice. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. It was dinner time that day, but Tian didn't bring the meal over, which made Lin Shen a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look at the wooden house where Tian lived. The door of the wooden house was closed, the windows were not open, and no sound was heard from inside. What's going on? Lin Shen was puzzled, hesitating whether to go and have a look. At this time of the day, Tian should have started cooking. She has been cooking for so long, so she probably doesn't want to cook anymore and wants to take a break. Lin Shen thought so in his heart, but after a while, he felt something was wrong. After hesitating again and again, Lin Shen still walked over, knocked on the door, and said fiercely, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you cook today?" After a while, Lin Shen heard footsteps coming from inside, and soon the door creaked open. Lin Shen saw that Tian's face was abnormally red, and her spirit seemed to be a little bit wrong, a little listless. Sorry, I'll go cook now. With that, Tian walked out and went to the kitchen to cook. What's wrong with you? Lin Shen saw that she seemed to be a little bit unwell, and asked, with a frown. It's an old problem, it's okay, it will be fine in a while. Tian said indifferently, and she had already walked into the kitchen. Lin Shen was afraid that something would happen to her, so he followed her into the kitchen. Looking at Tian, who was busy in the kitchen, he covered his nose and asked, "What is this old problem? It's not contagious, right?" He didn't want to say such vicious words, but he really didn't want to be too close to Tian. It's not contagious. There was a problem during Nirvana, and I got this problem. I feel a little uncomfortable occasionally. It's nothing serious. It will be fine in a while. You don't have to worry. Tian's voice was still so gentle, but it seemed weaker than usual. Who is worried about you? Since you have a problem, don't cook, lest it's too bad and ruin my mood and appetite. Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed in his heart. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come to Tian. Now he made her feel uncomfortable and had to cook for her. It's okay, it won't affect you. Tian said with a smile, but her hands never stopped, still busy. I told you not to do it, don't you understand what I'm saying? Lin Shen grabbed Tian's wrist and pulled her out. Tian didn't struggle, and let Lin Shen pull her out of the kitchen and towards her own wooden house. Lin Shen pulled Tian into the wooden house where she lived and found that the house had been redecorated by Tian. It looked much warmer than before, and there were some strange and inexplicably cute dolls placed inside. There was also a fat and big white cat on her bed, lying on the bed and looking at them. Lin Shen let go of Tian's hand. He originally thought that Tian would be very angry, but when he looked at Tian's face, he saw that she still had a smile on her face. Although she was not very energetic, her eyes still looked so clear and gentle. Mr. Enemy, you really don't have to worry. It's just a small problem and it will be fine soon. Tian said. What's wrong with this woman? Why doesn't she have a temper at all? Lin Shen was puzzled. You think too much. I just don't want anyone to die here. It's unlucky. Lin Shen said with a cold face. Tian didn't care. She walked to her bed and sat down. She picked up the white cat and said with blinking eyes, Mr. Enemy, although you speak harshly, you are a gentle person. I am gentle? Are you blind? Lin Shen stared at Tian fiercely, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Tian didn't seem to see Lin Shen's fierce appearance at all. She said to herself, my nirvana was completed. In an immortal place. Mr. Enemy, you know how dangerous it is, right? At that time I overestimated myself and did not listen to my family's advice. I still completed nirvana there. It's just that there was a small problem. And my body occasionally feels a little uncomfortable. What's the problem? Lin Shen asked with a cold face, but was secretly surprised. Tian used the immortal land to reach nirvana, so her ability must be very strong, but there is no hint of the arrogance of a strong person, it's very rare. Tian said, actually, it's nothing. The immortal place I chose, I only discovered when I started to reach nirvana that an immortal creature was being bred in it. Without knowing it, the immortal creature was born. The immortal biological energy was also sucked in, because its body gave birth to an energy similar to toxins. This energy disrupted my nirvana, causing my body to be affected by the toxins. After completing nirvana, the body's the toxin energy still remains, and occasionally there will be a little pain, but otherwise it has no effect. It doesn't look like there is any pain, Lin Shen said, looking at Tian Ai, who had beads of sweat on his forehead. Tian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with a tissue, and said, with a forced smile, "It is a toxin energy that stimulates the nerves. Although it basically does no damage to the body, it does hurt when it attacks. I usually drink some painkillers, it's nothing. I came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring any medicine, so I just have to endure it and it will pass in a while. Tian Joyo is really harmful to people. Others have such problems. Tian Joyo tricked her into coming here. Fortunately, it only hurts a little. If she died here, then I will go out in the future, even if I have a mouth. I can't explain." Thinking of this, Lin Shen was shocked. If Tian Ai really died here, and let the people of the Tianyan Lake Qi family know that he was the only one beside him before Tian Ai died, then it would really be true. Not easy to explain. If you have such a disease, don't run around casually, so as not to harm others or yourself," Lin Shen said, suddenly like lightning. He clicked on Tian Ai. Tian Ai was unprepared and was pointed at by Lin Shen's finger, causing her body to glow with radiance reflexively. Lin Shen, who had already retreated to the side, was secretly surprised when he saw Tian Ai's brilliant brilliance like the sun. The intensity of Tian's love for nirvana is not much inferior to that of Wei Wufu. This woman is so dangerous. She usually looks harmless, like a little sheep, but she contains such terrifying energy in her body. Lin Shen thought to himself. The divine brilliance on Tian Ai's body had shrunk, and she had already felt something strange, and the splitting headache had disappeared. "Do you know how to heal?" Tian Ai looked at Lin Shen in surprise. "I don't know any healing techniques. I just sealed your pain nerve so that you can't feel the pain. The effect of the toxin energy is still there, it's just that you can't feel it anymore. Even if your body is killed by the toxin energy, you can't feel it either, so you don't scream in pain and disturb my sword practice," Lin Shen said, and left Tian Ai's room and went outside to practice his sword. Tian Ai pinched himself, and as expected, he felt no pain anymore. He was even more surprised. He was able to seal off my pain with just a few clicks. What kind of technique is this? It's not strange to be able to block people's pain. What's strange is that Tian Ai didn't feel Lin Shen's exertion at all, and blocked her pain with just one click. Tian Ai's body is very strong, and it can hurt her among her peers. Not much, let alone the pain she felt. Lin Shen's move made Tian Ai feel even more that there was indeed something extraordinary about him. No wonder, Lord, you trapped him here but didn't kill him. After practicing the sword for a while, Lin Shen thought of something, walked towards the Zuanio temple, and soon teleported to Shangxing. Now when I look at the ranking list, I find that there are too many items on the list to be counted, but Xiaoyu's valuation is still the highest, and there are no other items that exceed 20 yuan. The ranking list also has a conditional search function, which allows you to directly search for immortal pets or materials. Lin Shen searched and found that there were many immortal pets on the list, but their valuations were all lower than Xiaoyu's. When searching for Nirvana-level pets, Xiaoyu is at the top of the list. The commodity trading area was opened again, with a variety of products, and some people even sold immortal pets on it. Most of the precious items were simply bartered, and some products of low value were sold with commercial star coins marked on them. Lin Shen browsed for a while and found that there were quite a few selling mutated Nirvana pets. Some of them were mutated Nirvana pets. Even Lin Shen was drooling after looking at them. Lin Shen searched for a while and found some medicines to calm, analgesic and relieve neuralgia, some of which were marked with the price of Shangxing coin. It's a pity that Lin Shen doesn't have merchant star coins, so he can only see if there are any potions that can be bartered. After finding a person who exchanged sedative and analgesic medicine for a flying upgraded pet, Lin Shen took a flying upgraded pet capsule from the space, placed it on the platform, and chose to exchange. The other party received Lin Shen's exchange request, and after seeing the valuation and information of the Ascension pet capsule, he happily chose the transaction. Lin Shen only saw the light rising from the platform, the Ascension pet capsule disappearing, and soon several bottles of medicine appeared on the platform. After Lin Shen collected the potions, he browsed again to see if anyone was selling what he needed. After watching for a while, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. He actually saw a pet egg with a mosaic. Lin Shen quickly looked at the information of the pet egg. It said that it was a flying upgrade pet egg, the quality was unknown, and the place of origin was unknown. The other party wanted to exchange it for a flying upgrade mount pet, requiring the speed basic attribute to be the full value of 80, and other attributes must not be less than 70 points. Lin Shen searched in his space for a while, picked a flying upgrade pet capsule that could be used as a mount, and put it on. Such a pet is already considered a small top grade for ordinary people, but Lin Shen doesn't even look at it. After a while, the other party confirmed the transaction, and a pet egg covered with mosaics appeared on the platform. It's really easy to get it. Lin Shen was happy in his heart. He didn't expect that he could find a pet egg with mosaics so easily. Lin Shen looked through it for a while, wanting to see if he could find other things with fire seeds, but there were too many things to choose to trade on it. If he looked at it bit by bit, he might not be able to finish it in a few days and nights. This is a platform that can be used for trading in the entire universe. Fire seeds may appear on pet eggs of any grade, and there is no way to search for them in a targeted manner. After looking for a while, Lin Shen chose to give up. Oh my god, can we trade like this? Lin Shen suddenly discovered that in this commodity area, there were actually some people of different races who put themselves on the market for trading. Some of them wanted to trade for star coins, and some wanted to exchange for something else. There were actually a lot of people. Lin Shen took a rough look and actually saw a few humans. Fuck. Why is Tu Xiaodao on it? While browsing, Lin Shen saw a familiar name and quickly looked at the image of the commodity. It was indeed Tu Xiaodao. Window, _tabula equals window _tabula dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Tu Xiaodao, a human race, a nirvana who has undergone 10 nirvanas, proficient in 18 kinds of weapons. Lin Shen looked at the introduction of the Tu Xiaodao product and found that the valuation of Tu Xiaodao was actually 11 merchant star coins. What he wanted to exchange was not Shangxing coin, but an opportunity for immortality. Only then did Lin Shen realize that Tu Xiaodao didn't want to sell himself at all, but wanted to find someone to help him become immortal. It would be enough if he could teach him to understand the laws of the past. In exchange, he could serve others for 10 years. How did this kid get promoted so fast, and he has achieved nirvana 10 times? Lin Shen felt that Tu Xiaodao was a bit whimsical. How can an immortal be willing to teach a stranger how to understand the laws of the past, and he will only serve for 10 years? With no guarantee. If the butcher runs away after teaching him, then that person will suffer a big loss. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. Since people can be sold, can I also put myself on the market? As long as someone buys me, I will be transferred to the other party like other commodities, then you can leave this hellish place. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. It was the fastest and safest way to escape the Snow Valley. No, let's study the trading rules first and make sure nothing goes wrong later. Lin Shen asked Shang Xingji directly, if I trade myself out, will there be any restrictions on myself? Shangxing's spirit quickly responded to Lin Shen, any living thing can be sold as a commodity. You can trade yourself, but there will be contract constraints after the transaction. If you cannot fulfill the contract, you must return the goods used by others to trade 10 times, or it's the Shang Star coin. If it cannot be returned, the contract will obliterate the defaulting creature. Lin Shen thought to himself, there are indeed restrictions, but there is nothing we can do about it. I can set my own price cheaper, for example, use 1 liter of base fluid to replace me. Wait until I escape after I get out, I'll give him 10 liters of transmutation fluid, which will solve the problem perfectly. Wait. Lin Shen suddenly thought of something wrong again. What if the person who bought him was his enemy? There are many enemies in the Celestial clan, and there are even Lin Shen's enemies in the Celestial clan. Wouldn't it be even worse if the Imperial Barbarians or any bought him and then killed him directly? No, I can't just exchange for anything. I have to exchange for something that no one else has, and only people close to me have. And it's best to exchange me back as soon as possible, otherwise Tian Joyo will find out, then it's impossible to escape. Lin Shen thought about it and thought of the silk love letter in Ouyang Yudu's hand. But he didn't know what the name of that thing was. If he just said that he wanted to change it to a silk love letter, then someone could just take any silk and turn it into a love letter. This would definitely be exploited. After thinking about it, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both had unique things in their hands, but they didn't know the specific names, and there was no way to specify the exchange of the things in their hands. Moreover, in the trading area of Shangxing, you can only see what the other party is trading with, but you don't know who is trading him, which is quite troublesome. When trading, I can choose whether to agree to the transaction, right? Lin Shen asked Shang Xingji again. Shang Xingling said, transactions are based on the principle of fairness and justice. The items used by the other party to trade need to be confirmed and agreed by you before the transaction can be officially completed. Lin Shen probably guessed that this would be the case. When he made transactions before, he always waited for a while before completing the transaction. It should be that the other party was confirming whether the transaction items were what they needed. It's easier this way. It's not something Ouyang and the others have, so I don't agree to the transaction. Lin Shen thought, and planned to put himself on the platform to estimate the price. But when he came to the stage, Lin Shen hesitated again. If he puts himself on the platform for valuation, then the whole universe will know that he has put himself on the platform for sale. What if Tian Juyu gets the news first? We can't act rashly. Now Tian Juyu doesn't know that there is a Zuanio temple in Snow Valley. After I am listed, I must trade it out as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too dangerous. Lin Shen temporarily gave up the idea of going on stage to evaluate. Taking the things he bought, Lin Shen left Shangxing and returned to the Snow Valley. In the Snow Valley, Tian AI was building a snowman. There were already many snowmen built, and rows of snow fat men stood in the Snow Valley, which added a bit of popularity to the Snow Valley. You are still in the mood to build a snowman. It seems that you really don't feel any pain anymore, Lin Shen said with a cold face. Tian AI stood up, smiled, and said to Lin Shen, I see that when you practice sword skills, you focus on practicing control. It is not easy to get a feel for practicing in a vacuum. You can try to use these snowmen as targets instead of they split, but try to control the sword energy to get around them. Lin Shen was startled when he heard this, then lowered his face and said, Don't worry about my affairs. With that said, Lin Shen threw the medicine he bought to Tian AI, try it and see if it works. Don't bother me again next time you get sick. Tianai caught the potion, looked at the label on it, and said with some surprise, Mr. Enemy, is this for me? If I don't give it to you, is it for feeding the dogs? Don't bother me again next time. Lin Shen felt that he really deserved to go to the 18th level of hell for his words. Don't blame me, I did it for the two of us. For the sake of the future. If you keep your innocence, I won't have to be tricked. Thank you. I have used this medicine before, and the effect is very good. Tianai didn't care, and happily accepted the medicine, and then said to Lin Shen, the elders at home often taught me that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring, and I should also express my gratitude for the medicine you gave me. No need. Just don't bother me in the future, Lin Shen said with a cold face. Tianai seemed not to hear it, and thought for a moment and said, Mr. Enemy, I see that the swordsmanship you practice is very strange. The sword energy is mysterious, and it has a strong rotating cutting characteristic. It is a rare and strange learning in the universe, but I have a little suggestion, I wonder if I can say it. Humph, what suggestions can you have? Lin Shen was a little curious, what suggestions did the little princess of Tianyan Lake say? You are using the hidden power method to stabilize the power, so that it can last for a long time and be stable, but I see that you have been practicing. It seems that you want to fix the rotating sword energy in a certain place to make it last forever. If you only use the hidden power method, it should be difficult to achieve this effect. I suggest that you can learn the mixed power, maybe it will help your swordsmanship. Tianai said seriously. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Tianai could see that his swordsmanship had the characteristics of rotating cutting, which was not a difficult thing. But Tianai could guess exactly what state he wanted to practice the sword energy to, which was not comparable to ordinary people. What mixed power? I haven't heard of it. Lin Shen still pretended to be cold and disdainful. That is a technique that our Tianyan Lake Qi family is good at. If you want to learn it, I can teach you, Tianai said. Humph, aren't you afraid that I will learn your technique and use it to kill your whole family? Lin Shen felt that there was something wrong with the way he and Tianai got along, and forced to pretend to stare at her with evil eyes. Mr. Enemy, you are not that kind of person. Tian said, taking out a diary and handing it to Lin Shen. This is Hunyuan Jin, I hope it will be helpful to you. I don't need it. Lin Shen snorted and refused, turning his head and leaving. Although he wanted it, he would not be able to pretend to be cool if he took it. Tian did not say anything, but quietly put the diary away. Lin Shen did not practice swordsmanship today, and was thinking about how to use the Suenio temple to escape from the Snow Valley. Selling myself is too risky. It is possible that Tian will find out in the first place. He has the ability of space law and can come to the Snow Valley in an instant. It is difficult for others to be faster than him. Lin Shen pondered secretly, what if I take something that only people familiar with me know to auction and leave words on it? Lin Shen thought that this idea might be feasible, but ordinary things might not attract other people's attention, and Tian and others might not be able to see it. Especially conspicuous things are afraid that others will bid for them. And it is also difficult to leave words on special items like the slag knife. Lin Shen thought about it, so he could only take a cheap thing and sell it at a high price, so that Tian and others could see it, and it would not be bought by others. Words cannot be engraved in a conspicuous place. Only the person who bought it can see the content after opening it. Otherwise, as long as you look at the display of the item, you can see the words he engraved, which will also be risky. Lin Shen thought about it, but couldn't think of a suitable thing for a while. What kind of thing would someone familiar with him buy and engrave words in it? Lin Shen thought of many things, but in the end he felt that they were not suitable. He couldn't guarantee that people he was familiar with would definitely see it, and would definitely buy it back, and he could leave a message in a place where others couldn't see it. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought of something and hurriedly searched for it in the space. After a while, Lin Shen found an exquisite little jade box, which was given to him by his third brother Lin Zongjing before. At that time, Lin Zongjing gave it to him so that he could use it to save his life when he was fighting with Freya and was desperate. Later, this thing was never used, and Lin Shen kept it. Unexpectedly, it can be used now. The things inside are used to deal with Freya, and they certainly can't deal with immortals like Binglian and Tian, but that's not the point. Lin Shen plans to write a note and put it in the small jade box, and then take the small jade box to Shangxing to sell it at a high price. Others don't like such a small jade box, but as long as the third brother sees it, the problem is solved. Based on Lin Shen's understanding of the third brother, that person is very meticulous, and pays special attention to various news trends, and is extremely sensitive to various information. As long as the small jade box appears in the commodity area and is sold at such a high price, the third brother will definitely pay attention to it. Lin Shen believes that the third brother will definitely take the small jade box back, and there will definitely be no accidents. I wonder what the third brother put in the small jade box? Lin Shen was a little curious in his heart, wondering what the life-saving thing the third brother gave him was. Because the third brother had told him before that he must not open it unless it was a critical moment, so Lin Shen had never opened it, and didn't know what was inside. There was no need to hesitate at this time. Lin Shen opened the small jade box directly, and then he saw that there was only a piece of paper in the small jade box, and the paper was folded. What the hell, there was only a piece of paper, it wouldn't say "run away" on it. Lin Shen thought with a strange look. Taking out the paper, Lin Shen opened the folded paper and found that it said, "This method can only be used Once, it will not work if used again, be careful. What the hell? Lin Shen found that the paper was still folded, so he opened the folded part again and read some more words. Read the word at the bottom. And you will be safe. Remember, you can only use it once, and don't use it lightly unless it's a life or death situation. What the hell? What word is so useful that you can save your life just by reading it? Lin Shen was curious and opened the last fold. Suddenly, he saw that it said, Taisheng Laojun, hurry up and obey the order. Oh my god, third brother, you are really good. You want me to ask the gods at this time? If I can really ask the gods to help, then I still have to practice. If I can ask this great god, I will be invincible directly. Lin Shen felt that he was fooled by his third brother. He didn't have this ability. Lin Shen, who thought that his third brother was extremely reliable just now, is now a little unconfident in his own judgment. Third brother, I believe you again, please don't let me down. Lin Shen found paper and pen, and then wrote a note and put it in the small jade box. The content written by Lin Shen on the note was very simple, with only a few single words: Tian Joyo, Binjiangxing, Shuigu, Binglian, Chixianai, and Tianchuan. If someone really bought it, they would not think it was related to him when they saw these words. If the third brother got it, with his IQ, he should be able to guess what it meant. Lin Shen folded both pieces of paper in half, and then went to Shangxing again, and put the small jade box on the platform for valuation. Lin Shen had already thought about it. No matter how much the small jade box was valued, he would mark a high price, at least 1,000 Shangxing coins. It should be rare that someone would take out 1,000 Shangxing coins to buy a small jade box of unknown origin. The highest price of the goods used to exchange Shangxing coins is only a few hundred Shangxing coins. Someone sold an immortal pet on the platform before, and it was marked with 1,000 Shangxing coins, but no one bought it. Such a small jade box, with only a note inside, might be worth less than 1 Shangxing coin, maybe just a few cents. And no one would be willing to buy it for 1,000 Shangxing coins. With the current status of the third brother, it should not be difficult to collect 1,000 Shangxing coins. While Lin Shen was thinking, a light shone on the platform, and the estimated value of the small jade box was given. When Lin Shen saw the estimated value of the small jade box clearly, he was stunned. 99.99, what's going on? Is Shangxing's estimate wrong? Lin Shen couldn't believe that the estimated value of this small jade box was 9,999 Shangxing coins. The estimated value of the small jade was only 21 yuan, which was already the most valuable thing among the estimated commodities in the universe. The estimated value of this small jade box was almost 10,000. Lin Shen couldn't imagine what kind of value the small jade box had, and it could be estimated at this price. Lin Shen had already realized that something was wrong. When the spirit of Shangxing asked him whether he wanted to sell or trade, Lin Shen immediately chose no, and took the small jade box back. Is the small jade box really worth so much money? It's definitely not the problem of the small jade box itself. Could it be that the words on the note really work after reading them out? Lin Shen couldn't help but think of the Jade Emperor. Window _tabula equals window _tabula dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _type mix The Jade Emperor also said that he could be summoned by calling out his honorable name, but Lin Shen had tried before and failed to call out the Jade Emperor. If the content on this note could really call out a great god like Taisheng Laojun, such an estimate would be reasonable. But can Taisheng Laojun really be called out with just this sentence? The Jade Emperor was the guardian fairy chosen by Lin Shen himself, and Lin Shen was not able to call him out. Can Taisheng Laojun really be called out with just a few words on this note? Lin Shen was very skeptical. But if the words on this note were useless, how could Shangxing estimate such a high price? Shangxing would definitely not be aimless. After all, the estimated value of an immortal pet is less than 20 yuan. Unless that great god can be called out, how could it be so valuable? While Lin Shen was wondering here, all the races in the universe were already in an uproar. In this place where immortal pets can only be valued at 12 yuan, there is actually a small jade box with a completely blank description, and the estimated value is almost 10,000 yuan, which directly leaves the Shura ghost pet, which was originally the most expensive pet on the list, far behind. It is not even in the same league. Now everyone is guessing what kind of treasure that small jade box is, and it can be estimated to be so high. Some people have even speculated that the small jade box is a treasure left by the ancient king of the world. A space device, which contains the treasure of the ancient king of the world, otherwise how could it be so highly valued? Everyone wants to know what the small jade box is, but no one knows where the small jade box is, let alone where the small jade box comes from. The Lion King clan, now the Lion King Rhine, came to a small house. Sage, I have something I want you to help predict. Lion King Rhine said to the small house. Rhine, I owe you a favor, are you sure you want me to repay you this favor now? An old voice came from the house. Yes. Lion King Rhine answered affirmatively. Okay, tell me what you want to know, and we'll be even now. The old voice in the house said. I want to know who has this jade box now. Lion King Rhine played a video with the communicator, and the video was the small jade box on the list. Wait for me. The voice in the house said. Lion King Rhine waited quietly, he believed that the sage would be able to give him an answer. The sage has the law of foreknowledge, which is the real immortal law. As long as he wants to foresee something, he will definitely get the answer. The shabby hut suddenly emitted a strange light, which seemed to distort the hut and everything around it. After a moment, the strange light suddenly dissipated, and Lion King Rhine heard a scream. Lion King Rhine was shocked and rushed into the hut quickly, only to see an old man lying on the ground, with blood oozing out of his 7 holes. No, unpredictable, unpredictable. The old man kept repeating this sentence, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Lion King Rhine quickly took out the potion and poured it into the old man's mouth, which made his condition slightly better. Don't bother. I'm not going to die yet. I'm being backlashed by the power of the law. These potions can only heal my physical injuries. They can't heal my damaged foundation of the law. The old man sat on the bed with the help of Lion King Rhine. That thing is too incredible, it's an ominous thing, I advise you not to get involved with it, otherwise there will be a disaster. I suspect that it is the space device left by the ancient king of the world, and there is the treasure of the ancient king of the world. Lion King Rhine said unwillingly. No matter what it is, don't touch it. The old man shook his head and said. Lion King Rhine remained silent. If it was really the treasure left by the ancient king of the world, he had no choice but to fight for it. If he didn't fight and was taken away by others, the Lion King clan might never be able to reach the top of the universe again, and might even be enslaved by other clans. Almost at the same time, a person wrapped in a cloak stood in front of a huge instrument like a hill. The instrument was running wildly, and the screen showed the image of the small jade box. Suddenly, white smoke came out from all parts of the instrument, and the next second, fire broke out. Before the staff could put out the fire, the instrument exploded directly. Many staff members were killed on the spot, and those who survived were also seriously injured, with broken limbs everywhere. Some people were still burning with flames and were about to be burned to charcoal. For a while, screams and continuous explosions were heard, and there were flames and billowing smoke everywhere. The cloaked man stood in the thick smoke, looking at the burning wreckage of the instrument, with a strange red light flashing in his eyes. Chief, the mainframe of the god-making number 7 is useless, and we can't calculate the origin of that thing. A person with 6 black wings, who looked like a celestial being, but was different from the celestial being, came to the cloaked man and said expressionlessly, "Those things have appeared again. We must find them." The red light in the cloaked man's eyes was dim, and his face could not be seen. His voice was hoarse and old, as if he was an old man who was about to die. "I will notify the members of each team and ask them to find the whereabouts of the small jade box." The 6-winged celestial being said, "Wake up the Shenning team." The cloaked man said slowly, "Now?" The expressionless 6-winged celestial being finally showed an expression on his face, and looked at the cloaked man in surprise, and said, "We have been preparing for so many years, and it is time." The cloaked man walked towards the instrument that was still burning and exploding, smashed the wreckage that looked like a small mountain with one palm, walked slowly into the ruins, and picked up a transparent polygonal crystal. He pinched the crystal with his fingers, and the crystal suddenly flashed with light, and countless fluorescent lights flowed out from it, flowing into the cloaked man's body along his fingers. After a moment, the light on the crystal disappeared, and turned into fine sand and scattered from his hands. However, the red light in the cloaked man's eyes turned into white light, and the light from his eyes crossed and focused in front of him, and finally formed 2 words floating in the air. Heavenly people. The 6-winged celestial being saw the 2 words clearly, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Is the small jade box related to the celestial people? This is the closest possibility. In the calculation of God creation number 7. The light in the cloaked man's eyes dimmed, and the light and shadow in front of him immediately disappeared. Let's start with the celestial people. Very good, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The 6-winged celestial being's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the corners of his mouth opened, revealing a strange smile. The celestial people. It's time to welcome their real emperor. Lin Shen was still studying the little jade box, but he didn't know that, because the little jade box was on the ranking list of Shangxing, it had caused a huge shock in the universe. Lin Shen took out the note again and looked at it, considering whether he should try it to see if the words on it would work. Third brother said that this thing can only be used once. It is similar to that of the Guardian Fairy, so you can't try it casually. Lin Shen was thinking about it when he suddenly heard Tian Joyo's voice coming from outside. Lin Shen was shocked and quickly put away the note and the jade box. When he walked out of the wooden house, he saw Tian Joyo standing in front of the Zuanio temple. There is actually a Xuanyan Temple here? Tian Joyo said while looking at the Xuanyan Temple. Tian Ai came over and saw Tian Joyo. And said happily, Master you are finally back. I thought you left me here and didn't care. Tian Joyo said, Xiao Ai, I have to send you back. So fast? Tian Ai was slightly startled. Originally, I wanted you to play for a few more days, but things have changed, so you have to go back. Tian Joyo sighed. Lin Shen stared blankly at the two people talking. He realized that his previous guess might be wrong. Tian Ai didn't look like she was deceived by Tian Joyo at all. She already knew Tian Joyo's identity, and the two of them looks familiar. Tian Joyo said again that he would send her back, which was even more unlikely to be what he had guessed before. What happened? Tian Ai asked in surprise. Anyway, it's a bad thing. After you go back, stay at home and don't go out casually again. Tian Joyo said. Master you, I understand. Tian Ai nodded obediently, then walked towards Lin Shen and said, Mr. Enemy, I'm leaving. It's just an acquaintance anyway. Can you tell me your name? What's your relationship with him? Lin Shen asked with a frown. He is Lord Yu, my relative. Tian Ai said. Lin Shen was finally convinced that he had really thought wrong before. How could he have imagined that the little princess of the Tianyan Lake Qi family was actually related to Tian Joyo, a traitor to the celestial race? Tian Joyo looked at the two of them in surprise, a little confused that Tian Ai didn't know Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen is also a relatively famous person among the younger generation. Tian Ai shouldn't not know him. But looking at Lin Shen's shabby clothes, Tian Joyo knew why Tian Ai couldn't recognize him. Forget the names, I hope we won't meet again in the future. Lin Shen suspected in his heart that the Tianyan Lake Qi family had rebelled. Otherwise, how could Tian Ai get so close to the traitor Tian Joyo, and even get married? He was following Emperor Tianshu. If the Tianyanhu Qi family really rebelled, then he and Tian Ai would have a hostile relationship. To be honest, Lin Shen didn't want to become an enemy with such a girl. But reality is not just playing house, anything could happen, and Lin Shen had to guard against it. Tian Ai was obviously a little disappointed, but he still smiled and said, I hope we can see you again next time. I will definitely know your name by then. With that said, Tian Ai thrust something into Lin Shen's hand and walked towards Tian Joyo without waiting for Lin Shen's reaction. Boy, how dare you reject my little love? I'll settle the score with you when I come back. Tian Joyo grabbed Tian Ai's arm and disappeared. Lin Shen looked down and found that it was the Hunyuanjing diary that Tian Ai had given him before. This is the last chance. Lin Shen rushed directly to the Zuanio temple. If he couldn't escape before Tian Joyo came back, he might never have another chance. After Lin Shen rushed into the Zuanio temple, he walked onto the platform without hesitation and gave himself a price. Xiaoyu can estimate it at 21 yuan, and my estimate is definitely much higher than his. I will bid the lowest price directly, and I can exchange it for a bottle of genetic fluid. When others see that there is such a big advantage, they can take advantage of it, everyone will definitely rush to buy it, and the rest will be left to luck. Lin Shen had already made a plan in his mind. And there was no other way. As long as he is not bought by his rival, he can break the contract directly, pay the other party 10 bottles of genetic fluid, and then break the contract and leave. With this thought in mind, the platform's valuation also came out. Lin Shen's eyes widened when he saw the numbers above clearly, feeling as sick as if he had eaten a fly. How is it possible? How could I only be worth 1 Shangxing coin? Are you mistaken? Lin Shen's face turned a little green. Even if he is not as valuable as Xiaoyu Box, why should he be worth more than Xiaoyu, right? In a one-on-one duel, he was much stronger than Xiaoyu, not to mention he had so many good things on him. Originally, Lin Shen thought that his valuation might be higher than Xiaoyu Box. After all, Xiaoyu Box was also on him. Because the value cannot be estimated, we can only give the lowest base price of 1 yuan. Shang Xingxiling answered Lin Shen's question. Lin Shen felt a little better now, but he couldn't care so much now and had to sell himself immediately. Previously, he thought that his valuation was high and others would rush to buy it. Unexpectedly, he only estimated the price of 1 Shangxing coin. This would make it difficult for others to see him, and it was difficult to say whether he could buy him in the first place. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, then put himself on the trading area and priced 1 sky coin. Tianbi is the currency of the Tianren clan. Other races do not use Tianbi for transactions, so the possibility of having Tianbi in hand is relatively small, so the possibility of the Tianren clan buying him is relatively high. As long as he does not fall into the hands of the Diamond clan or his enemies, he will be bought by the Tianren clan, and the danger is minimal. Lin Shen did not know whether he could sell himself in time. 1 Tianbi was already very cheap, and someone should be tempted. He was a little uneasy at first, fearing that he would not be able to sell himself before Tian Jiuyo came back. But just after entering the trading area, someone offered to buy him, and the transaction request appeared in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen could only see that the other party's transaction item was a Tianbi, and he did not know who the trader was. At this time, he did not care so much and chose to agree directly. After agreeing to the transaction, Lin Shen only felt the light and shadow in front of him change, and was teleported away from the platform. Tian Jiuyo sent Qi Tianai back to her home. He opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Qi Tianai. Master Yu, I want him to tell me his name in person. Tian Jiuyo was slightly startled, then laughed. You young people are really fun. Qi Tianai smiled and said, I just haven't fallen to the point of needing to ask other people's names. I'm waiting for him to tell me himself. Master Yu, don't force him, that would be meaningless. Okay. Tian Jiuyo turned around and prepared to leave, but stopped again, turned his back to Qi Tianai, and said, Xiao Ai, the universe may not be peaceful in the future. You must protect yourself. Find Master Yu if you have anything. Master Yu. Qi Tianai wanted to say something, but Tian Jiuyo had disappeared. Window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250. Target _type, mix. Tian Bukri kept searching in various ways in Shangxing's trading area. He had no fixed demand, he was just looking to see if he could find goods whose actual value was lower than the listed price. Since Shangxing appeared, the two brothers Tian Bukui and Tian Buneo have keenly sensed business opportunities. The two brothers took turns entering Shangxing to search for products. Although there were many people who discovered business opportunities like them, because they entered early, and their excellent judgment and previous knowledge allowed them to successfully pick up a lot of products. buying low and selling high. In just a few days, the two brothers' net worth has doubled dozens of times. But as more and more people like them enter, it becomes harder and harder to get a bargain. The two brothers had to work hard, rotate day and night, and stare at the trading area in order not to let go of any goods that might be profitable, to get ahead of others, and to send the goods to the owner of the goods as soon as possible. Transaction request. Tian Buki has been struggling for more than 10 hours now, barely blinking his eyes, and constantly and mechanically searching for various products in the trading area. Now Tian Bucho's eyes were bloodshot. If Tian Buneo didn't come to pick up his shift, he felt like he was going to die. Tian Bukri, who was searching, suddenly saw a Nirvana-level product with a price tag of 1 sky coin. Almost without thinking, Tian Bukri directly chose to apply for the transaction and put a sky coin on it. His hand speed was so fast that he almost left an afterimage. There was no need to look at the product. As long as it was a Nirvana-level product, even if it was just a nail of a Nirvana creature, it would definitely be worth more than 1 sky coin. After Tian Bukri completed the transaction application, he took a closer look at what the product was, and was stunned when he saw it. A Nirvana person, a human race, in exchange for a sky coin. Tian Bukri only looked at the product introduction, without even seeing anyone, and jumped up. Damn, now the human Nirvana person isn't it valuable? You sold it for just 1 sky coin? Tian Buki didn't even have time to see the image of the product. The other party had already agreed to the transaction, and then he only saw the light shining on the stone platform in front of him, and a human appeared on the stone platform in front of him. Tian Bukri looked at the people on the stone platform for a long time, but his eyes gradually widened, and he shouted in disbelief, "Little junior brother." Senior brother Tian? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that the person who photographed him turned out to be Tian Bukri, his fellow senior who had trained with instructor Mu. Junior brother, what kind of difficulties are you encountering? Why did you sell yourself for just 1 day coin? If you have any difficulty, please contact your senior brother. There are not many. For such a small amount of money, it would cost you 10,000 or 8,000. No problem. Tian Bukri said. Senior brother Tian. My situation is a bit special. I can't explain it in a sentence or two. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Where is this place? Lin Shen asked. This is Shangxing, junior brother. Something really big has happened to you. Has someone damaged your brain? Do you still remember how you were sold? Tian Bukri said worriedly. Lin Shen was a little dumbfounded. I know this is Shangxing. What I mean is, where did you teleport from Shangxing? Which planet are we on after we go out? Baijixing is a subordinate of the Celestial Clan. Our Tian family has been developing in the Celestial Clan. When Tian Bukri said this, he remembered something and immediately beamed. He took Lin Shen's hand and said, Junior brother, you are in the Celestial Clan now. The rumors have spread, and I have won the favor of the Emperor. I will have to help my senior brother in the future. That's no problem. Let's cancel the contract first. Lin Shen directly took 10 sky coins and gave them to Tian Bukri. After paying the liquidated damages, the transaction contract between them was also terminated. Our fellow apprentices, why are you here? Who are you looking down on? Tian Bucho directly terminated the transaction contract with Lin Shen without taking the sky coins. Senior brother Dei, I have recorded this sentiment. Lin Shen looked around and found that this place, like the place he was before, was a huge hanging island trading market. The difference was that there was only Lin Shen himself there, but here it was like a supermarket, with trading platforms and people of all races everywhere. Lin Shen was not impressed by BG. After asking brother Tian Bukri, he found out that BG is an older planet under the celestial race. Due to excessive development, BG's genetically modified biological resources are relatively poor. It is earlier among the Celestians. It's no longer available. Most of the celestial beings who developed BG star before have left, and now only a group of celestial beings from Anqing Mountain, the Star Master, are still here to guard BG star. The rest are some families from small races, struggling to survive on planet BG. The Tian family is one of them. Baijixing's resources are not very rich to begin with. Because Anqing Mountain has squeezed them too much, the Tian family's life is not good, otherwise the two brothers Tianbu Cei and Tianbu Neo will not be so active. Let's teleport back first. Lin Shen knew that he was in the territory of the Celestial clan and he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is not bought back by an E, his status as the Dean of Tianchi Academy is still worth some money, and the Star Master of the planet below must give him some face. Tian Bukui looked at the time, frowned and said, "It's already been his turn. Bunao hasn't come over to take over yet. I don't know if he overslept, so I just went back to call him." As soon as the two people teleported out from Zuanio Temple, they saw Tian Bunao running over panting, and almost bumped into the two people. "Boo. Now, what's wrong with you? Did you oversleep?" Tian Buku asked with a smile. "No. It's bad." Tian Bu now said, and when he saw Lin Shen beside Tian Buku, he was stunned for a moment. "Junior brother. Why are you here?" After reacting, Tian Bu now suddenly turned from surprise to joy, and pulled Lin Shen and said, "Junior brother, it's great that you are here, this time our family is saved." "What happened?" Tian Buku heard that something was wrong, which might be related to the Tian family, and asked hurriedly. Star-Lord rebelled. Tian Bu now said. "What the hell?" Tian Buku thought he had heard it wrong, and asked again. "Do you mean that someone betrayed the Star-Lord?" No. It's the Star-Lord who rebelled against the Celestial clan. Now he is recruiting people to prepare to attack Derek Fortune Star. Tian Bu now hurriedly explained. Lin Shen and Tian Buku were both shocked to hear that Qing Shan actually rebelled and wanted to attack their superior planet Derek Fortune Star. Lin Shen felt that it was a bit absurd. How could a mere Baijixing and Qing Shan, who didn't even have a numerical ranking in the Yin family, dare to do that? And Qing Shan himself was just a nirvana, and the people under him were at most nirvana. It was like a dream for a group of nirvana to rebel against the Celestial clan. Window _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 foot target _type mix. Tian Buku was very anxious. Anqingshan was now recruiting people to be cannon fodder to attack Derek Fuxing. Derek Fuxing was the superior planet of Baijixing. There were dozens of teleportation devices there, which could go to other planets. Baijixing only had one teleportation device, and they could only go to Derek Fuxing. So if Anqingshan rebelled, the first place to be attacked would be Derek Fuxing. But Derek Fuxing was guarded by an immortal, not just one immortal. If they attacked Derek Fuxing, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. No matter how many people went, they would be cannon fodder. But if they didn't go, the people of Anqingshan would destroy them now. Now many families have been forced to send people to join the cannon fodder army of Anqingshan. The Tian family was originally just a small family and did not dare to disobey Anqingshan's orders. However, the Tian family was not prosperous. There were only 7 or 8 young people in this generation. If they were all used as cannon fodder, the Tian family would probably be finished in the future. Junior brother, we can only ask you for help. If you can help our family. We will work like cows and horses in the future. We will give you our lives. Tian Buku and Tian Buneo said in unison. They spoke like one person. Lin Shen had been accustomed to their behavior pattern before, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Don't worry, 2 senior brothers. I am the Dean of Tiancher Academy after all. If someone below rebels, I have no choice but to help. Let's go to your house first and don't let your family get hurt. Lin Shen said. He couldn't beat a strong man like Tian Zhouyo. And Qing Shan dared to be so arrogant and wanted to be a traitor. Lin Shen was angry but had nowhere to vent. This and Qing Shan wanted to run into the gun himself, so it was no wonder that Lin Shen wanted to vent his anger on him. It was a merit to deal with this traitor. Maybe he could get some benefits when he went back. The Tian brothers were overjoyed when they heard this. They didn't care about saying anything polite and took Lin Shen to the Tian family. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the Tian family and saw that there were many soldiers from the planetary guards guarding outside the Tian family. Who are you? Seeing Lin Shen and the other 2 walking inside, the soldiers of the guard stopped them. We are from the Tian family. Tian Bu now said. He had sneaked out to find Tian Buku before, so he was not blocked at home. The soldier was happy when he heard it. Now there are still fools running back, it's really rare, let's go in. The Tian brothers did not argue with them, and took Lin Shen inside. At this time, in the courtyard of the Tian family, all the old and young of the Tian family were gathered together. Tian Jihao, the current head of the Tian family, was talking to a celestial being with an angry face. He seemed to be very angry and his body was shaking. Master Tian, you are part of BG Star. And you should make due contributions to BG Star. Those who have money can contribute money, and those who have strength can contribute strength. Either provide resources, or let the Tian family's ascenders fight for BG Star. When the Star Master achieves great things, you will definitely have a share of the glory, and the glory of the family is just around the corner. And Qinghe, who was sitting on the chair, looked at Tian Jihao with a smile and said, Captain, you want too many resources. Even if our family sells everything, we can't get so many resources. Tian Jihao said. If you have money, you can contribute money, and if you don't have money, you can contribute strength. Most of your children and grandchildren have already ascended to follow the Star Master, to fight for the world. In the future, they may have the opportunity to become a powerful leader. And Qinghe said, Captain, our children are not that good, nor are we that blessed. Please be merciful. We will try our best to gather resources. We can only gather half of them even if we sell everything we have. Please be kind. Tian Jihao was shaking with anger, but he did not dare to get angry. He had to bow his head when he was under someone's roof. Not a penny less. Pay people or pay money. Choose one of the two ways. Pay half. Then let your children stay with you for your old age. Considering that you were sensible in the past, I will let you choose which child you want to keep. Isn't that good enough? And Qinghe said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Yin family was indignant. Isn't this the same as letting Tian Jihao choose which child to push into the fire pit? And only one can be kept, but all the resources of the Tian family have to be plundered. It is simply not a human thing to do. Dad. Tian Buku and Tian Buneo rushed back and ran to Tian Jihao. When Tian Jihao and his wife saw that Tian Buku and Tian Buneo had returned, their faces suddenly changed. You are so confused. If they didn't come back, they would still have a chance of survival. If they come back now, they will inevitably be cannon fodder. Dad, don't be afraid. Someone will take care of us. Tian Buku and Tian Buneo said hurriedly. Tian Jihao was slightly startled. At this time, who else could help the Tian family? The other families that were close to the Tian family were probably already too busy to take care of themselves. Who could help them? Thinking this way, Tian Jihao turned his head and saw Lin Shen standing there. He was startled at first, and then overjoyed. And Qinghe also saw Lin Shen. But he didn't recognize him. Because in the eyes of the gods, humans actually look similar, without much difference. If they were taken out separately, they might be able to recognize some differences. But with so many humans together, they actually couldn't tell who was who, not to mention Lin Shen's tattered combat uniform and helmet, which made it even harder to tell. I want to see who else can make decisions on this planet more than me. And Qinghe snorted coldly at everyone. As soon as this was said, the captains and squadron leaders of the planetary guards, who followed and Qinghe, all laughed. And Qinghe is the younger brother of the Star Lord and Qing Shan. The order to plunder the families was also issued by the Star Lord and Qing Shan himself. On this planet, there is indeed no one greater than them. Lin Shen looked at Qinghe, walked in front of him, looked at him and asked, "Who are you to Qing Shan? You can call the name of the Star Lord." And Qinghe was immediately furious. A human dared to be so arrogant. I called him, so what? Lin Shen asked lightly. You are looking for death. And Qinghe didn't finish his words, and a head flew into the sky with spurting blood, and his eyes were wide open. Everyone was shocked, and there was a deathly silence in the yard for a while. No one expected that Lin Shen would actually attack without saying anything and cut off Qinghe's head. Everyone in the Tian family knew Lin Shen's identity and were surprised and happy. The people of the planetary guard were shocked. Although Qinghe was not as strong as Qing Shan, he was also a nirvana, after all. How could he be beheaded? By this human in front of him? Lin Shen held up the bloody slag knife, looked at the captains and squadron leaders of the guard team, and said lightly, "Is there anyone who can talk?" "Are you Dean Tian of the Tianchi Academy?" a squadron leader asked cautiously. When the others heard this, they were immediately shocked. Lin Shen's name was still somewhat prestigious in the Tianren clan. It seems that there are still people who can talk. Lin Shen looked at the squadron leader. The squadron leader hurriedly stepped forward and saluted and said, "Dean Tian, I am Tian Yuenda, the squadron leader of the 7th Detachment of the BG Star Planet Guard. We really don't want to attack Derek Fortune Star, let alone rebel. It's just that the Star Lord has an order. And we have to obey. Please understand, Dean Tian. The other squadron leaders and team leaders hurriedly agreed and said that they were forced by their superiors. Brother Tian, take them to question them separately. Lin Shen said to Tian Buku and Tian Buneo. The two immediately understood and took Tian Yuanda and others to different rooms for questioning. They mainly asked how many people there were in the Legion over Anqing Mountain and how many Nirvanas there were. Lin Shen sat in the yard, waiting for them to question. Uncle Tian, you guys go and rest first. Lin Shen asked Tian Jihao to take the Tian family back first. As soon as there was a move here, a captain suddenly jumped up, grabbed a boy from the Tian family, put the life-based knife on the boy's neck, and shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat." The captain held the boy hostage and was about to fly into the sky and escape from the Tian family. You are stubborn and want to follow the traitor to the end? Lin Shen looked at the captain and said lightly, Lin Shen, I advise you to stop meddling in this matter. This is an internal problem of our Tianren tribe. It has nothing to do with you. Our Star Master is not something you can shake. While the Star Master has not arrived, you should leave quickly, otherwise you will lose your life. The captain said coldly. Whether I have a life or not is a matter for the future. If you don't let go of that child, you will die now. Seeing that the other captains were also a little entangled, it seemed that someone was ready to move, so he said to the captain, If you want to kill me, he will be buried with me. The captain tightened the knife on the boy's neck. Bang! There was a bloody hole on the captain's head. He didn't have the chance to use his life base at all. He was shot in the head and died. His body fell from the air. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and the boy was sucked into Lin Shen's arms and put on the ground. The other captains were all chilled. Lin Shen's speed was too fast. They didn't even see how the captain was killed. They only saw Lin Shen slowly put down his pistol-shaped fingers. No one dared to act rashly at this time. Lin Shen wanted to kill them. They didn't even have a chance to react. Hostages were useless. Tian Jihao hurriedly asked his family to hide first, and then took the Tian family to interrogate these captains separately. After a while, the general situation was clear. Now there are 3 legions in Baijiqing. One of them is a hot-blooded legion mainly composed of people from these small races. The main members are the base changers and ascenders of the small races, and there are a few people from the Tianren tribe to manage. The other 2 legions are the direct line of Anqing Mountain, one of which is mainly composed of alien ascenders. And the other is mainly composed of celestial ascenders, with a total of about 20,000 people. The Nirvana people on the Anqing Mountain side add up to more than 100, and their strength is still very strong. Junior brother, that evil thief has many subordinates, should we hide first? Tian Buku and Tian Buneo said. You hide first, I'll go to the Star Lord's mansion. Lin Shen was sure that there were no immortals on BG Star, so there was nothing to worry about. If you want to go, we will help you. The Tian brothers said. You protect your family, and leave the rest to me. Lin Shen smiled and said, It's just a Star Lord of BG Star. It's no big deal, there's no need for you brothers to take action. Let the people of the Tian family take refuge first, and Lin Shen himself took the people of the Planetary Guard and went to the Star Lord's mansion. There were military inspections everywhere on BG Star, but they didn't dare to deal with the people of the planet guard, so they all came to the Star Lord's mansion. Why didn't Captain N come back with you? The celestial being of the Star Lord's mansion saw them coming back, and there was actually a human coming in front of them, and frowned and asked, "This is Dean Tian of the Tiancher Academy, who wants to see the Star Lord." A captain said. The people of the Star Lord's mansion heard this, and their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately pressed the communicator in their hands. Lin Shen didn't do anything, and let him report the news. After a while, dozens of Nirvanas rushed out of the Star Lord's mansion. Lin Shen took a look and didn't take it to heart. The strength of this BG star was much worse than that of the giant ring star. The leading celestial being Nirvana looked at Lin Shen and said, "Lin Shen, why don't you be your dean on Zenith Star, and come to my BG star? I heard that you want to rebel, come and see." Lin Shen naturally couldn't say it, he had no choice but to sell himself here. "Only you?" And Qing Shan looked at Lin Shen and said, "Isn't it enough for me alone?" Lin Shen asked back, "Haha, you are really confident." And Qing Shan's face suddenly turned cold after laughing. "You came at the right time. The old thief Tian Shu is licentious and greedy. He has made my people in the Tianren tribe live in misery. The people can't make a living. Who else can we rebel against if not him? You, the running dog of the old thief Tian Shu, came at the right time. Take the flag you sacrificed to me and take him down." At Qingshan's command, the guards of the city lord's mansion sacrificed their life bases one after another. Thousands of ascending life bases and dozens of nirvana life bases, like meteors in the sky, rushed towards Lin Shen. And Qing Shan was not afraid of Lin Shen at all. In his cognition, Lin Shen was still an ascender. Although he was very strong, an ascender was just an ascender after all. How powerful could he be? Not to mention that he was just an ascender. Even if he was a nirvana, it would be difficult to survive under such a legion attack. The Tian family brothers who had already arranged for everyone in the Tian family and sneaked over secretly saw the sky full of life bases bombarding Lin Shen from afar. They were all horrified and summoned life bases to fight to the death, wanting to do their best. If Lin Shen died, their Tian family would definitely not survive. And Qinghe was killed by Lin Shen in their Tian family. Although it was not their Tian family who did it, with Qingshan's cruelty, he would definitely not let them go. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and swung it. The inheritance fan appeared in his hand and was thrown out directly. The fan bones suddenly spread out and turned into streams of light, which quickly shuttled outside Lin Shen's body, like thousands of flashes of light flowing outside his body. The life bases in the sky were actually blocked by the inheritance fan. Most of the life bases were destroyed by the streams of light. For a while, the explosion sounded indistinct. Many ascenders and nirvanas spit out blood and looked at Lin Shen, who was standing there like a sword fairy in horror. "Oh my God! Junior brother is too strong." The Tian brothers were surprised and happy. They had known that Lin Shen was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. He defeated the attacks of so many ascendants and nirvanas by himself. The life base and nirvana power were shining all over the sky. Under the flowing light around him, it was like glass that would break at a touch. For a moment, everyone was horrified and quickly took back their life bases, not daring to attack Lin Shen again. They stopped attacking, but Lin Shen didn't intend to let them go. The fan bones like lightsabers flashed like flying swords, and screams were heard. One by one, the Nirvanas and Ascendants couldn't react at all, and their bodies were penetrated by the fan light. The Nirvanas, who wanted to block the fan light with the power of Nirvana or life base, were penetrated by the fan light along with their life bases. For a moment, blood splattered all over the sky, and the Ascendants and Nirvanas, who had been beaten and fled in all directions, fell from the air like dumplings. The Tian brothers, who had wanted to see if they could help, stopped and stared blankly at the Ascendants and Nirvanas falling from the sky. We humans have also produced extremely terrifying beings. Watching his own army being strangled, and Qing Shan stood there motionless, without even raising his eyes, just quietly looking at Lin Shen opposite. Those who could escape had already escaped, and those who couldn't escape had all become corpses on the ground. The dog chosen by the old thief Tian is indeed capable and will bite people. And Qing Shan looked at the fan light flying back to Lin Shen's hand, and just said it lightly, as if those dead people were not his men, but just some chickens and dogs. And Qing Shan, do you plan to go back to Zenith Star with me, to confess your crime, or let me take your body back? Lin Shen asked. And Qing Shan raised his mouth and showed a strange smile. It seems that I overestimated you. It turns out that you know nothing and still want to go back to Zenith Star. I'm afraid you can't go back. What do you mean? Lin Shen frowned. And Qing Shan grinned and said, the current Tianren clan is no longer the world of Tianshu Old Thief. Maybe even Tianshu Old Thief is dead. Since you are so loyal, then go down and serve your master. As he spoke, and Qing Shan's body was covered with a gray shell, and a bow-shaped life base appeared in his hand. And Qing Shan's shell was thick and heavy, making him look like a mecha warrior. The bow in his hand was snake-shaped, but the bowstring was shining with a strange white light. And Qing Shan pulled out a spirit base arrow with his backhand, put it on the bow, and slowly pulled the snake bow open. The light on the spirit base arrow became stronger and stronger, like a green ghost arrow. Buzz! The bowstring dropped, and the arrow turned into a green lightning, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen waved the inheritance fan in his hand, and the fan light slashed on the green lightning like a sword, directly cutting the green lightning into two pieces. The spiritual arrow that was broken into two pieces suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of green light that enveloped the area of dozens of meters. My venomous snake power can add the power of snake venom. If you touch it, you will die. You are still too young. And Qing Shan looked at the green light and snorted coldly. Suddenly, a series of fan lights rushed out from the green light, turning into streams of light and shooting towards Qing Shan. And Qing Shan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately waved the snake bow in his hand to smash those fan lights. After smashing a few fan lights, the other fan lights pierced his body. The fan lights pierced his body, making his body retreat step by step, and in the blink of an eye, he was pierced into a hedgehog. Lin Shen walked out of the green light, and the green on his body quickly faded, and he was not affected by the power of the venomous snake at all. You can actually resist my venomous snake power. You are worthy of being the person chosen by the old thief Tianshu. And Qing Shan, who was like a hedgehog, leaned on the ground with his bow and looked at Lin Shen and said, It's too late to regret now. Lin Shen said, Regret? I'm afraid you will be the one who regrets. And Qing Shan laughed, You are very strong, but you don't know what real power is. That's right, how can ordinary people know real power? And Qing Shan narrowed his eyes like a venomous snake, reached out and took out a syringe, and suddenly stabbed his own neck. Human, open your eyes and see clearly. This is the power that only gods can have. And Qing Shan said, and his body shook violently. Suddenly, and Qing Shan's limbs spread out, and the fan bone lightsaber pierced his body, all bounced out. And Qing Shan rose into the air, and the shell on his body squirmed strangely. And his body also changed strangely. Lin Shen looked at Qing Shan's body, which expanded and changed rapidly. His carapace turned into snake scales, and his body quickly turned into the appearance of a giant python. In just a moment, Qing Shan turned into a giant python that was 100 meters long, covered with gray scales, and thicker than a bucket. The wings of heaven and man behind him also became extremely huge, like a giant python with wings. What was even more terrifying was that the space around him was distorted with his body shape, and he obviously had the power of the law. Promoted to immortality? No, this is not normal immortality. Lin Shen frowned and looked at Qing Shan, who had turned into a giant python. The fan bones had returned to his hands, and he had restored the state of a folding fan. Lin Shen, did you see it? This is the power that can be compared with gods. The giant python raised its head to the sky, looked down at Lin Shen, and made a strange sound. Are you from the god-making clan? Lin Shen said coldly. Such a strange thing could only be made by the god-making clan. You actually know the god-making clan. You have some knowledge. And Qing Shan said with a strange smile, unfortunately, you know it too late. I will take your life. As he said that, the giant python opened its mouth, and green light suddenly rose from his body, dyeing the surrounding area green. Lin Shen's body also turned green under the irradiation of the green light. The surrounding buildings and corpses, under the irradiation of the green light, began to melt and bubble as if corroded by strong sulfuric acid. The Tian brothers retreated in shock, only to see that the area within the range of the green light turned into a green swamp in the blink of an eye, and even the corpse of the Nirvana had been corroded into liquid. The power of the law. Qing Shan is actually an immortal. The Tian brothers were frightened. Although Lin Shen was very strong, the gap in level was irresistible. No matter how strong the Nirvana was, how could he beat the immortal? Under the influence of the power of the law, Lin Shen's tattered combat uniform was corroded into green liquid, dripping from his body. Is he still alive? The giant python transformed by Qing Shan saw that although Lin Shen was dripping with green liquid, he was still alive. In the open snake mouth, green light condensed and gushed towards Lin Shen like a volcanic eruption. The green light like a torrent flooded Lin Shen's body, corroding the earth into a huge gully, like a large rift valley full of green liquid on the earth. You're wasting my time. I must hurry up. Qing Shan turned around and prepared to leave. But as soon as he turned his head, he heard a gurgling sound coming from the gully full of green liquid. Turning his head, he saw a wave of water exploded in the green liquid, and a body rushed out of the green liquid and floated in the sky. Following the impact of the figure, the green liquid flew away from him, revealing the true body of the figure. The man was wearing a white background with black stripes, like the armor of an ink landscape painting, which looked mysterious and weird. Lin Shen? Qing Shan looked at the man in doubt. Qing Shan, if you have any other tricks, just use them. Lin Shen looked at the giant python and said calmly. The Tian brothers in the distance were overjoyed. They originally Thought that Lin Shen had died under that terrifying blow, but he didn't seem to be injured at all. Okay. Okay, you really deserve to die. And Qingshan roared, and the power of the law continued to condense into his mouth. The green light in the snake's mouth became stronger and stronger, as if it had condensed into a green sun, and the dazzling brilliance was already impossible to look directly at. Lin Shen took a look at the giant python and the green light in its mouth, and his body suddenly moved, rushing directly towards the giant python. The giant python's eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent, and the green light in its mouth gushed out in an instant. Like a green galaxy running through the sky, reflecting half of the planet's sky in green. The airwaves formed. By the green galaxy pushed the Tian brothers in the distance to the ground and stood up. The Ascendants and Nirvanas who escaped were also pressed down from the air by the terrifying airwaves, crashed on the ground, and were thrown around by waves of airwaves. The green light continued to burst, and the whole sky turned green, making the entire BG star look like a ghost domain. In the green light of the galaxy, a figure stepped out, jumped on the snake head, and stepped on the giant python's eyes with one foot. The giant python's eyes were full of horror and disbelief. He looked at the figure and wanted to do something, but it was still too late. He could only watch the figure step on his face and punch his head. Boom! With one punch, the giant python's huge body was directly blasted into ashes by Lin Shen, flying all over the sky with the turbulent airflow. The Nirvana and Ascendants who had just stabilized their bodies in the airflow saw this incredible scene, and their pupils were dilated to the extreme, full of disbelief. The immortal giant python transformed by Qingshan was actually blasted into ashes by Lin Shen's punch. It is hard to imagine what kind of amazing power that is. Could it be? Lin Shen is an immortal. The Tian brothers were shocked, beyond words. The scene was really too shocking. This scum is weaker than the immortals of the Superburning clan. Lin Shen looked at Qingshan, who turned into ashes and left nothing behind. He felt a little depressed. He thought that such a guy could leave something useful. After his death, unexpectedly, he was blasted into ashes directly. After thinking about it, Lin Shen knew what was going on. The immortals of the Superburning clan were still real immortals after all. This guy used some kind of technological product to directly turn himself into an immortal creature. Lin Shen's body was only moderately lethal to flesh and blood, but it was extremely destructive to immortal matter. That technological product turned Qingshan into a pure immortal creature, and without flesh and blood, it became weaker for Lin Shen. Lin Shen went directly to the teleportation station, controlled the only teleportation device, shut down the teleportation device, and prevented others from teleporting in or out, so as to control Bijixing in his own hands first. The huge shock of Lin Shen killing the immortal giant python made most of the Legion members and Nirvana who were originally loyal to Qingshan surrender without any resistance. In fact, there were indeed many people in the Legion who were unwilling to rebel with Qingshan, but they had to rebel with Qingshan because they were forced to do so. Now that Qingshan was killed, those Nirvana who were close to Qingshan were almost killed by Lin Shen, and few people were willing to fight with Lin Shen. Lin Shen asked the Tian family for help, and soon controlled the entire Bijixing, and the Legion was also under his control. Lin Shen knew from Qingshan that things were not that simple, and it was definitely not just Bijixing that rebelled, so he immediately contacted Tianxuan and others. Many people did not reply to the message. Tianxuan did not reply to the message, but Ouyang Yudu did. It's in chaos. The Tianren clan is in chaos. Many planets have rebelled. The Tianren Academy is now a little overwhelmed. Ouyang Yudu's voice was a little chaotic. It seems that the situation over there is not optimistic. This cast a shadow on Lin Shen's heart. Under normal circumstances, Tianxuan would not have replied to his message. Something must have happened to the giant ring star. How is the situation over there? Are you okay? Lin Shen asked. But the communication was cut off, and Lin Shen's message could not be sent out. Which made Lin Shen realize the seriousness of the problem. Even Zenith has problems. It seems that Qingshan did not lie. The Celestials really have a big problem. I don't know if Tian Shidi and Ani can withstand it. Lin Shen suddenly had a thought in his mind. Could it be that Ani has rebelled? Otherwise, who has the ability to cause so many planets of the Celestials to rebel at the same time? Lin Shen was eager to go back to Giant Ring Star, fearing that something might go wrong on Tianxuan. Lin Shen checked on the Skynet. Fortunately, the signal of Jixing was relatively stable. Sure enough, today the Skynet was flooded with news of the internal rebellion of the Celestials. The entire universe is discussing the rebellion within the Celestials. Such a big thing can't be hidden from people. Lin Shen saw a very bad news. The information from Derek Fortune Star has been cut off. A few hours ago, someone on Derek Fortune Star sent a message saying that there was a rebellion on the planet, but then there was no news at all. There is no doubt that there must be an immortal there, using the power of the law to affect the communication of Derek Fortune Star. If we want to go to the Giant Ring Star, we can only go through the Derek Fortune Star. Besides, the Celestials are in rebellion everywhere right now. Even if we go to other planets, it will probably be difficult to reach the Giant Ring Star through transit. Lin Shen knew that he could not wait any longer. He arranged things for BG Star, asked the Tian family to firmly control the teleportation device, and then used the teleportation device to go to the Derek Fortune Star. Lin Shen had just teleported out when he saw a terrifying scene. Above the sky, there were terrifying immortal creatures, lurking one after another. The number was too large to imagine. Various immortal creatures like demons and monsters almost covered the entire sky of Derek Fortune Star. In the few empty gaps in the sky, several immortals of the celestial race were fighting, but their situation looked very bad. Surrounded by so many immortal creatures, they burst out with shocking divine light in the sky, and the power of the law was constantly bursting out, but they could not break out of the siege of those immortal creatures at all. They were trapped in the void and could only fight with those immortal creatures. Who are you? Where are you from? The guard guarding the teleportation station was obviously no longer the original soldier of Derek Fortune Star, because next to the guard, there was an immortal creature staring at them, who were teleported from different planets. I am the messenger of Lord Qingshan of BG Star. I am here to report that BG Star has encountered stubborn resistance elements and is actively clearing them. I will need to come to join them later. Lin Shen saw the dark masses of immortal creatures in the sky and did not dare to reveal his identity. He was very strong, but he was not immortal after all. There were thousands of immortal creatures in the sky, and Lin Shen was not arrogant enough to think that he could deal with those tens of thousands of immortal creatures. Those immortal creatures are probably transformed from nirvana. What kind of technology did the God-making clan use? How can they turn nirvana into immortal creatures so easily? And they can also retain consciousness. Lin Shen looked at the besieged immortals of the celestial clan and felt helpless. He had to rush to the giant ring star as soon as possible and could not waste time here. That idiot and Qing Shan can't even deal with a small BG star. He is really a waste. By the time he comes, the battle here will have ended long ago. The immortal creature guarding the gate made a sound, and it can be heard that he must have been transformed from nirvana. Lin Shen was about to say something when he heard a loud noise in the sky and saw a round of light rising in the void, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw that the immortals surrounded by the immortal creatures in the sky gathered together, back to back, facing the immortal creatures that looked like demons and monsters. Seeing that they didn't pay attention to him, Lin Shen was about to sneak away to find the teleportation array to the giant ring star, but suddenly heard a voice in the void. N24, give up. As long as you surrender, you will still be the nobles of the Tianren clan. In the future, your status will not change, and you may even get more benefits and a higher status. Why? Do you have to die for that foolish and tyrant? Lin Shen looked at the void and saw that the immortal creatures in the void only surrounded the immortals of the Tianren clan and did not launch another attack. A man with dragon horns on his head and wearing an iron battle suit, whose race was unknown, stood in front of the immortal creatures and shouted to the immortals of the Tianren clan. Several immortals of the Tianren clan looked at the Tianren in the lead, who was the 24th strongest man in the Yin family. You rubbish, you also want to make our noble Tianren clan warriors surrender. You won't be able to have this dream in your next life. You are not worthy of getting Derek Fortune Star. And 24 suddenly burst into light and flew towards the direction of the planet, trying to break through the siege of the immortal creatures, rush into the interior of the planet, and destroy the planet's teleportation station to prevent these people from invading other planets from Derek Fortune Star. The other immortals of the Tianren clan seemed to know N24's intentions, and they also desperately burst out the power of the law to help N24 rush into the interior of the planet. Several immortal creatures that blocked them were killed. For a while, no one could stop them, and they were about to be rushed into the atmosphere by them. Because they had not thought that they would rush back to the interior of the planet, there were not a large number of immortal creatures around here, which seemed to allow N24 and his team to take advantage of the loophole. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them, and the space around them was distorted. After N24 and his team rushed down, their bodies disappeared strangely, and when they reappeared, they had returned to the encirclement of immortal creatures. Tian Joyo. N24 and his team saw the person who had just blocked their way, and their faces changed drastically. Lin Shen also saw Tian Joyo, and quickly shrank back and stood in the teleportation station, fearing that Tian Joyo would discover him. Tian Joyo is also a member of the God-making clan? Lin Shen was surprised. Since you recognize me, then follow me in the future, Derek Fuxing, you will still be the boss in the future. Tian Joyo looked at N24 and said lightly. The iron-armored man with dragon horns came to Tian Joyo sighed, looked at N24 and said, this is the most distinguished noble of your Tianren clan. It's not unfair for you to follow him, right? He's just a traitor, Tian Joyo. If you want to stop me, then come on. I want to see if your space law is as powerful as the legend says. N24 raised the life-based staff in his hand high, and infinite holy light bloomed on the staff. But the light did not go in a straight line, but refracted from various strange angles, forming a series of light mirrors, which reflected the immortal creatures in the void, and also reflected the figures of Tian Joyo and the iron-armored man with dragon horns. For a moment, the whole sky seemed to have turned into a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless Tian Joyo and immortal creatures. But N24 and others were nowhere to be seen. Is this your kaleidoscope law? It is indeed the future law in the space system. If you met someone else, you might really run away, but unfortunately, the person you met was me. Tian Joyo waved his sleeves. The kaleidoscope-like sky shattered like glass in an instant, and the figures of N24 and others also appeared. Puff. N24 spurted blood from his mouth, staring at Tian Joyo. The law of immortality of space is really powerful. If you give me another 20 years, I will definitely kill you and seize the throne of the king of space. So, you have to live and follow me. I will give you 20 years. Tian Joyo said lightly. Unfortunately, people from my family are not good at walking with dogs. N24 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of contempt. Haha, are you the same as him? Tian Joyo didn't care, and laughed at the other immortals. We are willing to follow Lord Joyo. Several celestial beings looked at each other, but did not dare to look into N24's eyes. They flew to Tian Joyo and saluted. Okay, you will be my brothers from now on. Tian Joyo looked at N24. And his eyes suddenly turned cold. Since you want to be loyal to the old thief Tian Shu, then go to hell with him. Tian Joyo said, his figure flashed, and when he appeared again, he had already hit N24's chest with a palm, directly knocking his body back and falling into the void crack, strangled by the void turbulence. Is there anyone else who is willing to taste the feeling of the void space like him? Tian Joyo looked around, but no one dared to look at him. Window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement. Below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Lin Shen watched with horror. If Tian Joyo had used this move when fighting him before, he would have died 800 times. A true immortal is not to be trifled with. Lin Shen shrank further back and quietly walked toward another teleportation device. Why are you running around? Why don't you teleport back quickly and call Shan over? The immortal creature guarding the door of the teleportation station shouted to Lin Shen. Let's go now, Lin Shen said and walked towards the transmission device. Are you dizzy? This teleportation device here is going to be G-Star. What are you doing over there? Said the immortal creature. I know. Lin Shen agreed, but he continued to walk into the transmission device. Who are you? The immortal creature discovered the problem and directly burst out with terrifying power. It opened its mouth and spat out a cold light at Lin Shen. Lin Shen swung his sword towards Leng Guang, splitting Leng Guang in half. His body also used the force to retreat and crashed into the transmission device. The teleportation device was activated, and Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He was betting that the immortal creature would not dare to destroy the teleportation device. The reason why Derek's fortune is so critical is that it is a transfer station for many planets. It can be said to be one of the important interstellar transportation hubs for the celestial race. If these transmission devices are destroyed, the value of Derek's fortune will not be that high. Sure enough, Lin Shen's bet was right. The immortal creature did not dare to destroy the teleportation device, allowing him to successfully teleport away from Derek Fuxing. There was also a rebellion on the giant ring planet, but the battle was not as brutal as on the Derek Fortune planet, and there was no large-scale battle of low-level creatures. And 117, what do you mean? Tian looked at An 117 and the dozens of Nirvana people behind him, and asked with a cold face. Tian, it is very rare for you to reach this stage as a mixed-race person. I admire you very much. And 117 looked at Tian with admiration in his eyes. If you have anything to say, just say it. Tian was unmoved and said calmly. Tian Shu Emperor Wu Dao, we are going to bring order to the chaos. I hope you can join. And 117 said with a smile. Who are you waiting for? Any? Tian said with a frown. Although Mr. N has devoted his whole life to our clan, he is too old and has no courage to fight for the future of our clan. Then who are you talking about you waiting for? I am a member of the God-making clan. And 117 said calmly, if you are willing to join, I can be your introducer. Your status in the God-making clan will not be inferior to mine in the future. You are not a good member of the Celestial clan, but you are going to be a dog for others? Tian Xin scolded Tian Sun behind his back. And 117 ignored Tian Xin and pretended not to hear. Tian Sun, what do you think? Why should I believe that you can succeed? Tian Sun continued to ask without any expression. It seems that you just want to delay time, but it's no use anymore. The Tianren clan will be finished soon, and the Tianjue family has too much to take care of. No reinforcements will come. And 117 saw through Tian Sun's thoughts and said with a cold face, don't you want to know why we can succeed? Then let you experience it for yourself. And 117 waved his hand to the Nirvana behind him. One of the Nirvana took out a potion and stabbed it directly into his own neck. Tianquan looked at the Nirvana person who turned into a giant beast in front of her, exuding the power of the law, and his eyes couldn't help but become solemn. Tianquan, I will give you one last chance. You only need to answer yes or no. And 117 stared into Tianquan's eyes and said, are you willing to join the God-making clan? I don't want to. Tianquan replied calmly. Then destroy it. And 117 waved his hand, and the terrifying immortal beast erupted with the power of law like fire, and the entire Paradise Island was about to turn into a sea of fire. Bang! A figure suddenly appeared behind the head of the immortal behemoth. Half of the man's face was made of flesh and blood, and the other half was made of steel. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt and placed one hand on the top of the immortal behemoth's head. The next second, the giant beast's head exploded like a giant watermelon, shocking everyone. Set fires. At will, damn it. Lao Tai said calmly as he watched the body of the immortal beast fall to the ground. Okay, it turns out that I have someone to rely on. No wonder you dare to refuse my kindness. It's a pity that you made the wrong decision. An immortal can't save your life. And 117 said, and waved his hand, and all the Nirvana people behind him and 117 took out the syringe and stabbed it into his neck. And 117 did the same thing himself. In a moment, and 117 and all the Nirvanas turned into immortal beasts, with murderous intent in their eyes as they stared ferociously at Lao Tai and Tian Sun. Tianquan, you're seeking death on your own, don't blame me, kill them all. With an order and 117 burst out the power of the law of fire first, and the surroundings suddenly burst into flames. Bang! As soon as N 117 finished speaking, he found that Lao Tai was already standing in front of him, grabbing his head that turned into a giant beast with one hand. Then N 117 felt a pain in his head and knew nothing. Seeing N 117's head being scratched and exploded, the other Nirvana survivors who turned into immortal beasts were all shocked. But Lao Tai didn't give them any time to hesitate. He had already rushed in like a ghost, and then he saw the heads of the immortal beasts exploding, showering Lao Tai all over his body. Dozens of immortal beasts were killed by headshots in just a blink of an eye and fell to the ground. Isn't Lao Tai a Nirvana? How can he be so strong? Tian looked at Lao Tai and thought to himself, "Second brother, you are so cool." Tian laughed, his eyes full of envy. Regardless of whether Lin Shen recognized him or not, he was sure of this second brother. But Lao Tai didn't react at all, standing there motionless, looking at his raised right hand, which was covered with red and white things. "Tian, don't go over there, there's something wrong with him." Tian grabbed Tian, who wanted to run to Lao Tai, and stared at Lao Tai and said, "What's wrong? What can be wrong with the second brother?" Tian looked at Lao Tai in confusion. Lao Tai looked at the red and white on his hand. But his eyes were really a little wrong. His eyes were glowing with a strange red light. Especially the steel eyes, which were flickering like a red light at this time. Roar! Lao Tai suddenly roared towards the sky, and his flesh and blood, half of his body, underwent a strange change, transforming from flesh and blood to steel. In a moment, his entire body turned into a steel body, like a steel robot, staring at Tian and the others with red light flashing in his eyes. "Second brother, are you okay?" Tian shouted to Lao Tai in shock. Lao Tai, who had stopped roaring, slowly turned his head to look at Tian. The red light in his eyes flashed, and the heart of the person watching also jumped, making him very uncomfortable. Suddenly, the red light in Lao Tai's eyes leaked for a beat, and at the same time Lao Tai's people came to Tian like ghosts, and grabbed Tian's head with their iron hands. "Second brother!" Tian wanted to escape, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction, and he could only watch as the steel hand grabbed his head. Lao Tai seemed to have heard Tian's cry, and his palm paused for a moment. A sword next to him stretched out and blocked Lao Tai's palm. Lao Tai's palm grabbed the blade of the sword. Tian took advantage of this opportunity, and his body finally caught up with his brain's reaction. He suddenly bounced away and retreated dozens of meters. Lao Tai grabbed the sword body and exerted a slight force, and the Nirvana-level spiritual sword turned into powder in his palm. Tian held the broken handle in his hand, and while he quickly retreated, the devout blazing sky mission appeared and merged with Tian, turning Tian into a man whose whole body was wrapped in a holy carapace, with 8 snow-white wings, behind his back. Angel image. "Second brother, wake up." Seeing Lao Tai's eyes staring at him, Tian made a Sanskrit-like sound from his mouth. When Lao Tai heard Tian's voice, he obviously stopped for a moment, but the next second, Lao Tai's figure disappeared again, and he was in front of Tian, grabbing her head with one hand. "Old Tai, wake up, that's my sister-in-law." Tian shouted and rushed towards Lao Tai. He knew that if he couldn't stop Lao Tai, Tian would be dead. He was so anxious that he even forgot about his second brother. Called. Not even immortal creatures can resist Lao Tai's grasp, and have no ability to resist. No matter how strong Tian is, he may not be able to compete with Lao Tai, and will only end up with his head blown off. Tianqin's cry obviously made Lao Tai pause. The 8 wings behind Tian moved in unison, and he retreated, avoiding Lao Tai's attack. Bang! Tianqin jumped on Lao Tai, hugged his body with both hands, and kept shouting, "Old Tai! Second brother, wake up!" Lao Tai stood there, his eyes flashing red, his rhythm obviously fluctuating, and his body stood there motionless. Tianxuan looked at Lao Tai and stretched out his hand to signal everyone to step back and leave. If Lao Tai really loses control, they must leave his sight, otherwise everyone may die. Suddenly, Lao Tai, who had been hugged by Tianqin and was motionless, grabbed Tianqin's neck with one hand, lifted him up, and looked at him with glowing red eyes. Tianqin was grabbed by Lao Tai's big hand around the neck. He suddenly felt as if he was being clamped by iron pliers. His neck was about to be broken. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Old Tai, let go of Tian Xian. The holy light on Tian Sun's body was like a volcano erupting, and strange ripples appeared in his voice. Tianxuan's power of speech and spirit seemed to have no effect on Lao Tai. Lao Tai stood amidst the rippling sounds and didn't react at all, just staring at Tian Xian. This is the only way. Tianxuan stared at Lao Tai, and the holy light on his body burned more and more intensely. The power of her word spirit cannot affect Lao Tai at all, but Lao Tai has not killed Tianqin yet, so he must have been touched, otherwise 1,000 Tianxians would have been dead long ago. But Tian Sun didn't know when Lao Tai would lose even that little touch. Then Tian Xian would die soon, and so would they. So there was only one way left for her, and that was to be promoted to immortality. Only by being promoted to immortality could she possibly stop Lao Tai or wake him up. The path she wants to take is the law of words, but the law of words already has the immortal Dharma king. Tianxuan has been waiting for the opportunity. But now he can no longer wait. He can only use his own understanding to advance to immortality, although he cannot achieve true immortality. The rules can only complete the branch rules, but I can't care about that much now. As the holy light burst out from his body, Tianxuan stared at Lao Tai, opened his red lips slightly, and uttered a divine voice, like an angel warning the world. I said, if there is rain in the sky, it will fall to the mortal world. Following Tian Sun's voice, raindrops actually fell from the sky, and the sky island fell into heavy rain. I said, everything revives, and 100 flowers bloom. The flowers and plants on Paradise Island grow crazily, and countless flowers bloom, even if they are not in blooming season, they bloom together. Lao Tai looked at Tian Sun and threw Tian Xian out like garbage. Bang! Tianqin's body hit a building, which collapsed and was buried underneath. I said, there is snow in the world, the wind is howling in the cold winter. The raindrops falling from the sky turned into snow all over the sky. In Tian Sun's voice, the water on the ground also turned into white snow, and the biting cold wind howled by, rolling up snowflakes all over the sky. I said, there is love in the world, and there is God in the sky. Tianxuan's voice became more and more firm. In the midst of his voice, everyone's eyes seemed to soften suddenly, and the lights and shadows of angels actually appeared in the sky, as if the gods were about to descend. I said, all the laws in the world follow my words. The holy light on Tianquan's body exploded completely, and the light distorted the space, as if the whole world became grotesque under those laws. The carapace on Tianquan's body also became more holy in the twisted space. Chains of orderly light emerged from the void and wrapped around her body, causing her entire body to move in the chain of light. Miraculous changes. Her carapace became crystal clear, and the whole person looked like flawless crystal. Even the 8 angel wings on her back were as transparent as glass. Countless light chains gathered towards her red lips, causing Tianquan's lips to gradually glow, and gradually condensed strange light patterns on her lips. Second brother, wake up. When the light pattern took shape on her lips, Tianquan looked at Lao Tai and spoke again. Following Tianquan's voice, Lao Ti's face actually showed a look of pain. He held his head with both hands and lowered his head, and his steel body actually twisted. The part that was originally a flesh and blood body, now turned into a steel body, kept twisting and changing strangely. Roar. Lao Tai roared to the sky, and half of the steel body kept struggling and changing. And it actually showed the appearance of a flesh and blood body again. But the flesh and blood body flashed away, turned into a steel body again, and then turned into a flesh and blood body again, and the two kept changing alternately. Second brother, wake up quickly. Tianquan spoke again, causing Lao Ti's body to change more violently. Bang! Lao Tai held his head with both hands, as if in extreme pain. Suddenly, he leaned over and punched the ground. The terrifying force instantly blasted a crack in Paradise Island, and Paradise Island broke into 2 halves and separated to the sides. Tian Xian crawled out of the ruins of the building, looking at the separated Paradise Island. His face was extremely ugly, the wings behind him fluttered, and he flew into the air, looking at the other half of Paradise Island. Go. Seeing Tian Xian flying over, Tian Sun just uttered a word lightly, and Tian Xian's body flew away uncontrollably to the distance with all his strength, completely out of his control. Little ant. Tian Xian screamed wildly, but he couldn't control his body at all, and flew into the void in an instant. All the people on Paradise Island also went in all directions involuntarily after Tian Sun's go. Only Lao Tai leaned over and half knelt on the ground. And he didn't move, and half of his body was still changing. Second brother. Tian Sun wanted to use her word spirit law on Lao Tai, but was interrupted by a strange laugh. Ha ha, ha ha. Lao Tai pressed one hand on the ground and the other on his face, and laughed weirdly, laughing more, and the person gradually stood up. The half of his body that was constantly changing gradually stopped changing. The steel body had gained the upper hand, and the flesh and blood body almost disappeared. Second brother, wake up. Tianquan spoke again, but in Lao Ti's almost crazy laughter. Tianquan's voice seemed a little pale and weak. Ha ha, ha ha. Lao Tai laughed more and more crazily, loosened his hands covering his face, and laughed out loud. Tianquan's face suddenly turned pale, the light pattern on his lips suddenly dimmed a lot, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The crazy Lao Tai could no longer hear his laughter. He opened his arms and raised his head, but his face still maintained that crazy smile, as if he was laughing silently. His body no longer changed at all, and it turned completely into cold steel. After a long time, Lao Tai gradually lowered his hands and slowly lowered his head to look at Tianquan. His eyes, with red light flashing, stared at Tianquan. Bang! Just being stared at, Tianquan was like being hit hard. The holy light on her body was shattered, and her body flew in the air for an unknown distance, before she gradually stabilized her body and looked at Lao Tai, who was floating in the air in horror. "You all deserve to die." Lao Ti's voice seemed to have completely lost human emotions, as if it was a mechanical electronic synthesized sound. As he spoke, Lao Ti's body moved, step by step, towards Tianquan in the void, as if there was an invisible bridge in the void. His movements did not seem to be fast at all, but he was in front of Tianquan in a few steps. "The gods are shields, nothing can break them," Tianquan said, and the light and shadows of angels appeared in the sky. One after another, the light and shadows of angels descended in front of her, casting a sacred angel light shield, blocking her in front. Boom! Lao Tai pressed one hand on the light shield cast by the angel light and shadow. In just a moment, the light shield shattered and turned into a sky full of broken light rising. Tianquan's eyes were firm, and the 8 wings behind her moved together, drawing a series of light rhymes. In the void, her figure quickly retreated along the light rhymes, and her speed was incredibly fast. But no matter how fast she was, Lao Ti's iron palm seemed like the hand of the devil. It was right in front of Tianquan, approaching Tianquan at its own pace, and was about to grab Tianquan's head. Tianquan's eyes showed a look of determination, the holy light on her body burst out, and the light pattern on her lips vibrated. "I said, this world will eventually be with me." Dang! A knife flew across the sky and hit Lao Ti's palm. The explosion interrupted what Tianquan was about to say and shook Tianquan's body back. A figure appeared behind Tianquan and hugged her. "You're back?" Tianquan turned around and saw a familiar face, and said with a complicated expression, "I'm back." Lin Shen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The slag knife that bounced like a meteor changed direction and flew back into his hand. "I'm afraid I'll die if I come back at this time." Tianquan sighed. "It's quite interesting to have a funeral with 2 people. Lin Shen smiled, looked at Lao Tai, and said, "What happened to him?" And 117 is a member of the God-making clan. He and his men used an unknown injection to transform from the Nirvana level directly into an immortal level behemoth. Lao Tai killed them, and then he became like this. It may be because he was contaminated with their blood and was affected by the injection in the blood. Tian briefly explained the situation. "Are the elder sister and the others okay?" Lin Shen let go of Tian and said, "I sent the elder sister away before, and she has returned to your home planet now." Tian said, "That's good. You go first, leave this to me." Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and said, "I also think it's more interesting to have a funeral with 2 people." Tian said with a smile, "Then let's do it together." Lin Shen held the slag knife tightly and flew towards Lao Tai. "Lao Tai, what's wrong with you?" The red light in Lao Tai's eyes flashed, and he kept staring at Lin Shen. After a while, he suddenly said, "Are you Lin Shen? Do you still recognize me?" Lin Shen was slightly surprised. "Of course, you are very important." Lao Tai nodded. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Lao Tai had become like this, and even wanted to kill Tian, but he could still recognize him. It was really rare. This touched Lin Shen's heart a little. He didn't expect that he would be so important in Lao Tai's heart. "I don't even want to call you second brother. Isn't it too much?" Lin Shen reflected on himself. Who knew that? Lao Tai continued, "So, you must die." Your sister. Lin Shen was stunned at first, and after reacting, he just wanted to curse in his heart. I take back my previous thoughts, this guy can't be the second brother at all. Since I am very important, why do I have to die? Lin Shen asked patiently. Obviously, Lao Tai should have recovered some memories, and he should have known that he was not Lin Shen's second brother. Lin Shen wanted to know who this Lao Tai was. Because only when you die, it will be quiet. The old monster stretched out his finger and pointed at his head and said, I'm not the tumor in your brain, why will your brain be quiet when I die? Lin Shen continued to ask. I don't know, I only know that it can be quiet when you die. Lao Tai continued, you are very important, leave you a complete body. Then thank you. Lin Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're welcome, you are very important, you should be different from those people. As he said, Lao Tai reached out and grabbed Lin Shen. Lin Shen suddenly felt that the whole world seemed to slow down. He clearly saw Lao Tai's hand reaching for his neck, but he felt that his body could not move and could not keep up with the reaction of his brain. Lin Shen was too familiar with this feeling. When Lin Shen was not a good fighter before, he would feel this way when fighting with Lao Tai, because his body could not keep up with the brain's reaction, which caused an illusion. Now he has reached nirvana, and he still feels this way when fighting with Lao Tai, and Lao Tai's speed is still much faster than him. I said, you will be faster than me. A voice sounded behind Lin Shen, and Lin Shen only felt a strange force injected into his body, which made his body keep up with the brain's reaction, and he drew his sword to meet Lao Tai's palm. The blade energy rotating like a chainsaw chopped on Lao Tai's palm. The blade energy that far exceeded the power of nirvana shattered directly after touching Lao Tai's iron palm. The slag knife also chopped heavily on Lao Tai's palm, but the saw-like force did not cut Lao Tai's iron palm, but was caught by Lao Tai and twisted casually. Lin Shen suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from the hand holding the handle of the knife, and had to let go of the hand holding the handle of the knife. The slag knife fell into Lao Tai's hands. Lao Tai seemed a little surprised that he couldn't break the slag knife with his grasping force. Lao Tai held the tip of the knife with one hand and the handle with the other hand. He bent it hard. The slag knife, which was so hard that it almost didn't deform, was easily bent by Lao Tai, and it was almost bent into a circle. Lin Shen was terrified. In all the battles he had experienced before, no one could deform the slag knife. But looking at the current situation, the slag knife seemed to be broken at any time. The slag knife was not broken after all. The slag knife that was bent into a circle still didn't break. Lao Tai let go of his hand holding the tip of the knife, and the slag knife bounced back and returned to its original straight shape. Good knife. Lao Tai held the slag knife and chopped it at Lin Shen. With the blessing of Tian Sun's word spirit law, Lin Shen barely kept up with Lao Tai's speed. He raised the scabbard with both hands and blocked the slag knife that Lao Tai chopped. The power of his hand still couldn't stop the terrifying force, and Lin Shen was directly chopped down from the sky, hitting a suspended island, smashing the suspended island into pieces. Lao Tai reached out and grabbed the scabbard that was shaken away, and put the slag knife in his hand back into the scabbard. Your body, recover as before. Tian Sun's voice came, and Lin Shen's injured body immediately recovered as before, and the cracked knuckles of his hands also healed instantly. Lin Shen flew up to the sky, summoned the rebel to merge with him, and the ink shell wrapped around his body, emitting a strange halo. Just give me speed, Lin Shen said to Tian. Tian didn't ask the reason, stopped other blessings, and only gave Lin Shen speed. Lao Tai didn't look at Lin Shen, who flew back, but just looked at the knife in his hand. It's a really good knife, thank you. I didn't say I would give it to you. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai coldly and said, in fact, it's already mine. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen with red eyes flashing. I said, I'll leave you a complete body. So you should die by yourself. Who are you? Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai and asked. I can't remember. I just remember that I should be a very strong person. Lao Tai's voice seemed to have a little bit of emotion. But then Lao Tai continued, maybe, as long as I kill you, I can remember who I am. As he said, Lao Tai walked towards Lin Shen. Since you don't have the courage to commit suicide, let me help you. You are no longer him, right? The Lao Tai I know is a rule-abiding and principled person who won't kill people at will. Lin Shen stared at Lao Tai, who was walking over, and continued. That's right, he is him, I am me, you can think of us as two people. Lao Tai said. Dual personality? Lin Shen frowned slightly. You have too many questions and too much nonsense. The dead don't need to know so much. Lao Tai said, slapping Lin Shen with one palm, without pulling out the slag knife. Lin Shen chose to face the attack head-on this time, and slapped out with his palm towards Lao Tai's palm. When the two palms met, Tian was surprised to find that it was not Lin Shen who was repelled, but Lao Tai's body that retreated a distance. The art of reversal, a very powerful attribute. Lao Tai saw through the ability of the light of reversal of fate at a glance. It's a pity, the person who uses it is not good enough. As he said, Lao Tai walked towards Lin Shen again and slapped him again. Lin Shen also faced him with his palm again, but this time, Lin Shen was slapped and flew backwards. Fortunately, Tian caught his body from behind and helped him to remove the power from his body. Even so, the shell on Lin Shen's palm was broken. The two glided in the air, and Tian hit a suspended island, using the suspended island to transmit the power, and the suspended island suddenly exploded and broke into pieces. I've said it before, the ability is good, but the person using it is too bad. Do you think I will restrain my power? Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Lao Tai came to Lin Shen again and slapped Lin Shen with one palm. Lin Shen glanced at Tian behind him, and then slapped him again. You guessed wrong again. The two palms collided. Lao Tai said indifferently, there was no power in his palm, and the light of reversing fate in Lin Shen's palm burst out with all his strength. With such a reversal of strength and weakness, Lao Tai's power will become stronger, while Lin Shen will become weaker. The law will be reversed, and the priorities will be reversed. But Tian voice rang again. Bang! The palms collided, and Lao Tai was knocked out again. His figure slid in the air, and the red light in his eyes flickered. You can judge my intentions, but you can't judge the intentions of both of us. You alone can't beat both of us. Lin Shen rushed up and punched Lao Tai in the face. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the collision continued. Lin Shen and Lao Tai fought, and the light of reversing fate kept changing. With the help of Tian's words, Lao Tai couldn't judge whether Lin Shen would use the light of reversing fate, and was repelled by Lin Shen again and again. It's you. It's a bit interesting to kill like this. Lao Tai looked directly at Lin Shen, but ignored Tian behind Lin Shen. Tian and Lin Shen could only fight him together. If he killed Tian first, he would immediately break this balance, but Lao Tai didn't plan to do so. Do you know that there is a force called lawlessness in this universe? Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen without emotion and said, I don't know. Lin Shen's fist swung again. It doesn't matter, you will know soon. Lao Tai stretched out a hand. It seemed that the palm was just stretched out casually, but it seemed to break the void, and everything was broken and collapsed between his fingers. That hand seemed to be the hand of God from heaven. The steel fingers touched the light of reversing fate, but the light of reversing fate did not work. Instead, it spread like sand under the steel fingers. The steel hand drove straight in and clashed with Lin Shen's palm. The carapace of the palm, which had just been repaired by the super base recast, was shattered under the hand of steel, and the flesh and blood palm and the steel hand collided together again without any gap. Bang! Lin Shen's body was knocked back again. Lao Tai looked at Lin Shen, who was knocked back, but the red light in his eyes flashed rapidly. No. Wrong. Lao Tai did not pursue, but looked at Lin Shen and muttered to himself. Lin Shen summoned Xiaoyu and the mutated Jade Linglong, and shouted to Tian at the same time, give me strength. With all your strength. With the skills such as Super Basic turned on at the same time, the carapace transformed. By the rebel gradually turned into a transparent color, and there seemed to be light flowing inside. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and held the fan of heritage in his hand, shouting loudly, the sky is blue, the wild fields are vast, I am the most arrogant in my life. The sky is blue, the wilderness is vast, I am the most arrogant in my life. Tian also sang along. It's just that her singing voice was completely different from Lin Shen's. Just like the Sanskrit Divine Comedy, the power of laws poured into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen felt infinite power pouring into his body, and the war song brought him an immeasurable blessing effect. A war song with the power of words and spirits is comparable to thousands of troops. A ghost face pattern appeared on Xiaoyu's body, exuding a strange light, but the person was looking towards the sky and hiding behind her. The mutant jade exquisite's mountain and river suppressing skill was activated, and a mountain and river mark fell on Lao Tai's body. Lin Shen fanned the inheritance fan and scrupulously and crazily. All kinds of negative skills were applied to Lao Tai, causing Lao Tai's body to fall from the air and his steel feet to step on the ground. Lao Tai's body was covered with various brands and flashes of light, but he seemed unaware of it. A pair of flashing red eyes stared at Lin Shen, still muttering to himself, wrong, wrong. Seeing that the fan of heritage was working, Lin Shen threw the fan of heritage out of his hand. The fan of inheritance, which rotates like a wheel of light, continuously shoots out rotating blade energy, strangulating towards Lao Tai like flying wheels all over the sky. Lao Tai still stood there motionless, and the rotating blade energy cut on his body. The blade energy cracked and shattered, as if the saw teeth were not strong enough to cut something that was too hard, and the saw teeth were shattered. So many revolving sword energies were unable to leave any traces on Lao Tai's steel body. Lao Tai's physical strength was beyond imagination. Even with so many blessings and weakenings, Lin Shen's full blow still couldn't hurt him. You are a mistake. Lao Tai moved again. As his body surged up, the mountain and river brand and the fan of inheritance skills formed a mysterious light, which shattered in an instant, like water, splattering like beads. Like a war machine, Lao Tai rushed in front of Lin Shen and slammed his fists at Lin Shen like a storm. Lin Shen, armed with all his skills, sang a war song in his mouth and charged forward with his fists. The sound of fists fighting was endless, and the carapace on Lin Shen's fist shattered immediately. The fists of flesh and blood collided with Lao Tai's iron fists, causing the mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. The surrounding suspended islands were tilted this way and that. Lin Shen's physical body could smash immortal things, but Lao Tai's steel body was no less powerful. His fists became faster and faster, his power became more and more explosive, and no one took a step back. Tian continuously blessed Lin Shen with the power of the spirit of speech. Without the support of her power of speech spirit, Lin Shen would not be able to compete head-on with Lao Tai with his own strength. Mistakes, mistakes, all are mistakes. Lao Tai kept mumbling to himself while violently exchanging fists with Lin Shen, his voice getting louder and louder, until it almost sounded like a roar. The red light in his eyes flashed faster and faster, and it seemed as if the red light was always glowing, and the red light became brighter and brighter. That's lawlessness, the power of killing gods. Xiaoyu was horrified and hid behind Tian again. Do you know him? Tian's voice sounded in Xiaoyu's mind. But Tian still sang the war song and did not stop. I don't know. I just know that kind of power. But that kind of power only exists in theory. It shouldn't be possible. Xiaoyu said with a complicated expression. Tell me everything you know. Tian's voice appeared in Xiaoyu's mind again. Xiaoyu was a little hesitant, and Tian said again. If you have any reservations, we will all die here today. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, I have inherited memories. In fact, there are no genetically modified creatures like Shura ghosts in this universe. Are you artificially created? Tian. Sun was so smart that he immediately understood what Xiaoyu meant. I was created by the god-building clan, but not entirely. To be precise, my previous generation, the Shura Ghost King and the Shura Ghost Queen, were created by the god-building clan, and I am the result of their natural combination, and I also inherited them. Ability and memory. Xiaoyu paused and said, during the process of their creation, their creator was still studying a force that could break the rules of the universe. The creator called it lawlessness. It was a force that could destroy all existing cosmic orders, rules and materials. As long as it was material in this universe, it would be impossible to stop the lawlessness. But that kind of power is only a theoretical possibility. In the memories of the Azura Ghost King and the Azura Ghost Queen, his experiment was not successful, or it was impossible to succeed, because the rules of the universe are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Without absolute invincibility, it is naturally impossible to achieve lawlessness. The more Xiaoyu spoke, the weirder his expression became. But I see that person's power is very similar to the test results calculated by the manufacturer using the instrument in my inherited memory. I think maybe I saw it wrong. Or maybe my memory is not comprehensive. That is not the power of lawless. Otherwise, how could Lin Shen stop it? No, your memory should be correct, that should be the power of lawless. He just said the name of lawless. Tian said, in your memory, is there any way to restrain the power of lawless? No, that is the ultimate power of the universe. Theoretically, it is a power that can break everything and destroy everything. How can there be any way to restrain it? Xiaoyu shook her head. Perhaps, lawless is not perfect. As you said, that power only exists in theory. If it really succeeds, how can Lin Shen stop it? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she heard it. That's right. If it succeeds, there should be no power that can stop Lawless. Yes, his lawlessness is definitely incomplete, and there must be defects. But what are the defects? You are a mistake. Lao Tai roared, and with one punch he broke through the limit of his strength, directly cracking Lin Shen's fist bone and blasting him away. Lin Shen's arm twisted unnaturally, and his body flew backwards like a projectile. The ground is like cotton, the stone is like cloud, and everything is soft. The power of the word spirit on Tian Sun's body rippled out. Lin Shen crashed into the suspended island, but his body seemed to have crashed into a sponge, and his strength was constantly being removed. After crashing through more than a dozen suspended islands in a row, Lin Shen finally stabilized his body and rushed up again, meeting Lao Tai, who was walking towards him like a monster. But his strength was much worse than Lao Tai. Lao Tai was like an indestructible war machine, constantly attacking Lin Shen, twisting Lin Shen's body, breaking his armor constantly, and beating him madly in the process of flying back. The flesh and bones made a snapping sound, and I don't know how many of them were broken. Tianquan had tried his best to use the power of the word spirit to assist Lin Shen, but Laodi's power was too strong. No matter how much he helped, Lin Shen could not reach the level that could match him. Lin Shen and Tianquan had already used up all their strength, but Lao Tai seemed to have just started to exert his strength. Errors. Errors. All errors. Lao Tai grabbed Lin Shen, who was bleeding and his face was twisted and swollen like a pig's head, and locked his neck and lifted his body up. Errors must be corrected. Laodi's eyes glowed red, and he raised his fist and swung his arm back to the limit, wanting to punch Lin Shen's head. Didn't you say that you wanted to leave my body intact? Lin Shen said while coughing up blood. Laodi's body stiffened for a moment, and his fist hesitated to hit it. Then, leave an intact body. Lao Tai turned his fist into a finger and pointed at Lin Shen's heart. The gods of heaven and earth are protecting me. God is coming. The holy light on Tianquan's body rose into the sky, his 8 wings spread out, his hair fluttered, and his 7 orifices and pores all over his body were bleeding. Chains of light condensed into a 6-winged angel in front of Lin Shen, and stretched out his hand to block Lao Tai's finger. Bang! The 6-winged angels. Light and shadow were pierced by Lao Tai's finger, and his body turned into countless light spots and bubbles. Tianquan's mouth spurted blood and his body was shaky. Lao Tai raised his finger again and stabbed Lin Shen's heart. It's over. Xiaoyu's face was pale, and for a moment he didn't know whether to go up or run away. In front of such a terrifying monster, Xiaoyu would die if he went up. If he didn't go up, his pet key was still on Lin Shen, and he couldn't escape. Suddenly, a galaxy appeared between heaven and earth, and countless petals emitting bright light, like a torrent, submerged Lin Shen and Lao Tai's figures. After the petal torrent, Lao Tai was still floating in the air unscathed, but Lin Shen in his hand disappeared. The petal torrent turned a corner in the void and came to Tianquan. The torrent continued to dissipate, and a handsome man in white clothes with a smirk on his face appeared at the end. He supported Lin Shen with one hand, looked at Tianquan with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, right? I have to trouble you a little more to take care of this kid. You are 4th brother." Tianquan recognized the man in white. "With you calling me 4th brother, it's worth it for Me to rush here for 4 days and 4 nights without sleep. It seems that I am still a little late. Lin Shen handed the injured Lin Shen to Tian and looked at Lao Tai. Fourth brother came at the right time. You have to be careful. His power can destroy all materials and order rules. Tian supported Lin Shen, feeling a little surprised. She had also seen Lin Shandong's performance on the race rankings. Although he was very powerful, he didn't seem to be so strong that he could snatch Lin Shen back from Lao Tai. Don't worry, my sister-in-law. I don't have any other advantages, except that I can take a beating. Lin Shandong said to Lao Tai. Who are you from the God-making clan? Why are you making things difficult for my brothers and sisters? Mistakes must be corrected. Lao Tai ignored Lin Shandong, and his eyes flashing red still stared at Lin Shen, walking towards Lin Shen step by step. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Lin Shandong pointed his hand, and petals appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Lao Tai from all directions. The endless petals turned into an ancient city in an instant, suppressing Lao Tai in it. But the next second, Lin Shandong changed color, and the ancient city formed by endless petals failed to stop Lao Tai's steps. Lao Tai walked forward step by step, and the building of the ancient city of Huaban in front of him was directly shattered into sand, but Lao Tai did not even move his hands, and the ancient city was already broken into slag. Xiao Wu, you have provoked a terrible guy, it's really not easy to worry about. Lin Shandong's eyes became solemn, and he muttered to himself. Fourth brother, you have to be careful, his power is too strong. Lin Shen swallowed the blood that rushed into his mouth and nasal cavity, and said loudly to Lin Shandong. Stop talking nonsense, your fourth brother is here, you are not needed here. Sister-in-law, take that kid away first, your fourth brother is here. Lin Shandong stared at Lao Tai, who was about to walk out of the city, and said to him. We will lend you a hand. Tian said. Fighting is a man's business, you only need to be beautiful and fall in love with that kid. Lin Shandong said. And walked towards Lao Tai. The starry sky was filled with petals, condensing in front of Lin Shandong. The petals condensed into a flower sword, which became bigger and bigger, and the light became brighter and brighter, like an aurora, piercing the sky and the earth. Cut. Lin Shandong waved his hand, and the aurora-like petal sword chopped down on Lao Tai's head. Lao Tai's body was as small as an ant under the giant sword. Bang! Lao Tai punched the giant sword, and the shocking giant sword was directly blasted into a sky of broken flowers. The terrifying fist came in front of Lin Shandong and punched through Lin Shandong's body. Fourth brother! Lin Shen shouted in horror. But Lin Shandong's body, which was pierced, turned into petals and scattered, and condensed into Lin Shandong's body again in the void. This guy is a bit outrageous. Lin Shandong's white clothes were damaged, and a piece of flesh and blood was missing from the torn clothes. Blood gushed out, and in a moment, his white clothes were dyed bloody. Looks like I have to be more serious. Lin Shandong stared at Lao Tai with burning eyes. Small flowers grew out of the wound, repairing his body. At the same time, a strange force fluctuated in his body, distorting the surrounding space. The flowers have all fallen. All things have fallen. Heaven and earth mourn together. Buried. Fall. Lin Shandong pointed to the sky and the earth, and suddenly all colors between heaven and earth were lost, leaving only one color. White. Everyone saw an incredible scene. The world seemed to have become a blank sheet of paper. The suspended islands on the star belt, together with Lao Tai, turned into black lines on the white paper, like a cartoon-style ink painting. No, not only Lao Tai and the suspended islands, but even the fourth brother Lin Shen also turned into characters in the ink painting. Unlike real ink paintings, the things in the ink paintings are still alive and can still move. It's just that they move in the ink painting, unlike the outside world, and it seems that they can only move in a flat way in the painting. Lao Tai punched Lin Shen, and his people rushed straight towards the fourth brother Lin Shen on the ink painting scroll, and Lin Shen just jumped lightly and jumped over Lao Tai's head. The battle between the two people was like two shadow puppets moving on the cloth. There were no other spatial options except front, back, left, and their attacks also became flat. Lin Shen was stunned. He had never seen such a thing before. It was like watching an old card-inserted game console playing a fighting game on a black and white TV, with only forward, backward, up and down movement. Black petals fell on the ink painting. Lao Tai, who could only move forward, backward, up and down, had no room to dodge. He could only let the petals fall on him and stain his body. But the next second, the petals that fell on Lao Tai spread out like black smoke and finally disappeared. Lao Tai punched the fourth brother Lin Shen through the petals. Lin Shen didn't dare to take his punch. He stood up and jumped up, trying to jump over Lao Tai's head, but Lao Tai was faster than him. He jumped up and punched the fourth brother Lin Shen. Lin Shen's heart was about to jump out. The fourth brother had no way to avoid it, but if he collided head-on with Lao Tai, he would suffer a great loss. When they all thought that there was no solution and the only way left was to fight head-on, they saw the fourth brother casually draw a few lines on the scroll like an ink painting, and actually drew a road leading to the distance, giving the picture depth. His body clearly did not move, but he separated the space with Lao Tai and avoided Lao Tai's fist. Those lines were then erased, leaving Lao Tai still only moving forward, backward, left and right. Instead, the fourth brother attacked Lao Tai, who could only move forward, backward, left and right, from another side. Not to mention Lin Shen, even the knowledgeable Tian and Xiaoyu, who had inherited memories, were stunned by such a battle. The fourth brother's power could use lines on the scroll to draw various spatial and light and dark relationships, and also change the positional relationship between him and Lao Tai. He could even draw mountains and seas at will to block Lao Tai's attack. The last moment, he and Lao Tai were still close in front of him, and the next moment there were mountains and seas between them, and Lao Tai could only move on a plane. What kind of law is this? Why does it feel like 3D is fighting 2D? Xiaoyu was stunned. Fourth brother's law seems to be somewhat similar to the immortal law of a realm king in ancient times. That realm king has a nickname called the man in the painting, which means he can turn the world into a picture and directly seal the enemy in the painting. But I have never heard of the situation of entering the painting to fight. Tian said thoughtfully. Lin Shen's body has improved a lot. The super base recasting has almost repaired his body. The armor transformed by the fate-defying person has also been repaired for the most part and has become harder. However, in such a battle, Lin Shen can't help much. He can only watch the fourth brother and Lao Tai fighting in the scroll from outside. Such a battle is simply unimaginable. Lin Shen is like a god in the painting. He can turn his hand to make clouds. And turn his hand to make rain. The sea of stars is just the lines under his hands. The strange and bizarre changes in perspective made Lin Shen's battle look strange and unrestrained. Even Lao Tai, who had the power to break everything, seemed a little passive in the painting. But Lin Shen was a little worried. Lin Shen was very strong, so strong that Lin Shen felt that he seemed to be omnipotent. But he and Lin Shen encountered the same dilemma. Lin Shen's power has not been able to hurt Lao Tai so far. Lao Tai's lawless power broke everything, even the scenes in the painting, and the ink could not pollute his body. If I am immortal, what kind of law do I need to stand on? Among the laws he has seen, Tian Jiuyo, Tian, and the fourth brother are the most mysterious. Tian baby, can you tell what kind of law my fourth brother's law is? Lin Shen looked at Tian and asked. Tian shook his head and said, I forced myself to be immortal. But I only achieved immortality with the future law. I am still a long way from true immortality. I have never seen the law of the fourth brother, so I can't see through its essence. But his law should be above mine. Even if it is not the law of immortality, it should be close to the future law of true immortality. While talking, he suddenly saw Lao Tai, who could only move on a plane, suddenly clenched his hands and pulled hard to both sides, as if opening a pair of invisible sliding doors. But the next second, Lin Shen and others were shocked to find that the black and white scroll was torn in half by Lao Tai like a piece of paper. Lao Tai was like a character rushing out of a comic book, and his figure changed from a plane to its original state. The torn scroll also turned into white petals all over the sky and shattered, and Lin Shen's body returned to reality from the painting. Lin Shen's face was slightly pale, and he looked at Lao Tai and said, what a powerful method. Among the opponents I have met in my life, you are the strongest. Your world law is also very strong, but unfortunately, you have just entered the door and have not yet entered the hall. There are 3 realms of immortal law, human law, earth law, and heaven law. You have just touched the threshold of human law. Lao Tai also looked at Lin Shen and said, go, I won't kill you. When you enter the realm of heaven law, I will take your life. I leave, and they have to leave too. Lin Shen said lightly. They can all leave, but Lin Shen must die. Lao Tai said expressionlessly. It seems that we can only decide the winner today. Lin Shen said with a smile without hesitation. It seems that I can't see the world law of the heaven law realm. The red light in Lao Tai's eyes flashed, and it seemed that he was determined to kill Lin Shen. That may not be the case. Lin Shen still smiled and raised his right hand, and a petal fluttered in his hand. No, it may not be. Lawless. Lao Tai suddenly moved and walked towards Lin Shen step by step. His speed didn't seem fast, but he was in front of Lin Shen in one step. The petals in Lin Shen's hand floated out, and each petal turned into a scroll, trapping Lao Tai in the scroll again. But this time, the scroll was directly pierced by Lao Tai. Petals rushed towards Lao Tai, like pictures. Lao Tai walked through the pictures, and his body kept changing from pictures to reality, but he couldn't stop his steps. Xiao Wu, what are you still looking at there? Hurry up and take out the life-saving things. Do you really want to watch me get beaten to death? Lin Shen shouted while flying back. Window, _Tabula equals window, _Tabula, tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula, below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _type. Mix? What life-saving thing? Lin Shen was stunned at first, then reacted, and immediately took out the small jade box and took out the paper. Lin Shen knew that the note given by his third brother should be really useful, but because he failed to call the Jade Emperor last time, he did not dare to rely too much on this thing. Now he can't care so much, even the fourth brother can't stop Lao Tai, so he can only rely on this thing. Lin Shen pinched the note and shouted to the sky, Taisheng Lao Jun. Hurry up and command. After Lin Shen shouted, he looked at the sky, but there was no reaction in the sky. I knew that this kind of weird thing is not reliable at all. When Lin Shen was depressed, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his fingers. He subconsciously shrank his hand and the note in his hand fell out. Lin Shen saw that the note was burning, and the flame instantly turned into a bonfire. The bonfire was extinguished in an instant, and a group of light and shadow appeared where the paper ash flew. There seemed to be a figure sitting in the light and shadow, but it was too bright to be seen clearly. The light was like a black hole, and even the eyes could not escape from it. Like a dream, like reality, like an illusion, as if it was not something that really existed in the world. At the moment when the light and shadow appeared, Lin Shandong had already flown back behind the light and shadow, and Lao Tai also came in front of the light and shadow, looking at the light and shadow with red eyes, as if he was a little confused. Why did you summon me? Although no voice was heard, a voice echoed in everyone's mind. Please help me subdue this man. Lin Shen saw that the life-saving thing given by his third brother was really useful, and it was many times stronger than his unreliable guardian fairy. He was overjoyed and pointed at Lao Tai and said, "The figure in the light." Ball looked at Lao Tai, and the voice without sound rang again, only this time. As the voice fell, a circle of light flew out of the light ball, covering Lao Tai's head like an angel's ring. At this moment, the whole world was still, as if the space was locked. Lin Shen could clearly see everything happening, but he could not move or speak. Lao Tai should be standing there like him, unable to move, with the halo falling on his head. The halo changed with his body shape, from the top of his head to his waist, binding Lao Tai's arms together. So, the voice in the light ball was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. Lao Tai, who was originally unable to move, had red light flashing in his eyes at this time, and his body actually moved. His whole body was exerting force, his hands were clenched, and a terrifying power fluctuation burst out from his body, as if he was trying his best to break free from the halo. The law of heaven. How can you break free? Come with me. The voice in the light ball sounded again, and the halo suddenly shrank, as if it was going to break Lao Tai's body. Seeing that the halo was getting tighter and tighter, Lao Tai's steel arms were cracked, and it was about to break Lao Tai's body. Lin Shen and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, Taisheng Lao Jun is indeed reliable, too strong, and I don't know what kind of existence he is? But the next second, the halo suddenly stopped shrinking, and a terrifying power wave surged from Lao Tai's body, and the surrounding space began to collapse with him as the center. The law collapsed, the space was broken, and an absolute dark area was formed. Nothing could be seen in the darkness, only the halo of Tai Lao Jun was emitting a glowing white light in the darkness. Fuck. Not even Taisheng Laojun can deal with him. Lin Shen was frightened and looked at the others. The others were like Lin Shen, with horror in their eyes. Xiaoyu was already quietly retreating. Lin Shen and Lin Xiangdong looked at each other, and they said almost in unison. The great gods are fighting, we'd better stay away. Several people wanted to stay away from the battlefield at the same time, but it was too late. They saw that the darkness suddenly expanded, as if it swallowed up the world. Lin Shen and the others were all drawn into the darkness, and it felt as if all the laws of space and time had lost their effectiveness. No matter how they flew, they seemed to be still in the same place. Fortunately, there was the light ball of Taisheng Laojun blocking in front. The brilliance emanating from his body prevented Lin Shen and the others from being swallowed by the darkness. Fuck, who the hell is that guy? He's so fucking fierce. Lin Xiangdong was so shocked that he even cursed. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai in the darkness. In the darkness, they could see Lao Tai's current situation clearly. Lao Tai looked up, his body leaning back. His arms raised up by his restraints, and the halo had been squeezed into his steel arms. Lao Tai didn't care, and still burst out with crazy power. His steel body seemed to be burning. Red light burst out from his eyes, and white mist rose from his whole body. Give up. The laws of heaven are not something you can contend with. The voice of Taisheng Laojun sounded again. Hearing his calm voice, Lin Shen and the others felt a little relieved. The halo was about to break Lao Tai's arms. It was so strong that it was unimaginable. The laws of heaven, so what? I have no laws, no heaven. Lao Tai's voice was low and violent. The moment his voice fell, white gas from his body spurted out like a cracked steam engine. The terrifying force forcibly expanded the halo, and before Lin Shen and the others could react, the halo exploded directly. Lao Tai raised his arms high, and the white gas on his body violently rushed to the surroundings. The group of light and shadow blocking Lin Shen and the others was actually under the impact of the white gas, and the mysterious brilliance on its body was like the color washed away by the water, and it continued to disappear rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the mysterious brilliance was almost completely wiped out by the impact, revealing the true appearance of Taisheng Laojun. Inside, it turned out to be a clay sculpture. Although it was in the shape of a god, it was just a clay sculpture after all. Under the impact of the white gas, the clay sculpture began to crack, and finally with a crash, it broke into mud blocks all over the sky. Several people resisted with all their strength. Lin Xiangdong turned the sky full of petals into a picture scroll, and Tian also recited the mantra loudly, transforming into a series of angel light and shadows to cast an angel wall. Xiaoyu held a fork in one hand and a knife in the other, and the ghost face pattern on her body was also shining. But under the white gas, all of these were directly dispersed, and Lin Shen and others were directly blown away by the white gas. Fortunately, the clay embryo of Taisheng Laojun had blocked most of the impact force. The bodies of Lin Shen and several others flew in the air, breaking through the darkness and falling out one by one. They all suffered different degrees of injuries, but fortunately their lives were saved. The darkness had been broken, and Lin Shen supported his body by himself and stood up from a large pit on a suspended island. He saw Lao Tai in the sky, floating there like a god, with white smoke coming out of his body.